476. Unknowingly, the fairy had already entered the territory of Huangting country with high mountains and deep waters. Qin Pingon came to the bow to enjoy the scenery. The fairy was very considerate as they purposely lowered the fairy's floating height. Sometimes the fairy would just brush past the steep peaks, accompanied by flying birds. As a territory split from the land of Gushu, other than many immortal chroniclers on the big mountains, they would contact various forces to follow various local chronicles and market rumors, pay some money to the local immortals and the imperial court of Huangting country. Then they would wantonly dig up rivers, force the rivers to change their course, and dry up the riverbed to look for the so-called secret realm of the Dragon Palace. Often there would be wild cultivators who would try their luck here. The blind old Daoist and his 2 disciples had the same idea in the past, but luck was illusory. Unless the cultivator was rich and had the ability to build connections, then throw a lot of money and cast a wide net, otherwise it would be difficult to gain anything. The fairy's destination was the Changchun Palace in the north of Dali's capital. It would pass by the Oxhorn Mountain in Longquan County. Qin Pingon did not plan to disembark there. According to the established route, he wanted to first visit the mansion that belonged to the ghost in wedding dress and visit Gukan's father. Then he would follow the familiar route of Xiaohua River, Red Candle Town, Chiduan Mountain and Tiefu River and return to Luopa Mountain in a sitting posture. Otherwise, riding a horse would be too slow and he would miss the ferry that crossed the continent to North Continent. As it was impossible for a ferry to land alone for a guest, Qin Pingon had already informed the ferry to leave the horse at the Oxhorn Mountain. He wanted them to inform the people at the Oxhorn Mountain ferry to send the horse to Luopa Mountain. The steward of the ferry had a difficult expression on his face. After all, just the sight of the ferry flying across the sky above Great Li's territory was enough to make him tremble with fear. He was afraid that if any of the guests accidentally spat out a mouthful of phlegm outside the railing and landed on the mountaintop of Great Li's immortal clan, the cultivators of Great Li would unleash their magical treasures and smash them into pieces, leaving not even their bones behind. Moreover, the Oxhorn Mountain crossing was the penultimate stop on this route and was guarded by a group of Dali cavalrymen. How would they have the guts to deal with those martial artists other than loading and unloading goods? Qin Pingon explained a little more, saying that he had a good relationship with Oxhorn Mountain, and that his mountain was adjacent to the ferry. The matter of a horse would not cause any trouble. The old steward pulled a long face, neither refusing nor agreeing. Later, Qin Pingon secretly stuffed a few snowflakes into the old cultivator's mouth. Only then did the old cultivator reluctantly agree. The real reason was naturally not because he was greedy for the snow, but because this young man was a Dali and he did not dare to offend him too much. Since he owned Luopa Mountain, he was a local tyrant. This route was a new source of income opened up by the old ancestor of the main family after spending a lot of favors and financial resources. In the future they would see each other frequently. Taking the risk to help was just a way to get acquainted with him. Specifically, the longer a business was run, the more trivial it was. What if there was a need for favors in some occasion? Fortunately, the young man was tactful. After taking advantage of the situation, he returned the favor. He said that when the ferry stopped in the future, he could visit Luopa Mountain whenever he was free. His name was Qin Pingon and there was wine and tea on the mountain. Only then did the old steward show a sincere smile. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the young swordsman's words were better than nothing. Many times in business, knowing a name did not actually mean that the person was a friend. If it fell into the ears of others, they would naturally overthink. One day later, the ferry had already entered Dali territory. Qin Pingon overlooked the landscape and greeted the old steward. He directly let the sword Immortal unsheath and jumped over the railing. Stepping on the golden silk thread, he hurriedly drew an arc and fell to the ground. The old manager slapped the railing and his face was filled with pleasant surprise. When he arrived at Oxhorn Mountain, he had to properly inquire about this Qin Pingon. Who exactly was this Qin Pingon? He actually concealed himself so deeply and left the mountain to travel, and he actually only brought a single horse with him. Which cultivator that walked out of an ordinary immortal's estate didn't have the air of an immortal? Qin Pingon landed on the path that he was already very familiar with. This time he did not need the Yangqi lighting talisman to lead the way. He directly came to a mountain wall and bent his finger as if he was knocking on a door. He did not use a barrier-breaking talisman to forcibly break in and trespass into the mansion. After doing so, he was coldly mocked by the water god of the embroidered river with a green snake coiled around her arm. She reprimanded him with the laws of Dolly Mountain and said that there would be no next time. Although she seemed domineering in reality, it was Qin Pingon who was being unreasonable. Since that was the case, even if Qin Pingon was not a true sword immortal today, he would still have to knock on the door here if he became one in the future. Ripples burst forth and the mountain wall barrier suddenly opened. Qin Pingon stepped in and his vision suddenly opened up. Qin Pingon frowned and walked slowly. He surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere here was far better than before. The landscape was stable and the spiritual qi was abundant. These were all good things. Gu Kan's father, as the new manor lord, had probably succeeded in repairing the mountain 3 years later. To the gods of the mountains and rivers, this was a solid merit. It would be recorded by the Imperial Court's Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Appointments Meritorious Service Division. However, Gu Kan's father did not come out to welcome him today. This did not make sense. Previously, when he returned to Luapa Mountain, Qin Pingon had asked Wei Pai in detail about the Chu clan's residence. The old residence and the new manor lord were respectively under the jurisdiction of Wei Pai, the northern mountain god. Wei Pai knew a lot about it. However, Wei Pai also said that the Bureau of Rights in Dali was specifically responsible for a few hidden lines that the Imperial Court personally implicated. Even Wei Pai only had the right to know but not the right to interfere. The Chu clan's old residence was included in this list. Moreover, it had just been divided at the end of last winter. This was equivalent to taking the northern mountain peak alone. When Qin Pingon signed the contract with the Dali Imperial Court at Mt. Biyun, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights had mentioned this matter to Wei Pai and gave him a rough explanation. It was just some pleasantries so that Wei Pai would not think too much. Wei Pai naturally did not object. Wei Pai was not stupid. If he really regarded the northern mountain peak in name as his exclusive property, then even the capital of Dali was his territory. Could Wei Pai really go to Dali's capital and shout? As for the Gu clan's master, according to the official statement, Gu Tao had been living in seclusion for the past 3 years. He had diligently and earnestly repaired the mountains and rivers. Due to his hard work, the Imperial Court would soon reward and appoint him. It was said that Wei Pai and Zhou Xian had made a bet regarding Gu Tao's appointment and appointment. They each wrote their answer on a piece of paper and left it with the girl in pink. Whoever lost would have to treat them to a drink. Wei Pai had asked Qin Pingon to guess the positions that both parties had written. How could Qin Pingon guess? Moreover, he had been waiting for him on the second floor. It was a headache. Qin Pingon regretted it now. Otherwise, he would have been more mentally prepared. Wei Pai also mentioned that after Gu Kan's mother moved back to her ancestral home in the small town's mud bottle alley, the first thing she did was look for Gu Tao. However, although she had entered the mountains and rivers jurisdiction, the husband and wife who were separated by life and death did not meet. Today it was still the embroidered river god in golden armor. He was waiting for Qin Pingon at the entrance of the residence. However, compared to the previous time when both parties were at daggers drawn, this time the expression of this veteran and orthodox water god, who was slightly inferior to Tiefu Jiang and Yang Hua, was much gentler. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Water God." The water god of the embroidered river nodded his head in greeting. "Are you looking for Master Gu Tao to reminisce about old times, or are you looking for revenge against Madame Chu?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I'm looking for Uncle Gu." Since the matter of the book lake had already come to an end, there was no need to be too deliberate. No one was a fool. This loyal water god of the embroidered river had clearly received the secret instructions of the imperial tutor Tui Dong. Perhaps the act that he had put on with Uncle Gu back then had deceived everyone. He had not hesitated to change his route and go to the book lake in advance, so that there would not be a bigger deadlock in that deadlock. Otherwise, if he had gone a month later, Wan Xiao and the bunch of sticklers would have clashed with Gu Ken of the Verdant Gorge Island. The two sides would have been like water and fire, and there would have been a great Tao guiding them. Once either side was injured or killed, it would have been an unimaginable disaster for Qin Pingon. Therefore, this water god who had failed to supervise back then might have already been killed by Tui Dong. The water god gently touched the head of the green snake on his arm and said with a smile, "Qin Pingon, although I'm still a little angry, I was tricked by the two of you back then and sneaked to the book lake. You caused me to waste my time and stare at your old servant for a long time. However, this is your ability. Don't worry. As long as it's official business, I won't vent my anger because of personal grudges. Qin Pingon nodded and said, since you can appear here, the water god will definitely have such boldness. I believe that. In the future we can be considered neighbors. We can get along as we should. The burly water god of the embroidered river revealed a look of admiration. His words were not pleasant to the ears. The meaning behind his words was clear. Since he, the water god of the river adjacent to the Longquan County, would not neglect personal matters because of official business, then one day, would there be a personal grudge between the two of them? Naturally, the two of them would resolve their personal grudges through personal matters. And this young man's response was very appropriate. He did not say any harsh words, nor did he deliberately show weakness. This time, I'm not deliberately making things difficult for you and Gu Tao and not allowing you to reminisce. It's really that he can't get away for the time being. However, if you're willing, you can come into the residence and have a seat. I'll treat you to a drink on behalf of Gu Tao. In fact, as for the matter of Madame Chu, I have some personal words that I want to tell you. Many things of the past are destined not to be recorded in the archives of the Ministry of Rights. However, after getting drunk, saying some harmless drunken words is not considered a violation of the rules. How about it, Qin Pingon? Are you willing to give me face? Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, it's really not wise to compete with a water god in drinking. Then I'll bite the bullet and ask for trouble. They walked into the residence together and walked side by side. Qin Pingon asked, has the night banquet of the gods of Mount Paul Cloud ended? The water god of the embroidery river nodded and said, you might not expect it, but there were 3 main gods of the old 5 mountains of Dali who rushed to Mount Paul Cloud for the banquet. In addition, there were many gods of the vassal states who attended the banquet. Since the establishment of our Dali state, there has never been such a grand night banquet. As the host, God Wei was even more outstanding. I'm not bragging about my boss here, but God Wei was really too unexpected. His godly appearance was the best among the mountains. I don't know how many female gods fell in love with our god Beiyu at first sight. However, they were still reluctant to leave and lingered around. When it came to Wei Pai, the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain, who was no stranger to him, the water god of the embroidery river seemed to be very convinced. When Qin Pingon thought of how there was actually a situation where he was treated as a lecher on his own mountain in Luopa Mountain, and look at Wei Pai. After taking their seats in the brightly lit hall, there were only a few ghost maidservants serving them. The water god waved his hand and dismissed them. The water god took out 2 pots of wine that contained the essence of the embroidery river's water transportation and threw 1 pot to Qin Pingon. Then they drank their wine. The water god was obviously an old acquaintance of the former owner of the mansion, Madame Chu. The reason why she treated him like this was because the water god did not hesitate and went straight to the point. She said that she did not expect Qin Pingon to turn from an enemy to a friend. She only hoped that Qin Pingon would not fight to the death with her. Then the water god told the story of the wedding dress ghost and the Dali scholar in detail. She told him how she used to be kind to others and how infatuated she was with the scholar. The water god did not hide anything about her tyrannical actions after she was let down by the heartless person. The pitiful corpses that she had planted in the soil as flowers and plants in the back garden had yet to be moved away. Resentment lingered and their souls lingered. Most of them could not be released. At the mention of the tragedy of the poor scholar in the Lakeview Academy, the water god's heart was filled with sorrow. With a solemn expression, he drank a mouthful of wine and said, before the Li dynasty prospered, which scholar with even the slightest bit of ambition had not been looked down upon and wronged outside. The greater one's talent, the greater one's suppression. This scholar is an example. Back then, one of the scholars of the academy who set him up was a descendant of the Sui dynasty. Even now he is still in the center of the court. The water god looked out of the hall and sighed, how can we reason with a messy account? Qin Pingon took a sip of wine and said slowly, if we really want to reason, it's not impossible. It's just a sequence. Then we'll take it step by step. However, there's a very important prerequisite. The person who is reasonable has to be able to bear the price of being reasonable. The water god smiled and said, why don't you try? Miss Chu is a person in the game and can't understand. Shi you, Qin Pingon, are the best. You're half a person in the game and half a bystander. If you're willing, I'll owe you a huge favor. Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't have that kind of heart and I have no reason to do so. The water god did not have any hope, so she was not disappointed. She only felt a little regretful. She raised the wine pot and said, then we'll just drink. Qin Pingon raised the wine pot. The wine was good wine and should be quite expensive. He wanted to drink as little as possible and treat it as a way to earn money. Other than the wedding dress ghost, the two of them had nothing to talk about. Therefore Qin Pingon quickly stood up and bade farewell. The water god of the embroidered river personally sent him to the door of the mountain and river barrier. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and bade farewell. Then the sword on his back was unsheathed. With one sword he soared into the sky and flew into the sea of clouds. Although she had already experienced the elegance of this sword Immortal through the water curtain divine power, when the water god of the embroidered river saw it up close, she could not help but be shocked. Qin Pingon landed outside Red Candle Town and walked in. When he passed by the post house he stopped and stared at it for a moment before continuing forward. He first looked at Shui Bay from afar. Then he went to Guanshui Street that crossed Guanshan Street and found the bookstore. He actually met the shopkeeper. He was dressed in a black robe and held a folding fan. He was sitting on a small bamboo chair with his eyes closed. He held an exquisite teapot and drank tea leisurely. He hummed a tune and patted his knees with the folding fan. As for the bookstore's business, he did not care at all. Just like back then, the handsome young shopkeeper didn't even want to open his eyes. He lazily said, the prices of the books in the shop are all written clearly. It's all up to your judgment if you're willing or not. Back then, Qin Pingon had forked out money here to help Li Huai buy a book called Great Water Cliff, that seemed to have only been published for a few years. Cost 9 taels and 2 taels, but in the end it was actually an old book. There was actually a literary spirit that was born in it. Li Huai, this kid, was really lucky wherever he went. In fact, Qin Pingon had taken a fancy to the clay figurine at Qingfu Square at the Ferry of Earth Dragon Mountain. Judging from the handmade style, it was very likely that it was the same set of clay figurines as Li Huai's clay figurines. They were all made by the Immortals in White Emperor City mentioned by Hong Yangbua. Even if he did not give away the love skills of the maidservants of Qingfu Workshop, whose sword intent was not well concealed, Qin Pingon would find a way to get her. As for the pine smoke ink made by Holy Water Country, Qin Pingon did not have enough money to buy it at that time. He planned to ask Wei Pai, who used to be the mountain god of Holy Water Country, if it was worth buying. However, this was not the reason why Qin Pingon came here. In fact, the young shopkeeper of the Chongdan River, who had transformed into a human form, had now risen to the sky in a single bound. He had risen from a mountain and swamp spirit that came out of the water and landed on the shore to the legitimate god of the Chongdan River. Not only that, he was also the first legitimate god of the Chongdan River since the founding of the Great Li. He was truly a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate in reality. Like the water god of Xihua River, they were now neighbors. For the cultivators on the mountain, the distance between mountains and rivers was just the distance from Clay Bottle Alley to Apricot Blossom Alley. Qin Pingon would not deliberately rope him in. It was unnecessary and useless. However, it was reasonable to take the initiative to say hello when passing by. When one was down and out, one must take oneself seriously. When one was successful, one must take others seriously. These principles could be found in the mud of Clay Bottle Alley. After all, one could not walk far and climb the mountain and forget them easily. Qin Pingon picked a few expensive books that could be regarded as rare books. Suddenly he turned his head and asked, "Shopkeeper, if I buy all the books in your bookstore, how much discount can I get?" The handsome young shopkeeper opened his eyes and said angrily, "I rely on this small shop to rest and eat. If you buy all of them, what can I do with a sack of silver? Go to Fushui Wan to drink wine? With my appearance, it's hard to say who will take advantage of who. How much discount do you think you can get? 10%, 12%. Do you want to buy it?" Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "I'll buy it." The young shopkeeper put the teapot in his hand on the side table and opened his folding fan with a snap. He gently fanned himself in front of him and said with a smile, "Not for sale." Qin Pingon could only give up. He paid more than 30 taels of silver and bought the few ancient books. With the money in hand, the shopkeeper smiled and sent Qin Pingon to the door of the shop. "Welcome again, customer." When Qin Pingon saw the shopkeeper's expression, he knew he had made a loss. After Qin Pingon left Guanshui Street, The shopkeeper sat back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. He got up and closed the shop and went to a riverside. Red Candle Town was an important trade hub near Longquan Commandery. It was the place where the three rivers of Xihua, Yuye, and Chongdan converged. Now that the imperial court was doing a big construction, dust was flying everywhere and it was very noisy. If nothing unexpected happened, not only would Red Candle Town be included in Longquan Commandery, but it would also be promoted to the county seat of a new county, and Longquan Commandery would also be promoted from a commandery to a province. Now that the mountain was busy, the officialdom at the foot of the mountain was also busy, especially with the existence of Mount Puyin. God knew how many gods of mountains and rivers were racking their brains to get close to this place. It should be known that the gods of mountains and rivers did not just rely on an ancestral temple and a golden body to guard the mountain. They always had good relationships with immortals on the mountain, officials of the imperial court and people of Jianghu, as well as the branches that continuously extended from them. Therefore, with Mount Puyin and Longquan Commandery as the two major centers on the mountain, the rapid rise of the new province of Dali was already unstoppable. After the black-clothed young man came to the riverside, he used a camouflage spell and walked into the water. He strolled in the most soft Xihua River. The water of the three rivers was very different. The water of Xihua River was soft and long, with the most abundant spiritual qi. The water of Chongdan River was turbulent, with the most intense water. Contrary to the name of the river, Yuye River was the shortest, with the most unpredictable water, and the distribution of spiritual qi was very different. Among them, the location of the mansion of the god of mountains and rivers was the best feng shui place. Don't underestimate this point. If there was really an earth immortal of Jindan stage who lacked a place to cultivate and coincidentally wanted to choose one of the three rivers, he would naturally choose to be the guest of worship of Yuye River. On the mountain, this was called a small cave that couldn't be bought with money. The Xihua River was under the jurisdiction of his peers. Unless he was visiting the water mansion, he should have crossed the boundary. However, the water spirits who were in charge of patrolling the river did not feel strange when they saw the black-clothed river god. Instead, they smiled and went up to him one by one. It was not that the new water god of Chongdan River was easy to talk to, but that he was deliberately disgusting. The black-clothed river god did not lower himself to their level and did not show them any evil faces. Anyway, he did not say much. He only said that he was going to the steamed Bun Mountain where the two tributaries converged. When he was not too far away, the group of spirits who were wearing armor and holding weapons immediately roared with laughter. They did not hold back their words. Most of them ridiculed the spirit of the past for not being worthy of his position. They said that he had relied on others to take the crooked path to become a god by luck. Compared to the water god of the Xihua River who had relied on his merits before and after death to stabilize his position, a carp who wagged its tail and begged for mercy was nothing. The black-clothed river god came to the temple of the Lord of the Land on the isolated island in the middle of the river. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Yuye River and the Xihua River did not like this place. The Lord Xing Wang of the county on the shore was even more unwilling to pay attention to it. The steamed Bun Mountain, the most inferior place in the country's landscape register, was like a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. The incense in the small ancestral temple still withered and was in a precarious situation. The local people did not like to burn incense here. They had to take a ferry to go ashore to pay their respects. It was too strenuous. In addition, there were many ancestral temples of gods in the area of the three rivers, who would not ask for help. Besides, which god's position was not higher than this little lord of the land. The black-clothed young man stepped over the threshold. A short, sloppy man was sitting on the altar. There was an incense boy dressed in red robes. He was wailing like a ghost in an old brass incense burner. He sat down on the burner and slapped his hands hard. His body was covered in incense ash. He complained loudly, mixed with a few complaints about his master's failure to live up to expectations and make progress. The black-clothed river god was used to this. It was strange that a local ancestral temple could give birth to an incense boy. The boy in red was extremely daring. He never cared about the hierarchy. When he had nothing to do, he liked to go out and wander around. When he was bullied by his peers at the Xingwang temple, he would go back and vent his anger on his master. His catchphrase was that he must find a good incense burner to reincarnate in his next life. It was strange. Even though he knew that a god of the river was coming, that man still didn't even bat an eyelid. The boy in red, who was the size of a palm, quickly jumped up and put his hands on the edge of the incense burner. He said loudly, "Master River God, why did you think of us poor worms today? Sit, don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home. The place is small and the incense is not good. There isn't even a plate of fruits and a cup of hot tea. We have neglected you, Master River God." The man slapped the boy in red directly into the incense ash, so that he wouldn't continue to be noisy and annoying. The black-clothed river god moved a broken chair from a corner far away. After he sat down, he glanced at the little guy who was sticking his head out of the incense burner. He smiled and asked, "You didn't tell this little guy who has been living with you for a long time?" The man said expressionlessly, "Nothing has been decided yet. Why should I tell him?" The black-clothed river god took out his folding fan and patted the handle of the chair gently. He smiled and said, "That's the difference between a big happy event and a small happy event. You can keep your composure." This man had been sitting on the cold bench for hundreds of years. He had never been promoted. Obviously, there was a reason for that. Otherwise, he would have been a county god. Many of his old acquaintances were doing well now. It was no wonder that the incense burner boy in red complained all day long. He would lie on the roof of the temple and stare blankly, waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. The man said indifferently, "For so many years I didn't even have a mouthful of hot shit. I didn't say anything. What's the difference between a few days? Who would feel good after hearing such words?" The vermilion-robed boy rolled his eyes. "Forget it. Happy occasion? How could a happy event fall on his master's head? For this small broken temple, if it could keep its identity as the Earth Temple, it should go to all the mountain god temples, river god temples and city god temples to offer incense." It had completely given up now. As long as it was not chased out of the temple and forced to carry the incense burner around, it was already a happy event. Now, a few city god temples were secretly spreading the news that after Longquan County was promoted to a province, all the gods, big and small, had to be sorted out again. This time it even used the trick of kowtowing to gain sympathy. Its master was still unwilling to move and attend the night banquet organized by the great god Beiyue. Recently it was said that the Mantu Mountain was going to be finished. Caused it to be on tenterhooks every day. It wished it could die together with its master so that it could be reincarnated into a good family in its next life. The black-clothed river god said helplessly, "Let's not talk about others. It's fine if you don't care about them. But we have been friends for so many years. It's not too much to say that we are friends in adversity, right? On the day my temple was built, you didn't go?" The man said, "If I went, would you miss me more? Isn't it still because of that little friendship? When I came to congratulate you, I should at least show something. I don't have any money in my pocket. I can't do something like puffing myself up at my own cost." The boy in red was angry. It stood up and put its hands on its waist. It raised its head and stared at its master. "Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? How can you talk to Master River God like that? Idiot who doesn't know what's good for you," quickly apologized to Master River God. The man gave it a sidelong glance. The boy in red was about to cry. It turned its head and looked at the black-clothed river god. It used all its strength to squeeze out a few drops of tears. "Master River God, you and my master are old acquaintances. Please help me persuade him. If this goes on, I won't even be able to eat dust. My life is bitter," the black-clothed river god joked. "It's not like Master City God didn't invite you to move to their mansion. You can choose any incense burner or horizontal board. How lucky you are. Since you know your life is bitter, why don't you give up your good life and endure it here? You can't even make a name for yourself." The boy in red slapped his chest hard. He didn't control his strength well. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of incense ash. After coughing a few times, he said loudly, "This is called strength of character." After he finished talking, his stomach started to growl. The boy in red was a little embarrassed. He wanted to climb out of the incense burner. "I'm going to drink the northwest wind. I don't want to be a hindrance to you two friends." Unexpectedly, the man took out a mountain water incense from his sleeve. He rubbed it with 2 fingers. A flame lit up. Of course, it was the cheapest kind. Then he threw it into the incense burner. The boy in red rushed over. He complained that even pigs ate better than this. However, he quickly sat down in the pile of incense ash. He held the incense and chewed it like a sugar cane. He shook his head and smiled happily. The black-clothed river god laughed and opened his folding fan. A cool breeze blew and mist filled the air. It was refreshing. The man hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Wei Pai and the Minister of Rights that you're familiar with. If it's not a state city god but a county city god or a county city god, don't look for me. I'll stay here." The black-clothed river god frowned. "Do you really want to do that?" The man scratched his head and looked absent-minded. He looked at the surging river outside the ancestral temple. "Yes." The black-clothed river god joked. "You're so familiar with Wei Pai. If I remember correctly, you've done a great favor for him and that poor girl. Why don't you tell him yourself?" The man sneered. "I just did something that didn't go against my conscience." "What kind of favor is that? Must others repay me? Then what's the difference between me and those fellows who are busy getting promoted and getting rich? It's not like I'm begging Dolly for the matter of the new city god. Anyway, I've already spread the word. It doesn't matter who he chooses in the end. Choosing me might not be a good thing. Not choosing me isn't a bad thing either. I won't make things difficult for anyone." The black-clothed river god nodded. "All right, I'll just pass the message for you. As for the rest, you're on your own. It's fine if you succeed, but I think it'll be difficult. If you fail, you'll definitely be bullied by the new state city god. You might not even need to do it personally. By then, the two county city gods will be more attentive than the other. They'll beat you up for no reason." The man had an indifferent expression. After all, needless to say, the civil and martial temple would definitely worship the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families. The other big and small mountain gods had already followed the prescribed order. Dragon Whisker River, Tiefu River. Luopa Mountain, Fengliang Mountain. Then with the two empty city god seats and the state city god after the Ascension state, these three new city gods that had yet to surface became the only three delicious cakes that could be discussed and operated. The Yuan and Chao families were determined to get one of these three candidates. They had to occupy one of them. It was just a prefix in the battle state, prefecture and county. No one dared to fight for it. After all, the two main generals of the three Dali southern conquering iron cavalry armies, Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan, one was a descendant of the Chao family, and the other was a representative of the Yuan family in the army. The Yuan family had helped Su Gaoshan, who was born in the border army, more than once. Moreover, Su Gaoshan still couldn't forget Miss Yuan, so he was considered half a son-in-law of the Yuan family by the Dali officials. This involved the complicated network of officials and required a group of local gods to display their abilities. The boy in red, who had been eating sugarcane to fill his stomach, raised his head and asked in a daze, "What were you guys talking about just now?" The man said in a bad mood, "We were thinking about who your parents are." The river god began to talk about the previous customer of the bookstore and told him his guess. The man's face was solemn. "She insisted on asking me where the biggest hornet's nest was. Well, I'm familiar with this place, so I brought them there. The hornet's nest at the mouth of the well was so big that it almost became a spirit. Guess what? The two little girls were chased by a large nest of hornets and were stung until their heads were swollen. It was so funny. Of course, I was very sad at that time and wiped away a lot of tears. They were also very loyal. Not only did they not blame me for leading the way, they even invited me to a place called Luopa Mountain as a guest. The little charcoal that I have a good relationship with was very righteous and very impressive. She said that she was her master's first disciple and that as long as I went to Luopa Mountain, there would be good food, good drinks and fun things to eat and drink. That's right, I was very sad at that time and wiped away a lot of tears. They were also very loyal. Not only did they not blame me for leading the way, they even invited me to a place called Luopa Mountain as a guest. The little charcoal that I have a good relationship with was very loyal and very impressive. She said that she was her master's first disciple and that as long as I went to Luopa Mountain, there would be good food, good drinks and fun things to do. The man immediately grasped the main point and asked with a frown, "With your little courage, you dare to meet a stranger?" The boy in red said resentfully, "I was hiding underground at that time, but I was beaten out by that little charcoal with a bamboo pole. She said that if I dared to be sneaky again, she would beat me to death with the magic of immortals. I only found out afterwards that I was tricked. She only saw me, but she didn't have the ability to drag me out. So that's good too. Well. You don't know, this little girl who looks like a charcoal girl is knowledgeable, noble, gifted, wealthy and heroic in Jianghu." The boy in red's face was full of reverence and admiration. Suddenly he remembered something. He squatted in the pile of incense ashes and threw out a common copper coin with all his strength. Do you see this? This is the reward she gave me for leading the way. Isn't she generous? Do you have such a friend? The man sneered and said, Is it summer money or Guyu money? Bring it closer, I'll take a better look. The boy in red hid the copper coin again and rolled his eyes. She said that as a mountain person who deals with immortal money all year round, it's too tacky to give those immortal money. I think that's the reason. The black-clothed river god waved his folding fan and smiled. It's very reasonable. The man couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this brainless little thing. In the night, by the Iron Talisman River, the green-clothed swordsman traveled alone. In the former Liju Grotto heaven, which was now Liju Blessed Land, the rules set by Saint Wan Ting had always been very effective. In the vast wilderness the sky was low and the trees were low. Jiangqingyue was close to people. Near the river god temple, a woman holding a long sword with golden tassels appeared on the road. Seeing the long sword on the back of the man, her eyes were burning and she asked, Qin Pingon, can I exchange pointers with you as a swordsman? Qin Pingon glanced at her. Back then she was the maid who held the sword with the identity of a concubine in the palace. Now she was one of the river gods with the highest rank in Dali. Then he said something. I'm afraid I'll kill you. First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. For 77. The water god of the Iron Talisman River Yanghua did not get angry. However, her golden eyes overflowed with a sense of inspection. She was somewhat unrestrained as she seriously sized up the young swordsman in front of her again. As the night fell, Yanghua, as a god, appeared in her golden body. Her simple and elegant dress was overflowing with a layer of golden light, making her, who was already beautiful, even more dazzling. The moon of the river was like the jewelry of this woman, the god of the river. On the other hand, the young man in front of her was far from being detached from the world, like her. In the past, Yanghua also looked at Qin Pingon with the same gaze. At that time he was a young man with straw sandals. She could only see a sense of poverty and a faint fist intent. At this moment, except for a few external objects, it seemed that she could not see anything else, such as the sword cultivating gourd that Wei Pai chose at his waist, a green robe that could not be called a robe, and of course the most important thing was the sword behind Qin Pingon. Yanghua had always been very conceited about her swordsmanship. The golden sword in her arms was not an ordinary object. It was a divine weapon that was almost put in the replica of the Bekokekyung building. It was troublesome if she could not see it. Of course for Yanghua it was the reason to draw the sword. Between the two there was a wave of mountain feng shui mist without warning. Wei Pai, who was dressed in white and had golden rings on his ears, appeared. He smiled and said, Sage Wan is not here but the rules are still there. Don't make it difficult for me. As soon as Wei Pai came, Yanghua's dazzling demeanor was immediately suppressed. Yanghua looked straight ahead. She only had eyes for the young swordsman who had been traveling all year round. She said, as long as the life and death contract is signed, it is in accordance with the rules. Qin Pingon said slowly, it's a pity that your master doesn't seem like someone who likes to follow the rules. Yanghua finally revealed a sliver of anger. If the master was humiliated, the subject would die. The empress had saved her life and taught her the Tao. Otherwise she wouldn't have abandoned everything in the secular world with a single word from the empress. She would have risked her life and suffered the torment of being skinny to the bone just to become the water god of Tiefu River. Even if there were some words in the depths of her heart that she wanted to say to the empress in person one day, an outsider dared to criticize the empress' conduct. A bastard from Clay Bottle Alley suddenly became rich and his bones were light. Wei Pai seemed to be a little surprised, but he soon felt relieved. He acted even more shamelessly than the two sides. As long as I'm here you won't be able to fight. If you're willing to fight on your own in the end, then you can fight to your heart's content. Qin Pingon smiled at Wei Pai and said, I didn't want to talk to her. Since that's the case I'll leave first. Send me to Pei Qian. Wei Pai nodded. Yanghua said, Qin Pingon, why don't you just trouble Mountain God Wei to send you to the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain? Wouldn't it be safer to hide under the eyes of a martial arts grandmaster? I definitely wouldn't dare to chase after you. Qin Pingon replied, What, you can't have taken a fancy to me, right? Why do you have to pester me? Yang Hua's face was like frost. Dense water vapor lingered around her body. She was the water god of a river. The Tiefu River, which was originally calm and almost silent, suddenly boiled. There was a faint sound of thunder under the water. Wei Pai felt a headache coming on. Without another word, he quickly activated his natal divine ability and hurriedly sent Qin Pingon to the Riding Dragon Alley. Otherwise, he and the sage Ruan Wei might not be able to stop this one-track-minded couple. Yang Hua shifted her gaze slightly and stared at the mountain god whose temperament was becoming more and more otherworldly. Her eyes were cold, without the slightest respect. Wei Pai smiled bitterly and said, "Both sides are not people. Why would I bother to come here?" Yang Hua asked directly, "Back then when you and Su Ruo were riding on demons and passing by this place, why did you look at me strangely?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "Don't forget that although I was still a native of Qidong Mountain after all, I was once the mountain god of a country. Naturally, I could see that your golden body rank was too high and unusual. I couldn't help but take a few more glances." Yang Hua shook her head and said, "You're lying." Wei Pai did not entangle with her on this topic. He smiled softly and said, "Walk with me." Wei Pai took the lead to move. After walking a few steps, he turned his head and said, "Living people mix in officialdom, we dead people mix in incense. Don't we all have to follow the rules? Ruan Wei is obviously not here. Why did Qin Pingon give up the more worry-saving sword ride and choose to walk back to the town on foot?" Yang Hua then began to move. With Wei Pai in front and behind, the two mountain god and the water god walked on the bank of the Iron Talisman River that was gradually stabilizing. Wei Pai put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "If I'm not wrong, you stopped Qin Pingon only because of your competitiveness. Fundamentally, you still can't bear to give up your identity as a sword cultivator in the world of the living. Now your golden body is not stable. You've consumed incense and are still young. It's not enough for you to widen the gap between you and the water god of Xihua River, Yiyou River and Chongdan River. Therefore, your purpose in provoking Qin Pingon is actually very simple. It's really just to learn from each other. You don't want to use your realm to oppress others. Since it's clearly a very simple matter, why can't you speak properly? Do you really think that Qin Pingon doesn't dare to kill you? Believe it or not, even if Qin Pingon kills you, your death will be in vain. Maybe the first person to speak up for Qin Pingon will be the imperial concubine who wants to bury the hatchet." Yang Hua was silent. The mountain is higher than the water. This is the vast world's common sense. The rank of the 5 mountain god in a country is higher than any water god. However, Yang Hua obviously did not have much respect for Wei Pai. Wei Pai did not care about this. It was as if he was talking to himself. How close is the distance between two thoughts? If you recite together, there will be people who will feel it across thousands of mountains and rivers. Can connect to the blue sky and the yellow spring. Sometimes, how far is the distance between one thought and another? Yang Hua stopped and sneered, "I'm not in the mood to listen to your sharp words. As long as it's Tiefu River's duty, I will not slack off. If you want to show off the North Mountain God's arrogance, you've found the wrong person. If you want to ostracize me in Tiefu River like you did Luopa Mountain God Song, just come at me. I'll take it." Wei Pai turned his head and smiled. "It's better if you replace the word mood with martial arts. It'll be more tactful. In other words, it's not that you're stubborn and disrespectful to your superior, but that you want to create a golden body and absorb the essence of the incense. In my ears, it's just that you don't understand the ways of the world. It's pardonable." Yang Hua stopped. "Are you done teaching me a lesson?" Wei Pai nodded and smiled charmingly. "That's all for tonight. I'll find you for a heart-to-heart talk in the future." Yang Hua's face was gloomy. Wei Pai stretched out a finger and put it to his mouth. "Some hurtful words that are already on the tip of your tongue. Don't say them if you can. Remember. Yang Hua was indeed worthy of being Empress Dali's personal maid. Instead of restraining herself, she said straightforwardly, "You really don't know what the local high gods of Dali, such as the old mountain gods and those who live near the capital, say about you behind your back? I didn't think so before, but after seeing you tonight, Wei Pai, you're really an opportunist." Wei Pai smiled and waved his hand. "I know what to say, but what others say I have to do? Do you really think you're a saint with heavenly laws, a heavenly lord whose words come true? Qin Pingon just said that you like him, so you keep pestering him. Is that true?" Wei Pai withdrew his hand. Don't try to provoke me in this way. Then you and I will never talk to each other again so you can have some peace and quiet. I won't talk to you too much in the future and I'll talk to you in a targeted way. I won't delay your cultivation. Yang Hua was helpless but she was still angry. She couldn't help but sneer. You flatter Qin Pingon so much, aren't you ashamed? Don't you know that, not to mention those who know the truth, there are many gods of mountains and rivers who don't know the truth. Whether they're in Dali or vassals, they've heard some rumors and are secretly laughing at you. Wei Ba made a very childish move. He stretched out his thumb and index finger, and after spreading them open, he pressed his cheeks and gently pulled them up to make a smiling face. As long as you all smile obediently when you see me, that's enough. As for what they say behind my back and what they think in their heads, I'm not interested. Yang Hua's mouth twitched and she stood with her sword in hand. She obviously didn't believe Wei Pai's nonsense. Wei Pai sighed. Although you suffered some hardships when you achieved the golden body of a god. But one day when you have the ups and downs of my life, you will understand that these human emotions are only human emotions. Wei Pai finally said, the great Tao is long and cultivation isn't easy. You have to think more when you meet people and things. The success or failure of the world is ultimately based on dealing with people. Yang Hua was still tit for tat. If you like to talk about principles so much, why don't you just go to Linlu Academy or Qin Academy and be a teacher? Wei Pai suddenly tilted his head and asked with a smile, is it true that principles are never principles? Can't you listen? Yang Hua knew that something was wrong. Wei Pai raised his hands and gently shook his sleeves. His sleeves fluttered like 2 balls of snowflakes and it was wonderful. The incense essence at the Jiang Temple and the water essence at the Tiefu River condensed into 2 balls of golden and dark green respectively, and were collected by Wei Pai. Wei Bo swaggered off. Yang Hua stood in the same place, stunned. Even if it was the northern mountain god's clay, Bodhisattva also had anger, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Unexpectedly, the white-robed god didn't stop walking, but turned his head and explained with a smile, I'm not angry. The truth is liars are dogs. Qin Pingon gently knocked on the shop in the Dragon Rider Alley. Since Wei Pai sent him here, it meant that Pei Qian should be staying here. It wasn't strange. Pei Qian didn't like to deal with Cui Cheng. There were only a few people on Luopa Mountain, so it wasn't as lively as this small town. His shop had pastries and if he was hungry he would want to buy a stick of candied haws. Qin Pingon never said anything about it. As long as Pei Qian continued to copy books and wasn't too stubborn, he would let him do as he pleased. Moreover, Pei Qian was always looking after the shop. He just didn't know what Pei Qian thought about going to school. It was Shi Ro who opened the door. It wasn't that otherworldly items didn't need to sleep, but they were the opposite of living people. They stayed in the day and came out at night. Even if it was a good sleep for the soul, it usually only needed 3 to 4 hours. It was said that the souls of otherworldly items were much purer than those of living people. After all, the strong wind blowing and the sun shining on the ground were both suffering and an invisible cultivation. Shi Ro smiled, young master, you're back. Qin Pingon nodded. Pei Qian is sleeping here? Shi Ro said softly. After copying books with Miss Li from Fulu Street, he turned off the lights and chatted for a long time before falling asleep. A few days ago he went to Chiduan Mountain and was badly stung by wasps. Even though he got some herbs from Yang family's shop and applied it, it's still hard for him to fall asleep. When they closed the shop door together, Shi Ro asked, should I wake them up now? Shi Ro was a little embarrassed. Although there were 3 rooms in the backyard of the shop, the main room was occupied by Pei Qian and Li Baoping. The side room was filled with goods and there was only 1 room left. Nominally, it was Shi Ro's residence. It was filled with many personal items bought from the market. It couldn't be seen. She had no choice. Now she was living in the body of a male immortal. Moreover, there was rouge and face powder on the table. Sometimes even she felt awkward. Pei Qian, that wretched girl, even deliberately gave her a bronze mirror as a gift. Qin Pingon lowered his voice and said, no need. I'll just sit in the yard for a night and take it as practicing my stance. Later, tell me about the recent situation in Longquan County. Under the eaves near Shi Ro's side room, 1 sat and 1 stood. Shi Ro brought a bench over for Qin Pingon. There were still chairs but she didn't sit. Shi Ro talked about the night banquet and the matters of Luopa Mountain. The students of Cliff Academy continued their northward journey. They would first go to the capital of Dali and visit the old site of the academy. Then they would continue north until they reached the coast of the sea in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. However, Li Baoping used some reason to persuade the saint of the academy, Mao Xiaodong, to stay in the small town. Shi Rou guessed that the ancestors of the Li family must have pleaded with teacher Mao. Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi had already left Longquan County. Before they left, this immortal couple who had already traveled half the continent hand in hand made a special trip to find Zhou Xian for a drink and to become sworn brothers. When Qin Pingan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Lu Qingshan didn't seem like someone who would cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper for others. He wasn't his first disciple either. Shi Rou smiled and revealed the mystery. It turned out that Lu Boqi had recognized Zhou Lian as his elder brother. He said that Zhou Lian had to go to Qinghuan country to attend her and Lu Qingshan's wedding banquet. Qin Pingan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. What was this and what was this? In addition, there were a few serious matters that couldn't be considered small. However, Shi Rou didn't say much. She still hoped that Qin Pingan could chat with Zhou Lian. She had to admit that when Zhou Lian did things, regardless of whether it was big or small, he was steady and steady. It was just that his mouth was annoying and his eyes made her feel that even a female ghost would be terrified. One was that Lu Zhongruan of the Pearl Island in the book Slip Lake didn't come personally. Instead, he sent a trusted disciple to visit Luapa Mountain with gifts. At that time, Wei Pai even took the initiative to show his face, which frightened the young woman who was only in the cave-dwelling realm. Later on, she couldn't even speak clearly. Then there were the two water gods of Huangting country, Yu Jiang and Bai Shujiang, who visited Luapa Mountain one after another. Zhou Lian and Jing Dafeng were in charge of receiving them. After listening to Shi Rou's orderly narration, Qin Pingan pointed to the main room and asked with a smile, "How are the faces of those two guys?" Shi Rou was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, "Pei Qian is naughty, but I didn't think that Miss Li would also let Pei Qian fool around. Young master, you don't know. When I saw their pitiful appearance in the shop, my mood was similar to that of the girl in Pearl Island. But they were quite happy. We also agreed that the next time we learned good martial arts, we would go to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den." Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shi Rou didn't know why, but it seemed that after settling down in the shop, she seemed to be more comfortable than on the other side of Luapa Mountain. She even teased Qin Pingan, "Young master, did you bring a gift for someone during this trip?" Qin Pingan grunted. Flipping his wrist, he took out the 3 small objects he bought at the Dilong Mountain Ferry, and handed them to Shi Rou, the red bowl and tile inkstone, while he himself picked up a pair of seal engravings from a certain country in the southeast. He placed it by his ear and gently tapped it. Listening to the clear and melodious sound, he tilted his head and said with a laugh, "3 things. I spent 12 pieces of snow coins. If you like anything, you can pick one." Shi Rou glanced at the lovely red bowl a few more times and shook her head. "Forget it." Qin Pingan smiled. "Gifts are usually given in pairs. An odd number is not good. I'll be going on a long journey soon and won't be back in a short time. You can treat it as a red packet for next year's spring festival." Shi Rou gently raised the red bowl in her hand. "Then this one." Qin Pingan nodded and reminded her, "Don't let it slip in the future. The little girl likes to keep accounts. She doesn't dare to nag in front of me, but you can't avoid being nagged by her for several years." Shi Rou put away the small bowl and handed the forever blessed tile inkstone back to Qin Pingan. Shi Rou was puzzled. "Young master, do you like to give gifts so much?" Qin Pingan smiled. "You may not know, but since I was young I've always liked to earn money and save money. At that time I worked hard to save copper coins. Sometimes when I couldn't sleep at night, I would pick up a small pottery jar and gently shake it. The sound of copper coins hitting the jar is something you haven't heard, right?" Later, when Jing Dafeng was still guarding the east gate of the small town, I made a business deal with him. Every time I sent a letter to someone in the small town, I could earn a copper coin. Every time I went to Jing Dafeng to get a letter, I couldn't wait for Jing Dafeng to throw me a big wicker basket. But in the end I couldn't earn more than a few coins. Later, because of some things, I left my hometown." Shi Rou smiled and shook her head. Qin Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and leaned forward. "It's not that I've become extravagant now that I'm rich. It's not like that. The reason why I was so greedy back then was so that one day I wouldn't have to haggle over small matters. I wouldn't have to be restrained every time I have to spend money. For example, when I go to my parents' graves, I can buy better things when I buy things. During the new year, it's not like I can't afford spring festival couplets. I can only go to the gate of the courtyard next door and take a few more glances at the couplets. That kind of embarrassment that I'm used to, and that kind of joy in the midst of bitterness, anyone who sees it would feel that it's very childish. Ro already didn't know how to continue. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment. He thought for a moment, some words might be a bit of a wet blanket, but since I'm about to leave Longquan County, you can just take it as listening to a few words. In any case, after listening to them, you probably won't bother me for at least 3 years. Ro smiled and said, "Young master, please speak." Qin Pingon pointed at Ro. "I've never felt that you've taken advantage of this immortal's shed skin, but the fortune under the heavens, once it's passed through the door, it's like the feng shui going around in circles. Most of it can't be kept. Since you've accepted this opportunity, you must first not hold any grudges in your heart. How you hold on to it firmly is your ability. Of course, whether you believe it or not, and whether you feel that I'm deliberately saying some words to curry favor, I have to say that I don't expect you, Ro, to rely on this shed skin to do anything for Luopa Mountain in the future. I only hope that you, Ro, can blend in with others in Luopa Mountain and this small shop in Dragon Rider Alley. Don't always feel that you're out of place and that it's the other people's problem. You have to learn how to do as the Romans do. Of course, this isn't easy. Isn't that right?" Ro thought for a while. "Young master, you're sincere and kind. I'll think about it more." Qin Pingon put away the calligraphy and tile and took off the blade's strengthening gourd to drink wine. "Have you noticed that in Luopa Mountain, or rather in the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, there are so many people today? Their statuses and realms are different, but the closeness of relationships is not determined based on this. I'm telling you this, Ro, not because I want you to become the kind of person in my heart, but because I don't want you to feel wronged in your heart. The grievances are real, but you misunderstand the truth." Ro asked, "Qin Pingon, in the future when there are more people in Luopa Mountain, will you also open your heart to people like this?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "In the future, if I really have my own sect on the mountain, there will be dozens or hundreds of people. At that time, I definitely won't be able to take care of them. But it doesn't matter, I have you guys. Moreover, I've always felt that reason doesn't have to be said. Stand upright and have a good attitude. You Zhou Lian, Jing Dafeng and the others all have their own merits. Naturally, there will be reason." Qin Pingon suddenly raised his arm and stretched out his hand, just like the spring breeze sneaking into the night, moistening things silently. "It's better than a guy like me who can't even be considered a scholar, talking endlessly." Ro stared at the side of the young man's face. She was stunned and speechless. After that, Qin Pingon began to practice the sword furnace stance. Ro returned to her room. Wei Pai appeared under the eaves and smiled. "You go ahead, I can wait." An hour later, Qin Pingon opened his eyes and sighed. "You've waited for a long time." Wei Pai asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "In fact, when I went to the Gong Willow Island and saw Lu Laoqing, a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, and heard him personally talk about his experience of the inner demon, I realized that my state of mind was actually spoiled by excessive enthusiasm. Later, Senior Cui also said that the soul-questioning game at the calligraphy lake was a test that only a Jin Dan or even a nascent soul cultivator would go through. The biggest trouble was that after my natal porcelain broke, my state of mind was also fragmented. Although I was piecing together what I saw and learned along the way, there was still a long way to go before I could rebuild a longevity bridge that could withstand wind and rain. As a result, in the Verdant Gorge Island, I destroyed my courage and made things worse. Although I finally convinced myself at the calligraphy lake, in the process of convincing myself, there were many burdens on my body. The crux of the problem was that there was a fundamental conflict between facts and reason. This had nothing to do with the calligraphy lake, it was just my own business." Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine. This time he really drank to drown his sorrows. "I used to believe that as long as I knew more reasons, my punches and swords could be faster and faster." Qin Pingon murmured, "But as I learned more about the complexity of the world and the uncertainty of good and evil in people's hearts, I hoped that before I made a move, I must look at the opponent's line or several lines, and think about as many possibilities as possible. The best and the worst, and then use my swordsmanship to cut and circle. Only in this way can I reach the level where I think I'm not wrong. At that time I can make a move faster. Qin Pingon said to himself. But once things happen suddenly, I must immediately distinguish right and wrong, life and death. It's not up to me to study people's hearts and the truth in order. What should I do? Wei Pai nodded and said, the more right the world's reason is, the more important it is. As a pure martial artist, you're spinning a cocoon around yourself. Because you know very well that you're not happy. Thinking back to those years when you were at your poorest, Qin Pingon, your state of mind was the most relaxed. Because at that time, you were very sure that there were only a few reasons you had to adhere to. So you could bear with it, and if you couldn't, you had to fight with your life. Therefore, whether it was facing Kai Qinqian Funanhua or your enemies later on, the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain and Ma Kushuan of Apricot Blossom Alley, you had to show how much your fist intent was worth. With a clear conscience, your fist intent was pure and life and death were not important. I would make the first move. Qin Pingon said in a low voice. That's right. Wei Pai leaned against the pillar. That's why you wanted to go to the North Continent. You wanted to be free and unrestrained, hoping that the sword cultivators and martial artists of Jianghu there were really unreasonable and only knew how to act domineeringly. This was the solution you came up with after leaving Book Slip Lake. However, when you left Luopa Mountain and revisited old places and met old friends, you saw the world in a different light. In the end, you realized that you were wavering. You thought that even if you went to the North Continent you would still be sloppy. Because at the end of the day people are still people. They have their own joys and sorrows. Qin Pingon remained silent and took a big gulp of wine. Wei Pai said softly, looks like it's another unsolvable deadlock. Either you become another Qin Pingon or you can only stagger forward and practice your fists and swords. Even if you can improve along with your realm, you are destined to not be able to achieve the fastest that you want. Wei Pai changed the topic. Do you suddenly feel that no matter how far you go or how much you see, there is something wrong with this world? But you can't put your finger on it, so you can only hold it in. And this is neither a big nor a small doubt. It seems that drinking is useless and you can't even talk to anyone about it. Qin Pingon's eyes widened. Wei Pai's words hit the nail on the head. Wei Pai was still in his lazy posture. He looked up at the bright moon. There must be a sun and a moon in a person's heart. Wei Pai narrowed his eyes and smiled. You can't do without either. Qin Pingon fell into deep thought. Wei Pai turned around and smiled. Since the general direction is right, it's just difficult. What are you afraid of? Qin Pingon, you're afraid of suffering? Why, it's not like you had nothing in the past. It's as if you suddenly have something to look forward to in life, and you're starting to have the burden of being strong? You might as well use the stupidest method to examine yourself. First, being reasonable is never a bad thing. Being reasonable is even rarer. Second, now that you feel that the reason is hindering your fists and swords, don't doubt that your first is wrong. It only means that you haven't done well enough, that the reason is not clear enough, and that your fists and swords are still not fast enough. Qin Pingon's eyes brightened, but he smiled bitterly. It's easy to say but hard to do. Wei Pai spread out his hands. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Pingon smiled in relief. Listening to you is better than reading for 10 years. Wei Pai clicked his tongue. As expected of the mountain master of Flattery Mountain. Qin Pingon laughed. You think so of Luopa Mountain too? Qin Pingon quickly stopped laughing. He didn't want to disturb the people in the main room. Wei Pai suddenly said, in fact, the Dali Imperial Court had a lot of arguments about Gu Kan's father's promotion. The Ministry of Rights wanted to promote him to a state god, but Yuan Chao and Cao Cao didn't agree. So the Ministry of Punishments and the Ministry of Revenue joined hands to fight against the Ministry of Rights. Master Guan's Ministry of Officials also got involved. I didn't expect that a small state god would actually cause such a big trouble in the Imperial Court. All the other forces got involved. Obviously, no one is willing to let the vassal king and state preceptor Chuisher join. At most, there will be a concubine in the palace and the discussion will be over. Qin Pingon patted the bench under his buttocks and asked tentatively, for that vacant position? Wei Pai nodded. It has been too long. It is against the rules. That's why the 3 groups of Dali Iron Cavalry in the middle of the Aquarius continent have some people's hearts. Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't care about that. Wei Pai smiled. I am telling you this because I want you to know that every family has its own difficulties. Qin Pingon is not the only one who has difficulties. Qin Pingon said, "Don't just stand there. It is easy for you to talk." Wei Pai glanced at Qin Pingon. "You're a guy who is sitting. How can you talk about me who is standing?" Wei Pai stood up straight. "That's enough. You don't have to worry about Tiefu River. I will beat her." Qin Pingon nodded. Qin Pingon thought of something. He took the Holy Water Country's Imperial Pine Smoke ink from Qingfu Square at the Earth Dragon Mountain Ferry crossing. Wei Ba smiled and said, "If it's priced at 5 small coins, it's a good deal. Qingfu Workshop is still too short-sighted and doesn't know what's good for them. But you can't blame them. I'm afraid not many people know about the wonders of this item. I will quickly send someone to Qingfu Square." Qin Pingon said, "This trip back and forth will also have expenses. This immortal money has to be included." Wei Pai laughed and asked, "What does it have to do with me? I don't need to pay. How many people do you think there are in the Northern Peak region who want to make this trip back to where they came from and spend this money for nothing? Dozens? 100? On the other hand, whether it is 5 small summer coins or 10 small summer coins, I will give them a favor. It is equivalent to a reassurance pill. No matter what, the other party will earn a lot." The current Qin Pingon naturally understood with just a hint. Wei Pai disappeared in a flash. Before he left, he reminded Qin Pingon that the cross-continent ferry would arrive soon. "Don't miss the time." Arriving at the majestic ancestral temple at the peak of the cloud-covering mountain, Wei Pai lay on the eaves and fell asleep with the sky as his blanket. Rivers flow everywhere. Winding rivers flow. Mountains depend on each other. Dragons from 1,000 miles come to live. Fish gather in the deep abyss. Birds roost in the forest. Beautiful mountains and clear waters. Outstanding people. The sky was slightly bright. Pei Qian sleepily pushed open the door. Holding the mountain walking stick, he swaggered over the threshold. He looked up at the sky and said casually, "God, I will make a bet with you. If I don't master a peerless sword art today, Master will immediately appear in front of me. How about it? Do you dare to bet?" Pei Qian nodded. "Not talking? Then you agree. If you lose the bet and go back on your word, you are not a good god." Pei Qian hopped into the courtyard. In the end, he was stunned on the spot. Under the eaves of Shi Rou's side room, Master seemed to be sitting there and looking at him. Qin Pingon looked at that tan face. Sure enough, it was still swollen like a steamed bun. This was even after applying medicine to reduce the swelling a little. One could imagine how pitiful it was when he ran back to Longquan County from Chiduan Mountain. Pei Qian rubbed his eyes. "Master? I'm not dreaming, right?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Then slap yourself." Pei Qian blinked and chuckled. "I'm not stupid." He turned his head towards the main room and shouted loudly, "Big Sister Baoping, my master is here." A slender and elegant lady in red walked out of the room quickly. Her face was even more red and swollen than Pei Qian's. Therefore at first glance she was not that beautiful. Moreover, she did not feel embarrassed because of her face. She shook off her arm and jogged all the way to Qin Pingon's side. She suddenly stopped and smiled brightly. "Little martial uncle." Qin Pingon stood in front of the two people of the same age. He stretched out his hands and gestured. Pei Qian had a long face. Why was Big Sister Baoping like this? Why was Master like this? Qin Pingon actually did not dare to believe it when he first saw little Baoping. How did that little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket grow so tall in the blink of an eye? Shi Rou moved 2 chairs out. Pei Qian wanted to sit on the bench with his master. He glanced at Li Baoping, who was already sitting on a chair. Pei Qian immediately lifted his butt again and sat beside Li Baoping. Qin Pingon looked at the 2 guys' red and swollen faces. He held back his laughter and asked, "Li Huai and the rest have already followed Maoshan Mountain Master to the north?" Li Baoping nodded vigorously. "Later on, my grandfather will personally bring me to catch up with the big group. Little martial uncle, you don't have to worry." Qin Pingon asked, "Have you met Dong Shuijing?" Li Baoping smiled. "Pei Qian and I have been to Mount Fengliang. The wontons there are not bad. They are not as good as little martial uncles." Pei Qian's face was stiff and he did not move. The charcoal girl muttered in her heart. She remembered that Sister Baoping ate 2 big bowls of wonton at Dong Shuijing's wonton shop. However, she did not dare to say this in front of Sister Baoping. What if Sister Baoping despised her for being talkative in the future and did not bring her along anymore? Qin Pingon reminded her. "When you pass by the capital, You must look for Xianxia. Li Baoping made a sound of acknowledgement. I've already sent the letter. The girl with the goat horn is waiting for me. Qin Pingon then turned to look at Pei Qian. Have you thought about it? Do you want to go to the school to study? Pei Qian's head drooped. I've thought it through. Sister Baoping wants me to go to the school to study. She even dragged me to the school for a few days. She said that she wanted to find out what was true and what was false. She wanted to know both herself and her enemy. She wanted to know the temperament of every teacher so that she could avoid being punished and copying books. Sister Baoping also did not allow me to show off my book box to others. She also did not allow me to put a talisman on my forehead when I went to school. There were many other rules that Sister Baoping wrote down on paper. She wanted me to copy them every day. Li Baoping patted Pei Qian's head. This is called difficult at first but easy later on. When you go to the school you don't have to be afraid of the teachers. If you have any questions you can ask them. If you are bullied by your classmates, don't just cry and complain to Sister Xiao. You must solve it at the school with your own abilities. When you go to the school, what is the most important thing? What is it? Pei Qian said weakly, it is to learn how to be a good person from the teachers. The specific content in the book is only a technique, not a Dao. It is best to have both. If you can't do it, you must choose the Dao over the technique. You must not lose the watermelon for the sesame. Li Baoping nodded in satisfaction. Pei Qian raised his head and frowned. He looked pitifully at Qin Pingon and said pitifully, Master. Li Baoping reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. Pei Qian immediately squeezed out a smile. Sister Baoping, I know. My memory is very good. Qin Pingon took out the tiled inkstone and the couplet and gave them to Pei Qian. He then smiled. I bought these for you on the way here. As for Baoping, I didn't find anything suitable. Please allow me to owe you for now. Pei Qian was overjoyed. He hesitated for a moment and held the inkstone in one hand and the couplet in the other. He turned to Li Baoping and asked, Sister Baoping, do you want to pick one? I'll give it to you. Li Baoping shook her head. It's okay. I just like to read some travel notes. Pei Qian nodded and was a little disappointed. Qin Pingon suddenly took out a stack of ancient books and handed it to Li Baoping. I picked it from Guanshui Street in Red Candle Town. It's not expensive. Don't mind it. Li Baoping was in high spirits. She held it in her arms and grinned. Little martial uncle, you're lying. Her smile was very unladylike. It was similar to when she was young. Qin Pingon began to put on the airs of a master and little martial uncle. It's not that I don't want you to poke a hornet's nest in the future, but you must think of an escape route first. If it's really not possible, you should carry herbs with you. Li Baoping crossed her arms and nodded heavily. Pei Qian sighed and poked the ground with his walking stick. It's all my fault. My crazy demon swordsmanship is still too weak. Xiao was already at the shop. She opened the door and walked into the backyard. She saw that Qin Pingon had already nodded, indicating that he understood. Xiao was not surprised. My young master is good at seeing one's temperament and martial arts in detail. His state of mind is as vast as the mountains and rivers, but as far as his eyes can see, he sees mustard seeds. This was Zhou Lian's flattery. Xiao felt that it was not entirely flattery. Qin Pingon stood up and said, Baoping, your grandpa is here. Li Baoping stood up and jumped. Little martial uncle, the next time we meet, I should be this tall. Pei Qian opened her mouth. She could not interrupt this kind of conversation, so she did not want to embarrass herself. Qin Pingon took out the clay figurine and said with a smile, Give this to Li Huai. Li Baoping carefully put it away. Qin Pingon led them to the entrance of the shop and saw the nascent soul realm earth immortal Li ancestor. He cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Grandpa Li. The old man smiled and nodded. He said with relief, Very good, very good. You are promising. Otherwise, people will think that our Dragon Pearl Cave Heaven has only produced a wolf cub like Ma Kushuan. Wouldn't it be a joke? Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. The old man shook his head and said, Don't worry, take your time. There are big and small houses, but when it comes to family style, it's only about whether it's right or wrong. It has nothing to do with the size of a house's door. Our family styles are not bad. Since that's the case, let's drink to our heart's content. In the future, if there's anything we need from each other, whether it's you or me, just ask. Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. This was the best for both sides. Li Baoping and her grandpa left together. but she walked backward and waved goodbye. Qin Pingan smiled and waved gently. Pei Qian suddenly said with a sigh, "The moon waxes and wanes and people meet and part. It's so worrying that it makes one pull one's hair." Qin Pingan hit her with a chestnut. Pei Qian could not care less about her worries. He grimaced in pain. When Qin Pingan brought Pei Qian to Luapa Mountain, Pei Qian held her sword and ran around her master with her walking stick. She talked about her recent achievements. Of course, stirring up a hornet's nest did not count. That was because she was careless. At Luapa Mountain, Zhou Xian was drawing a picture of a beauty. The woman in the picture was a little god he accidentally saw at the night banquet. Jing Dafeng smiled strangely. The girl that Zhou Xian brought up the mountain felt that old Immortal Zhu was proficient in everything. She admired him more. At the southern border of Huangting country, there was a slender man in snow-white clothes. He was elegant and had a narrow saber on his waist. Beside him was a pair of twins. They looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Both of them had beautiful eyes. However, they looked similar. The elder sister had a fierce look in her eyes, while the younger girl had a sharp look. She carried a self-made wooden spear on her back. The young man beside her looked more like a gentle scholar. He carried a book box and a water bottle. The brother and sister were disciples that the man took in during his travels. They were both good at martial arts. Tongya Tontinent. Jade Grey Sect. On a secluded mountain that had not yet opened. The mountain was high into the clouds. A beautiful woman carried a long sword on her back. She was looking at the sea of clouds. In an immortal mansion surrounded by celestial fog on a mountain near this peak, there was a handsome young man wearing a tall crown. He had a noble status in Jade Almanac sect. At that moment he was holding on to the railing and looking at the woman in the distance. He felt that his Daoist companion in this life would be her. It could only be her. In the middle of Aquarius continent, there was a mountain path that led to Lakeview Academy. A well-built man was walking behind a yellow ox. The man missed the eccentric charcoal lass a little. As for the yellow bull with a pair of buffalo horns, on one of its horns hung calligraphy scrolls and books. As for the other side, there was a white-clothed youth with his legs curled up and his hands clinging onto the bull's horn. He had a mole between his eyebrows and he had an air of elegance about him. His appearance was so good that he looked like an immortal from the heavens. But at this moment the white-clothed youth had a bored expression on his face as he wailed, "Wei Xian, I miss Mr. so much. What should I do? When I think about how Mr. doesn't have me by his side to serve him, I feel so anxious." Wei Xian did not speak. He had to get used to it. If he had to do this every few days, no matter how much Wei Xian admired this person, he would still feel annoyed. Along the way, apart from the proper business, this guy liked to stir up trouble when he had nothing to do. Naturally, he had his bloody means, and his ability to play with people's hearts made Wei Xian feel a chill run down his spine. Just some of the things he said made Wei Xian feel a headache. For example, when they passed by a well-hidden ghost sect, this guy played with a group of evil cultivators. From the lower 5 realms to the cave-dwelling realm, he slowly climbed up to the nascent soul realm. Every time he fought, he would pretend that his life was hanging by a thread, and then he almost destroyed the entire sect. After the dove took over the magpie's nest, he temporarily became the king of the mountain. He held a banquet and invited many heroes. At the banquet he began to talk nonsense. When he mentioned his mister, he said one sentence, causing the people who had just survived a disaster to not know how to flatter him. In the end, after an awkward silence, he casually killed 2 people with a slap. What did he mean by, "To tell you the truth, if I accidentally annoy my mister once we fight, I don't need half an hour to make Mr. beg me not to be killed by him? Autumn is leaving, winter is coming. The Kuei pity the snake pity the wind pity the eyes pity the heart, Mr. pity this student." The young man was still hanging on Oxhorn Mountain, his legs kicking and howling, startling countless birds in the forest. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version. For 78. In the past there were few people in the mountains to the west. Only woodcutters, charcoal burners and kiln workers who dug earth came and went. Now, immortal mansions occupied the mountaintops, and there was also the immortal ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Qin Pingan saw the local children squatting on the wall with their bowls in their hands, waiting for the ferry to pass by. Every time they happened to see it, they would shout and jump for joy. On the way back to Luapa Mountain this time, Qin Pingon and Pei Qian met a team of immortals going to Yidai Peak. However, as time went by after Wan Qiong established the Dragon Spring Sword sect, he was no longer just a saint, but a leader who needed to spread the wind and make friends. He began to lift the ban slightly. He asked Dong Gu, a disciple of Earth Immortal of Jindan, to be responsible for selecting a few routes to ride the wind. Then he asked the Dragon Spring Sword sect for a few waste tokens in the shape of a pocket-sized iron sword, so that he could come and go freely in Longzhu Blessed Land. However, until now, among the dozens of immortal forces that still stayed in Longquan County, there were very few who could get the small iron sword. It was not that the Dragon Spring Sword sect was arrogant, but the person who made the sword was not Wan Qiong, nor was it one of his direct disciples. It was Wan Qiong's only daughter. The speed at which Miss Xiaoxiu made the sword was extremely slow. She dawdled and only made one sword in a year. However, who would have the nerve to come and urge her? Even if they had the nerve, they might not have the courage. Now there was a rumor on the mountain. A few years ago, the director of the Department for Purging officials of the Ministry of Rights personally led a group of Dali elites to the Book Slip Lake to reason. Miss Xiaoxiu almost settled everything with her own strength. The Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Ancestral Master Hall was located in the Kingdom of Mengliang, where Mount Yunxia was located. It was one of the second-rate powers on the Aquarius continent. Back then, when Great Li's cavalry was in a bad situation, it was not that the sect did not want to move, but it was because they could not bear to part with the immortal money needed to build a mansion. They did not want to waste it. Moreover, one of the ancestral masters of the Hall of Ancestral Masters was the only remaining Earth Immortal of Gold Core on the mountain. He was currently cultivating on Mount Yidai with only a dozen or so disciples and grand disciples, as well as some servants and maidservants. This old cultivator did not get along well with the mountain master. The sect's move was to send this stubborn ancestral master away, so that he would not put on airs in front of the Hall of Ancestral Masters every day and make the juniors feel uncomfortable. Qin Pingon did not walk in a hurry, but the carriage was not slow. He led Pei Qian to make way. Unexpectedly, the convoy also stopped. There were 2 carriages and more than 20 people in the convoy. There were only 3 real immortal masters of the Yidai Peak, and the rest were servants on the peak. A young cultivator and 2 beautiful female cultivators came down from the carriage. One of the female cultivators was hugging a young white fox that was lazily curled up. The young cultivator was one of the direct disciples of the Yidai Peak's ancestral master. He came to Qin Pingon's side and took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Mountain Master Qin, I am Yidai Peak Song Yuan. Previously, when my master brought me to visit Luopa Mountain, I stood at the back. Perhaps Mountain Master Qin does not remember me." These words were said politely but not greasily. It was very beautiful. Qin Pingon actually recognized Song Yuan. He had a good memory and was never the kind of person who was arrogant. Back then he could even remember Cui Ying of Qingfu Fong, let alone the direct disciple of a Jindan Earth Immortal on the neighboring mountain. In fact, when Yidai Peak's Earth Immortal visited Luopa Mountain that day, not only did Song Yuan not stand at the back, it was his senior martial brothers and sisters who stood at the back. Song Yuan stood beside his master. After all, he was a disciple who was in seclusion and was the most favored. Qin Pingon returned the greeting with a fist salute and asked with a smile, "Immortal Master Little Song, have you returned from outside?" Song Yuan was a little surprised. On Yidai Peak there was a martial uncle who also had the surname Song. Therefore, this Luopa Mountain's mountain master called him Immortal Master Little Song. Song Yuan nodded and said, "Junior Martial Sister Lu and I just came back from Yunxia Mountain to watch the ceremony." A friend was also watching the ceremony at that time. He heard that our Longquan County is a rare and beautiful place in the entire continent. He wanted to tour our Longquan County and came back with Junior Martial Sister Lu and I. Song Yuan took 2 small steps back without leaving a trace and extended his hand towards the 2 young female cultivators. "Let me introduce you to Mountain Master Chen. This is Junior Martial Sister Lu, my master's most favored granddaughter. Mountain Master Chen can call her Runyan. This is Fairy Zhou from Nantang Lake's Green Plum Monastery. She is Junior Martial Sister Lu's best friend. We just came back from Chen's school and plan to visit Mount Cloud's Deer Academy first before returning to Yidai Peak." Qin Pingon called out to Miss Lu and Fairy Zhou, then said with a smile, "Then I won't delay Immortal Master Little Song's journey any longer." Song Yuan smiled and nodded. He did not deliberately continue with the pleasantries. Relationships were not built like this. Among the cultivators on the mountain, as long as they were immortals of the middle 5 realms who had reached the mountainside, most of them were pure of heart and few of desires. They were unwilling to be contaminated with too many worldly affairs. Since Qin Pingon did not take the initiative to invite him to Luopa Mountain, Song Yuan did not open his mouth. Even if Song Yuan knew that Fairy Zhou from Green Plum Monastery beside him had already given him a meaningful glance, Song Yuan could only pretend he did not see it. Along the way to the north, this fairy, who relied on the catoptric deflection to make Nantang Lake's Green Plum Monastery gain a lot of benefits, was very stubborn. She did not want to miss out on any business connections and scenic views. Almost every time she arrived at an immortal's mansion or beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers, Fairy Zhou would use the Green Plum Monastery's secret technique to intercept a picture and then embed her moving figure in it. During the holidays she could send it to some rich and familiar spectators who spent a lot of money for her. Song Yuan accompanied her all the way. In fact, he was a little depressed. However, Fairy Zhou and Junior Martial Sister Lu had always had a good relationship. Junior Martial Sister Lu also looked forward to her own Idai Peak being able to open the restriction of the catoptric deflection in the future. Learning from this smooth and slick Sister Zhou, Song Yuan did not say much. Master doted on this granddaughter very much. However, he was unwilling to agree to this matter. He said that a woman dressed up like a flower branch, flaunting and showing her face in public all day long in front of a large group of lechers with evil intentions. What kind of words was that? Idai Peak did not lack this little bit of immortal money, so he firmly did not allow it. Fairy Zhou also did not want Qin Pingon to move. She stroked the hair on her temples and said, "Mountain Lord Qin, I've heard Senior Martial Brother Song mention you many times. Senior Martial Brother Song admires you very much. He even said that Mountain Lord Qin is one of the top landlords in Lizhu Blessed Land. I wonder if it's rude for me and Runyan to visit Luopa Mountain together?" Song Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and smiled bitterly. In fact, he had told this Green Plum Monastery's Fairy Zhou more than once that Lizhu Blessed Land was not as important as other immortal cultivation grounds. The situation was complicated, the roots were intertwined, and there were many immortals. He had to be careful with his words and actions. Presumably, Fairy Zhou did not listen to him at all. In fact, she might even be more motivated and eager to give it a try. But Fairy Zhou, oh Fairy Zhou, this Dali Longquan County is really not as simple as you think. Qin Pingon smiled at Song Yuan and signaled little immortal Master Song not to think too much. Then he said to the Green Plum Monastery's Fairy Zhou, "Unfortunately, I will be leaving the mountains soon. I might disappoint Fairy Zhou. The next time I return to Luopa Mountain, I will definitely invite Fairy Zhou and Miss Lu to visit." Just as Idai Peak's Lu Runyan was about to speak, Song Yuan quietly pulled her sleeve. Fairy Zhou bit her lips. "Is that so? Then I wonder when Mountain Lord Qin will return. Qianglin needs to prepare early." Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. "It's hard to say for now." The graceful Green Plum Monastery's Fairy Zhou bent her body sideways and curtsied. After straightening her slender waist, she said delicately, "I am very happy to meet Mountain Lord Qin. You are welcome to visit the Green Plum Monastery at Nantang Lake. I will personally bring Mountain Lord Qin to appreciate the plum blossoms. Our Green Plum Monastery's Plum Blossom Lake is the thickest in spring, has a long-standing reputation. We will definitely not disappoint Mountain Lord Qin." Qin Pingon smiled. "All right. If I have the chance to pass by, I will definitely disturb the Green Plum Monastery." Zhou Qianglin saw the charcoal girl holding the mountain walking stick and smiled. "Little girl, how are you?" Pei Qian pointed at her red and swollen face, looking silly and stupid. "I'm not so good." Zhou Qianglin still wanted to try to beat around the bush with this unlikable girl, but Qin Pingon had already taken Pei Qian's hand and left. Lu Runyan seemed to want to fight for Sister Zhou, but not only did Song Yuan not let go, she directly grabbed her wrist. Lu Runyan felt a slight pain and was extremely surprised, so she endured it and didn't say anything. Lu Runyan grew up under the protection of her grandfather, so she lived a carefree life. She had a naive temperament and was rarely shrewd. However, Lu Runyan was still a proper Immortal's genealogist. Even if she hadn't reached the Immortal's cave realm yet, she wasn't really stupid. The carriages slowly passed by. After a long distance, the coachman who had been instructed in advance dared to speed up. Zhou Xian lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the adult and child walking on the side of the road. However, the two of them only focused on hurrying, which made her feel a little helpless. She was proficient in all kinds of martial arts to bewitch men, but she actually met an unromantic blind man. Song Yuan sat alone in the front carriage and sighed. This fairy Zhou really wasn't someone easy to deal with. When she returned to Yi Peak, she must talk to her master in private so that Runyan wouldn't lead her astray. On the road, after Pei Qian performed a set of crazy swordsmanship, he asked with a smile, "Master, guess which one of the three people I like the most?" Qin Pingon answered casually, "Yi Peak's Lu Runyan?" Pei Qian shook his head, "I'll give you 2 more chances." Qin Pingon smiled, "Same as Master Song Yuan?" Unexpectedly, Pei Qian still shook his head like a rattle drum. "Guess again, guess again." Qin Pingon felt a little strange. Why Zhou Qianglin? Qin Pingon didn't dislike Zhou Qianglin, who was good at currying favor, but he didn't like her either. The main reason was that her way of currying favor was too inappropriate and could easily cause trouble for Song Yuan. If she caused a bad impression, Zhou Qianglin could return to the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake and continue to be a fairy. However, Song Yuan, who was half a friend to her, and Yi Peak where Song Yuan lived, couldn't leave. This was the key reason why Qin Pingon didn't want to give Zhou Qianglin any face. Pei Qian stretched out a hand and gently shook it twice, indicating that he wanted to whisper something to his master. Qin Pingon smiled and bent down. Pei Qian covered her mouth with one hand and whispered to him, "That fairy Zhou, although she looks foxy, of course she's definitely far less beautiful than Sister Guan and Yao Jinji. However, master, let me tell you, I can see that in her heart, there are many poor little people in tattered clothes. They're about the same as me in the past, skinny and starving to death. As for her, she's very sad, facing an empty big bowl, not daring to look at them." Qin Pingon's heart trembled. He suddenly looked up and saw that the carriage had gone far away. Qin Pingon murmured the words that the fairy had said before, "So it's like this." Qin Pingon walked slowly. Pei Qian waved the mountain walking staff and was a little puzzled. She raised her head. "Master, are you unhappy? Did I say something wrong?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and quickly thought of a remedy. She opened her mouth wide and shook her head, making a ravenous look. "All right, master, I've already eaten all the words I wanted to say. Master, hurry up and be happy." Qin Pingon smiled brightly and gently reached out to press down on Pei Qian's head, shaking her until her entire body swayed left and right. "After master leaves Luopa Mountain, go and take your clothes with you. Feng, find that Sister Zhou and invite her to Luopa Mountain as a guest. But if Sister Zhou wants you to help pay a visit to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, don't agree. Just say that you're a child and can't make the decision. You can go to your own mountain as you wish. If there are some things that you really can't be sure of, you can ask Julian." Pei Qian replied with an "Oh, don't worry, master. Right now I'm treating people very well. The business of the shop has earned more than 10 taels of silver this month. 14 or 3 coins of silver. How many baskets of snow-white steamed buns could he buy in the Nanyuan Kingdom? Isn't that right? Master, let me tell you something else. After earning so much money, I was afraid that Sister Ro would be tempted by the money, so I deliberately discussed it with her, saying that I would secretly hide the money with her. In any case, no one knows about it, so we'll just treat it as a girl's private stash. I didn't expect that Sister Ro would actually say that she would think about it carefully. In the end, she thought about it for many days and I was almost anxious to death. It wasn't until 2 days before Master returned home that she said that it was better to forget about it. Sigh, this Ro, fortunately she didn't agree, otherwise she would have eaten my crazy demon sword technique. But seeing that she still has some conscience, I bought her a bronze mirror out of my own pocket. I hope that Sister Ro won't forget her roots and look at herself in the mirror every day. Master, think about it, when Sister Ro looks in the mirror she sees an old man who isn't Ro. Pei Qian was like a little sparrow circling around Qin Pingon, chattering non-stop. Qin Pingon touched his forehead, not wanting to speak. He really didn't know who was teasing who between the two of them. It seemed like neither of them had taken advantage of each other. "Master, why don't you invite Zhou Qianglin yourself? Forget it, with me, Master's first disciple, personally taking action, she should feel very honored. She should have a lot of faith. I only approve of her unknown good deeds, not that she is not careful in managing relationships. That's why Master can't appear. Otherwise, if she visits Luopa Mountain in Longquan County and mistakenly thinks that every mountain is like our Luopa Mountain with her style of doing things, she might be able to go smoothly at Green Plum Temple, but here she will sooner or later run into a wall and suffer. Once there is a conflict with an immortal cultivator who can buy a mountain here, they won't care about Nantang Lake or Green Plum Temple. In the end, wouldn't it be us who harmed her? Master, you're beating around the bush. I'm also diligent and eager to learn. I like to think about things seriously, but in the end my head hurts. Then don't think about it. Just listen. But it goes in one ear and out the other. It's not a good thing. Alas, old Chef Zhu always says that I'm not enlightened. He also likes to say that I'm neither tall nor smart. Master, don't believe him. Don't gossip behind people's backs. Oh, I know. Actually, it's not that you can't say anything as long as you don't have any ill intentions. That's what a child's words are really like. The reason why Master seems unreasonable is because I'm afraid that you're young and will get used to it. You won't be able to twist it in the future. But what if I don't know that it's malicious, but it's actually really malicious? In the end, I do something wrong and do something bad. What should I do? Master is here. When they arrived at Luopa Mountain, Zheng Dafeng was still busy supervising. He didn't care to pay attention to Qin Pingon, the mountain master. In Zhou Lian's house, the walls were already hung with scrolls of paintings, all of which were in the style of court ladies. They were all female gods from the northern peak. They were lifelike and very lifelike. There were more than 10 kinds of hair buns. Qin Pingon held back for a long time and asked, "Didn't Sun Yuanji say that you're disrespectful?" Zhou Lian laughed and said, "The little girl only said that I'm a master painter." At that time, Qin Pingon held the bamboo hat and was speechless. The three of them went to the bamboo house together. Zhou Lian asked, "Young master, you're leaving just like that?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "The cross-continent ferry will arrive at Oxhorn Mountain in a few days." The stooped Zhou Lian rubbed his chin and smiled without saying a word. Qin Pingon was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? Just say it." Zhou Lian scratched his head and said, "Nothing, I just thought of the partridges in our mountain for no reason. It's a bit sentimental before parting." Qin Pingon was confused. Zhou Lian said that he was going to take a look at Sun Yuanji's practice and left. Qin Pingon went to the bamboo house and did not rush to go up. He sat on the stone bench by the cliff. Pei Qian quickly ran over with the girl in a pink dress named Qin Chujian. Qin Pingon skillfully reached out and took a handful of melon seeds. Qin Chujian was the incarnation of the fire python of literary fortune. In fact, she read a lot, so Qin Pingon could not help but ask, "Ancient poems and literary writings. What's the story about partridges?" Qin Chujian quickly stopped eating melon seeds and sat down. He talked a lot about partridges and poems. Pei Qian was sleepy and quickly ate more melon seeds to wake himself up. Qin Pingon felt that he did not really understand the meaning behind Zhou Lian's words. It was mostly similar to hearing partridges deep in the mountains and describing the pain of parting. However, Qin Pingon was too lazy to think too much about it. He still had to go up later and should worry more about himself. The little girl suddenly laughed and said, "There's another sentence. The stream is swift and the ridge is rugged. Can't walk, brother." Pei Qian had a flash of inspiration and said, "Oh, old chef is talking about Sister Xiaoxiao." Qin Pingon put down the melon seeds in his hand, got up quietly and went up to the second floor. It was good to be fed some punches. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second to remember. Book guest house mobile version of reading website. For 79. On the second floor the old man Cui Qing was still barefooted, but he did not sit cross-legged today but closed his eyes and focused, pulling out a fist stance that Qin Pingon had never seen before, 1 palm and 1 fist, 1 high and 1 low. Qin Pingon did not disturb the old man's stance. He took off his bamboo hat, hesitated for a moment, then took off his sword Immortal as well and sat quietly by the side. Cui Qing opened his eyes, his posture did not change and spoke slowly, "The world's fist techniques are either hard or soft. My fist technique can be said to be hard. In the past when I roamed the world I have seen many soft fists, but I have never seen a fist technique that can be called soft." Qin Pingon thought for a while then said, "Other than the fist technique and the stance, one's temperament must be compatible compared to the old senior's fist technique. If one does not compete for the fist technique, the weight of the fist intent and only wants to train to the soft realm, it should be more difficult. The disciples of the Daoist sects who cultivate in the mountains, are willing to switch to fist techniques, the possibility of that is higher, but for pure martial artists, it is very difficult. The stance starts from the bottom, the intent starts from the inside. If one does not have the intent, they can forget about reaching the top. Cui Qing kept his stance and nodded his head. That's not bad, seems like your comprehension of fist techniques is better than that kid. Qin Pingon was already used to it. Wanting to get a word from the old man was extremely difficult. It was probably similar to when Jing Dafeng talked to old Yang for more than 10 words. Cui Qing sat down and looked at the young man. After returning from the Books Lake, after training in the building and traveling to the central region of the Aquarius continent, he was no longer haggard with sunken cheeks, but his eyes were the focus of his qi. The young man's eyes were deeper, like an ancient well. If the well was dry, it would be pitch black, but if the well was overflowing, it would be even harder to see the bottom of the well. Cui Qing asked, if you were given another chance, if time flowed backwards, your state of mind would not change, how would you deal with Gu Kan? Would you kill him or not? Qin Pingon replied, I would still not kill him. Cui Qing frowned, why not? If he killed them, he would have a clear conscience. Even if he kept the displeasure of killing his loved ones in his heart, it was very likely that in the future his fists would be heavier and his sword would be faster. Only when one's heart is filled with great grief and indignation can one have great willpower, and not a blunt knife in one's heart that can wear away one's willpower. Killing Gu Kan was also a way to stop his mistakes, and it would save him a lot of trouble. You can still make up for it afterwards. You can continue doing what you did before. Do you think Gu Kan can do better than you in the Water and Land Dojo and the Grand Cyclic Ritual? Qin Pingon. Let me ask you, why is it that when other people do evil they can die under your fists and swords, but you can't kill Gu Kan, who is indebted to you for a meal and a set of clothes? The old man's tone and words became heavier and heavier. In the end, Cui Qing's qi power was like a mountain pressing down. What was even stranger was that Cui Qing clearly did not have any fist intent on him. Not to mention a martial artist of the 10th state, he was not even a martial artist now. Instead, he looked more like an old teacher of the academy who was sitting upright and wearing a Confucian robe. A clear conscience? You're not even Qin Pingon of Mud Bottle Alley. How can you walk the world with a sword and speak for the world on her behalf? Qin Pingon twitched the corner of his mouth as if he was sneering. Putting righteousness before family at Calligraphy Lake? Is it difficult to kill Gu Kan and walk away? Yes. Was it as difficult as spending 3 years at the Bookslip Lake? No. Did my choice make the world at Calligraphy Lake a little better in the end? Yes. After Gu Kan survives and makes up for the evil karma he owes, will his nature remain unchanged and he will continue to do evil things so that it will still be a bad thing for the world in the future? I'm not sure, but I'm watching. Even if I travel far away in the North Continent, Xing Yi and Ma Duyi are not the only ones watching. Lu Jimao of Verdant Gorge Island, Lu Laoqing of Gong Willow Island, and Guan Yiran of Pondwater Town are all watching. The old man was still not satisfied with this answer. It could be said that he was even more annoyed. He glared at Meng Qi, put his fists on his knees and leaned forward slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, whether it's difficult or not and how you view Gu Kan, that's your problem. Now I'm asking you about your conscience. Is there a difference in reason between close and distant? If you don't kill Gu Kan today, what will Qin Pingon do when Pei Qian Julian Jing Dafeng of Luopa Mountain, Li Baoping Li Huai or I Cui Qing commit evil deeds in the future? Qin Pingon looked calm. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Cui Qing asked, then what's your doubt now? After talking to Wei Pai, there's one less. Qin Pingon answered, so now I'm just thinking about how to be the strongest martial artist and how to become a sword immortal. Cui Qing shook his head. A child carrying a big basket is not promising. Qin Pingon smiled. Then I implore you to live for another 100 or 1,000 years. When the time comes, we'll see who's right. Cui Qing glanced at the door that Qin Pingon intentionally left open and mocked. Looking at the way you came in, it doesn't seem like you have the guts to say such words. Qin Pingon patted his stomach. There are some big words that I have to say at the last moment. Cui Qing nodded. You're still itching for a beating. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Senior, do you think I'm a good person? Cui Qing nodded. Yes. Apart from being chivalrous, he did not ask for anything in return. Naturally, he was a good person. Qin Pingon asked again, do you think I'm a moral saint? Cui Qing glanced at the young man. Yes. Qin Pingon turned his head to look outside and smiled. Then it seems that there are indeed too many smart people in this world. Cui Qing laughed heartily. It was as if he was waiting for Qin Pingon to say that. Qin Pingon said slowly, "The old Daoist from the East Sea Monastery deliberately imparted to me the Venology, as well as the Buddhist's karmic enlightenment and the Confucian's fundamental knowledge. Of course, in order to break through the situation, I also thought about the imperial tutor Tui Dong's Kung Fu. It was very difficult for me to think about it. I can only say that I gained some enlightenment by chance, but I still only know the surface. However, during this period I had a very strange idea." At this point Qin Pingon casually took out a bamboo slip and placed it on the ground in front of him. He stretched out his finger and gently drew in the middle. "If the entire world is one, then can we say that whether the world is good or bad depends on the good and evil thoughts of all living beings, as well as good and evil deeds converge and then tug of war between both sides? If one side wins completely one day, the world will be turned upside down, and another kind of existence will be replaced. Good and evil rules and morals will all change. Just like when the divine path was destroyed, the celestial court collapsed and thousands of gods collapsed. The 3 sects and hundreds of schools rose up to stabilize the mountains and rivers. But after cultivators achieve immortality and obtain the immortality of heaven and earth, they are completely cut off from the mortal world. They are no longer human and the world has changed. What does it have to do with the me, who has long transcended the mortal world?" Cui Qing pointed to the slender bamboo slip in front of Qin Pingon. "Perhaps the answer has already been found. Why do you need to ask others?" Qin Pingon looked down. On the yellowed bamboo slip, there was a sentence that he had personally engraved. "Victory and defeat for a moment depends on strength, victory and defeat for eternity depends on reason." Qin Pingon murmured, "But how many ordinary people at the foot of the mountain, even the cultivators on the mountain, can see this eternity? Why is it so difficult to be a good person? Why do you have to pay the price for being reasonable? Why do you have to pin your hopes on the next life if you can't live well in this life? Why do you have to rely on status, power, cavalry, cultivation, fists and swords to reason?" Cui Qing smiled. "You can't figure it out?" Qin Pingon was silent. Cui Qing stood up and pointed up. "If you can't figure it out, then go and ask someone who might have figured it out. For example, the old Xianxia. The old Xianxia claimed that he was full of untimely knowledge and was able to invite the Taoist and Buddhist ancestors to sit down. You Qin Pingon have 2 fists and a sword. Why don't you give it a try?" Qin Pingon raised his head. Cui Qing withdrew his hand and smiled. "You believe such big words?" Qin Pingon smiled. Cui Qing asked, "What do you think of a scholar in a peaceful and prosperous time pointing at a martial artist in a chaotic time who has plunged the people into misery and suffering, scolding him that even though he has unified the mountains and rivers, he is still killing the innocent and is not a good person?" Qin Pingon replied, "Let's not talk about good and evil. He's just stupid and bad. The key is that even though he said the other party's merit, he didn't actually acknowledge it. The reason why he said that was just to make it easier to say the second half of the sentence. Therefore he was stupid and bad." Cui Qing pointed outside the house. With this answer, the person who came to Luopa Mountain and didn't know whether to meet or not is probably willing to meet you. Next, it depends on whether you are willing to meet him or not. How to talk when you meet him is your own business. Remember to close the door after you go out. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. The old scholar was dressed in a Confucian robe. He was neither shabby nor noble. Qin Pingon stood up and walked out of the house. He gently closed the door. The old Confucian stood by the railing and looked to the south. Qin Pingon and the former first disciple of the sage of literature, Dali Xiu, stood side by side. Cui Dong took the lead and went downstairs. Qin Pingon followed behind. The two climbed up the mountain and went to the mountain god temple. Zhou Xian had already retreated with his golden body. After leaving the bamboo building, the two still walked slowly side by side and climbed up the stairs. Cui Dong's first sentence was unexpectedly a digression. "Wei Pai didn't greet you because I pressured him with my power. You don't have to bear a grudge." Qin Pingon said, "Of course." Cui Dong asked, "How did you feel about the trip to Calligraphy Lake?" Qin Pingon said, "To be polite, it was okay. Although it was a bit bad, it wasn't all for nothing. Sometimes I have to thank you. After all, bad things don't come too early. If you say something harsh, then I'll remember it. When I have the chance in the future, I'll ask the imperial tutor for repayment." Cui sure made a sound of acknowledgement. He did not care at all. He continued, Fiao continent is starting to fall into chaos. Tongyi continent has profited from this disaster. The plans of the few great demons have been exposed early on, and they are starting to stabilize. As for the distance, it's hanging upside down. The South Hassa continent, which is closest to the mountain, has Qinchunan, so it shouldn't be chaotic. Once the Great Wall of Sword Qi is breached, the inverted hanging mountain will be taken back by Daoist number 2, and the South Swirling continent and Fuyao continent will most likely fall into the hands of the demon race. Therefore, the demon race will be able to occupy the fate of the two continents. After that, there will be a short period of stability before they attack the central divine continent. When that happens, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless Confucian sages and gentlemen will perish, and the 100 schools of thought will also suffer great losses. Fortunately, a scholar who is not affiliated with any branch of the Confucian school has left an isolated island in the sea and cleaved open the pass of a secret realm with his sword. This secret realm can accommodate a large number of refugees, and the disciples of the Confucian Academy from the 3 continents are already preparing for the migration. Cui Dong paused for a moment. This is only a part of the truth. The complicated plan behind this, the bets of both sides, the vast world, the Confucian school and the 100 schools of thought, is a mess. This is much more difficult than picking up a thread in someone's mind at Bookslip Lake. People's hearts are different, so you can't blame the heavenly Tao for its impermanence. Qin Pingon was expressionless. He subconsciously reached for the blade's strengthening gourd to drink, but he quickly stopped. Cui Dong walked up step by step and said slowly, The silver lining is that we still have time. Cui Dong said, Cui Dongshan probably didn't tell you this in the letter. He probably wanted to wait for you to return from the North Continent before mentioning it. Firstly, it would prevent you from being distracted by your sword practice. Secondly, at that time his disciple, even with Cui Dongshan's identity, would be rich in our Aquarius continent. That's why he came to you to show off. I can even roughly guess that at that time he would say to you, Mr. Don't worry with your disciple here, the Aquarius continent will also exist. Cui Dongshan would feel that it would make him feel at ease. Cui Dongshan being able to do things willingly is far better than me scheming against him and making him lower his head and leave the mountain. I also need to thank you. Qin Pingon did not say anything. Cui Dong glanced at the jade hairpin in Qin Pingon's hair. Qin Pingon, what should I say about you? When you are smart and cautious, you are not like a young man back then. Now you are not like a young man who has just turned 20. But when you are foolish, you will also be in the dark. It is the same for people and things. Why did Zhou Xian remind you that the partridges are chirping in the mountains? If you are truly calm and act like a Buddha, why are you afraid to say goodbye to a friend? Whether it is resentment or love in the world, it is not what is said, it is what is done. Moreover, have you ever thought that in the Battle of Old Dragon City the person who attacked was the Ascendant Realm Du Mao, and it was his natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, so even the jade tablet she gave you was destroyed? If it was an ordinary hairpin, would it still exist? Cui Dong put his hands behind his back and raised his head. One small clue reveals the general situation. You have been looking at the bright sun, your heart is like flowers and trees, borne towards the sun. Then, the shadow behind you, do you want to look back? Qin Pingon reached out and touched the jade hairpin. After retracting his hand, he asked, Why did the imperial tutor say these sincere words to me? Cui Dong smiled and said, Half of me is now your disciple. My grandfather is still living in your house. As the Dali imperial tutor, do you want to talk about separating public from private interests? Qin Pingon believed, but not completely. Cui Dong walked to the top of the steps and turned to look into the distance. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd, raised it, said that he wanted to drink some wine, and then sat on the steps. Cui Dong asked, Who do you think will be the new emperor of Dali? Song Zhengqiang, the vassal king? Song Jisun, who is raised in Lizhu Cave? Or the prince Song He, who is favored by the empress? Qin Pingon shook his head. Cui Dong smiled and said, Song Zhengqiang chose Song Jisun and I chose my disciple Song Jisun. Then we made a compromise. A temporary capital will be built somewhere south of Lakeview Academy. Song Jisun will be a vassal king in Old Dragon City, and he will be in charge of the temporary capital. Among them, the empress, who has been eating vegetarian meals in Chongchun Palace for several years, couldn't say a word. She didn't dare to say anything for fear of death. Now she probably still thinks that she's dreaming and can't believe that such a good thing can happen. In fact, the former emperor hoped that his younger brother Song Jianqiang could directly ascend the throne after supervising the country. However, Song Jianqiang didn't agree and burned the edict in front of me. Qin Pingon drank wine and wiped his mouth. In that case, everyone is happy. Cui Dong asked, after you left Red Candle Town, you went all the way south to Book Lake. What do you think? Qin Pingon said, many people died. Cui Dong gently lifted his foot and stepped on it. The joys and sorrows of the world naturally have no distinction between high and low. Even the weight is not much different. However, there is a difference in position. Cui Dong asked, do you know why I chose Dali as my base? And why did Qi Jingchun want to build Cliff Academy in Dali? At that time, Qi Jingchun didn't have no choice. In fact, there were many choices that could have been better. Qin Pingon said, I only know that it wasn't like the rumors. Mr. Qi didn't want to restrain you, the senior apprentice brother who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. As for the truth, I don't know. Cui Shi smiled and said, Qi Jingchun's favorite thing to do in her life is to do strenuous and thankless things. He was afraid that I would cause too much trouble in Aquarius continent and implicate the old scholar who has already distanced himself from it. Therefore he had to personally see what I was doing before he could be at ease. He had to be responsible for the people of the continent. He felt that no matter who we are, if we have to pay the price when pursuing something, as long as we put our heart into it, we can make fewer mistakes. Correcting mistakes and remedying them are the responsibility of a scholar. A scholar can't just talk about serving the country. This is the same as you at Book Lake. You like to take responsibility. Otherwise, where would you have died in that deadlock? If you killed Gukin directly when you become a sword immortal in the future, it would be a great story. Qin Pingon didn't say a word. Cui Dong smiled. I know you don't believe me. It's okay. I'm telling you this because it's a private matter, so I have my own motives. Cui Dong asked, have you ever thought about why Alliance and Qi Jingchun were so close? Back then in Dali's capital, why didn't he kill me or even the late emperor of Dali? Why did he only destroy the fake Beko Keikyung building and let the late emperor live for 3 years? Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't know. Cui Dong smiled. Why don't you follow a certain smelly cow nose's logic and think about the facts that you have already seen? It's not hard to deduce a thing or two. Qin Pingon said slowly, Dali's steel cavalry went down south earlier than expected. That's because Emperor Dali had his own selfish motives. He wanted to be with Dali's steel cavalry when he was alive, and see the Aquarius continent's southern sea coast. Cui Dong pointed to a place. Let's take a look at the inverted suspended mountain and the Great Wall of Sorchi. Qin Pingon frowned. The great battle that decided the ownership of the Great Wall of Sorchi was because of Alliance. The Yinyang Lu clan's deduction did not look at the process, only the results. In the end, there was a huge mistake. Cui Dong shifted his finger. So what if it's the Tongyi continent? Qin Pingon said, it seems that fate protected the continent, causing the demon race's plan to surface prematurely, allowing them to escape. If we assume that the demon race can really break through the Great Wall, then the Tongyi continent is not suitable to be the first to attack. The danger is leaning towards the South Whirlpool continent and the Fuyao continent, especially the latter. Cui Dong pointed to the ground. How's the territory of the Aquarius continent? Qin Pingon took a sip of wine. It's the smallest of the 9 continents in the vast world. Cui Dong asked again, there are big and small territories. Is there a difference in the size of each continent's fate? Qin Pingon shook his head. No. Cui Dong's finger kept pointing south. You're going to the North continent. Is the Aquarius continent and the Tongyi continent considered far apart? Qin Pingon gripped the blade's strengthening gourd tightly and said, compared to the other continents, it's extremely close. Cui Dong raised his hand and pointed behind him. Previously, the sword cultivators of the North continent covered the sky and rushed towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Did you see it with your own eyes? Qin Pingon's forehead was covered in sweat as he nodded with difficulty. Cui Dong smiled. No wonder you couldn't see the world situation clearly. Now one of the leads has appeared. Let me ask you first. Does the East Sea Monastery's old monastery head want to compete with the Tao ancestor in terms of Tao techniques? Qin Pingon nodded. Cui Dong asked again, Then do you know why people like to joke and call Taoists the stinky old Taoist? Qin Pingon said, because it's rumored that the Tao ancestor once rode a green ox and traveled the world. Cui Dong sighed softly. This is one of the leads. That old monastery head is one of the oldest living people in the world. You can't imagine how old he is. Qin Pingon put away the blade's strengthening gourd and rubbed his face with both hands. His palms were sweaty. So that's the true identity of the East Sea Monastery's old monastery head. Cui Shi smiled and said, why don't you think about the worst outcome, the one that brought the best outcome to the Tongyi continent? Was the young man who unintentionally ruined the plan of the Fushang sect's great demon the work of the old Daoist? Of course the young man didn't mean it, but the old Taoist did. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He used the sword furnace as a pillar to settle his mind. His thoughts were chaotic like snowflakes. Even if he didn't care about the survival of the Tongyi continent, what about the people he knew? Let me give you a word of advice. Don't go overboard. Believe it or not, those who won't die may even benefit from the disaster. After you say that, most of them will die. As I said before, luckily we still have time. Cui Dong obviously didn't care much about this. He didn't care what Qin Pingon did. He only said indifferently, I once traveled the world. One of my fundamental knowledge, other than the old scholar looking down on the theory of merit, was in the word fine. So before I stepped into the Aquarius continent, I already believed in two things. The demon race will definitely break through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Once the demon race invades the world, they will definitely attack the Tongyi continent. As long as they take down the Tongyi continent, what is the small Aquarius continent? Half of the top sword cultivators in the North continent, what is it? A pure jade continent full of merchants facing a strong enemy. How much backbone do they have? Cui Dong waved his hand. At least 3 continents will be in our hands in the blink of an eye. Once the pure jade continent judges the situation and chooses to surrender without a fight, even if the pure jade continent chooses to be neutral and not help either side, who will lose more? In that case, how many continents will the demon race occupy? Will that be considered as having a firm foothold? How many continents are there in the world? The demon race will then slowly plot against the northwest Wuxia continent. Is it really what some self-proclaimed intelligent people think, that the moment the demon race enters, they will be locked up and beaten? The world will then have the opportunity to take over the savage desolation world? Qin Pingon slowly stood up. I understand. Not only did he understand why Cui Dongshan had that problem when he was at the Cliff Academy, he also understood why Alliance did not kill the Dali dynasty that year. Cui Dong laughed out loud and looked around. You say that I, Cui Dong, am ambitious and want to spread my knowledge to the entire continent? To be the imperial advisor of a continent and a country, is this considered a great ambition? Cui Dong's face was full of ridicule and shook his head. One fist to break a mountain, one sword to kill millions of people. Is it powerful? Is it refreshing? In the big picture, you Qin Pingon can wait and see. Count with your fingers the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of Tongyi continent. Whether you are good or evil, in the end, how many mountains can you leave behind? How many immortals can survive? Then look at the demon race that is pouring into Tongyi continent like a tide, whether they accept money, whether they are reasonable. Cui Dong's mouth curled up. Everything has to be repaid. Cui Dong stretched out a palm and like a knife quickly cut down. When Alliance was at Dali's capital, he did not say a word to me about this. But at that time I was even more certain that Alliance believed that the worst outcome would come, just like Qi Jingchun that year. This has nothing to do with whether they recognize me, Cui Dong, as a person or not. So I want all the scholars of the vast world and those bastards of the savage world to take a good look, how I, Cui Dong, use my own strength to convert the resources of a continent into the strength of a country, and with Old Dragon City as the fulcrum, I will build an impenetrable defense line on the southern coast of the Aquarius continent. Cui Dong waved his sleeves and the wind and clouds changed. The peak of Luopa mountain was instantly covered in clouds. The world was pitch black and one could not see their fingers in front of them. At the same time, Qin Pingon discovered that under his feet, a map of mountains and rivers gradually appeared, like the stars in the sky, like the lights of a city. South Pasua continent, Southwest Fuyao continent, East Aquarius continent, Southeast Tongyi continent, North Julu continent, North Baifeng continent, West Jinjia continent, Northwest Wuxia continent. Finally, There was the Central Plains divine continent that was surrounded by stars. The sky was round and the earth was round. This was not strange because the vast world was one of the fragments, and so were the Qingming world and the savage world. Qin Pingon wanted to speak but stopped and did not ask the question because he already had the answer. Why didn't you Cui Dong announce this to the world? No one would listen and they might not believe it. And once it was revealed, the Yao would naturally have a countermeasure. Cui Dong changed the topic and smiled. There was once an ancient prophecy, but it was not widely circulated, and there are probably not many people left who believe it. When I was young, I accidentally flipped through a book, and when I happened to read that sentence, I felt that I really owed that person a cup of wine. This prophecy was, Masters of the World. It was not the master of the Yin-Yang branch, but the lowest of the 100 schools of thought, the master of mathematics that was looked down upon even more than the lowly Shang family. The master of mathematics was the master of knowledge and was ridiculed as the Shang family's accountant, that abacus. Our 3 sects in the 100 schools of thought have so much knowledge. Do you know where the flaw is? It is impossible to measure, and it is more inclined to ask one's heart, and they like to seek the great way from the void, and are unwilling to measure the path under their feet accurately. Therefore, when the later generations pursue knowledge and start walking, there will be problems. And the sages are not good at it and are unwilling to talk about it in detail. The 3,000 words left by the Tao ancestor were already a lot, and the Buddha simply did not write. The fundamental knowledge of our holy master was also compiled into a sutra with the help of the 72 students. Cui Dong turned to look at the dazzled Qin Pingon. You Qin Pingon suffered so much at the book slip lake. Why? Do you know little? Do you know little? Is the order of the old scholar bad? I don't think so. Qin Pingon was unwilling to talk about this. Instead he asked, why did you reveal the secrets of heaven to me? Cui Dong smiled and said, before the chess game at the book slip lake began, I made a promise with myself. As long as you win, I will tell you these things and you and Qi Jingchun will come to an end. Qin Pingon asked, win? Are you joking? Cui Dong nodded and said, yes, it is a joke. Cui Dong shook his sleeves and the map of mountains and rivers disappeared in an instant. He sneered and said, you Qi Jingchun Alliance, the old scholar, and the future Qin Qingdu and Qin Chunan, aren't the things you have done a joke in the eyes of so many self-satisfied smart people? Cui Dong turned his head and looked at the young man in green with the blade strengthening gourd. A swordsman, a paladin, and a scholar? Cui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed to his head, saying, the chess game at the book slip lake has ended, but life is not a chess game. There is no new game. The good and the bad are still with you. According to your current state of mind, if you go on like this, your achievements may not be low. But you are destined to disappoint some people and also to make some people happy. The 2 sides of disappointment and happiness have nothing to do with good or evil. But I am sure that you don't want to know the answer and don't want to know who the 2 sides are. Qin Pingon looked at the Dali imperial tutor. He was indeed very similar to the young Cui Dongshan, but they were indeed 2 different people. Cui sure seemed to have some thoughts and finally said a few words that did not affect the overall situation. The mansion of the rich and powerful, 100 feet tall building, can hold up a round of moonlight. In the market carrying water home, can also bring back 2 bright moons. Since ancient times, the drinkers have been the most difficult to get drunk. Qin Pingon sat on the steps again and took off the blade strengthening gourd. He raised his hand several times but did not drink. Cui Dong said, in your heart Qi Jingchun as a scholar and Alliance as a swordsman, are like the sun and the moon in the sky, showing you the way and helping you to travel day and night. Now I have told you all this. You already know what happened to Qi Jingchun and you also know whether Alliance's sword was good or not. Then the question is, Qin Pingon, have you really thought about what to do in the future? Qin Pingon was silent. Cui Dong left. Because Cui Dong was not interested in the answer. Qin Pingon lay back, put the blade strengthening gourd beside him and closed his eyes. He suddenly thought of the words carved on the wall of the Huangliang Tavern on the inverted mountain. The words were crooked and crawling. It was written by Alliance to Mr. Qi. There was nothing good in Jianghu except for the wine. Qin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes, stood up and said in his heart. A long golden line swept out from the bamboo building on Luapa Mountain and came to the top of the mountain. Qin Pingon held it in his hand, pointed the sword downwards, and gently picked up the blade strengthening gourd. Finally he stretched out his arm and held the sword forward. He smiled and said, "Wine is enough." "It's enough." Qin Pingon went down the mountain with the sword and drank. After drinking to his heart's content he was really drunk and staggered. When he passed by Zhou Lian's house he happened to see Sun Yuanji, who was practicing boxing under the moonlight. When she discovered that he reeked of alcohol, her eyes flinched and she stopped her stance, breaking off her fist in intent. Qin Pingon smiled and walked away. After he staggered away he did not stop. On the mountain path he turned his head and said, "Sun Yuanji, your fist is really not good." Sun Yuanji closed one eye and extended a finger as if wanting to speak. There was a bang. Qin Pingon fell to the ground. Sun Yuanji sighed in her heart. Why was he pretending to be an expert and boasting? The young mountain lord hurriedly picked up the sword Immortal and the blade's strengthening gourd, and his footsteps became much faster. But he was clearly pretending to be drunk. Sun Yuanji turned to look at old Immortal Zhu's house and felt indignant. To have such an impudent mountain lord, he was really on a pirate ship. On the other side of the cliff, Qin Pingon lay on the stone table. His burning face was pressed against the cool surface of the table, and he just looked into the distance. He blinked and shook his head, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In Longquan County, was there anyone who dared to travel with the wind in such a hurry? Extremely far away, a white streak of light hung in the sky. Its momentum was astonishing. It must have already alarmed many of the cultivators on the mountain. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and ignored it. What was there to be afraid of in Luopa Mountain? He fell asleep just like that. That night, a white-clothed youth with a mole between his eyebrows was bewitched just to see the mister. He used all of his abilities and arcane treasures and hurriedly returned north. He was even more destined to hurriedly head south. He gently carried the green-clothed mister who was already sound asleep on his back. With light steps he walked towards the bamboo house and called out softly, "Mister." He set a small target first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 480. As one of the tallest mountains in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, Luopa Mountain was the best place to admire the moon. Cui Dongshan, dressed in white, gently closed the bamboo door on the first floor. When the handsome young man stood still, it was truly the return of the moon and the clouds. Cui Dongshan tiptoed to the second floor. Cui Qing was already in the corridor, the moonlight washing the railing. Cui Dongshan greeted him and the old man nodded with a smile. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, while Cui Dongshan leaned on the railing, his 2 sleeves hanging over the railing. Cui Qing didn't want to talk too much with Cui Shi. Instead, Cui Qing wanted to get closer to this Cui Dongshan, who was split into 2 halves. Perhaps it was because Cui Cheng's memories were more similar. Cui Qing asked, "Why did you come back?" Cui Dongshan said softly, "Wandering around outside, I always feel that there's nothing exciting about it. When I reached the boundary of Lakeview Academy, I wanted to meet the teachers but I couldn't talk to them. I was annoyed so I sneaked back." Cui Qing laughed. "Since you're doing great things with a clear conscience, you must have perseverance. You can't always think about what's interesting and boring." Cui Dongshan used his chin as a rag, wiping the railing back and forth. "I know." Cui Qing asked, "You're leaving tonight?" Cui Dongshan nodded. "I still have to do proper things. The old bastard likes to be serious and he's willing to admit defeat. Since I've chosen to lower my head to him, I naturally won't delay his great undertaking. I'll be diligent and honest. I'll treat it like I was doing homework with my teacher when I was young." Cui Qing didn't say much. The old man didn't think he had the right to tell them what to do. Back then he was pedantic, inflexible and liked to put on airs. That was why the little bastard left home and traveled far away. He left the Aquarius continent in one breath and went to the Central Divine continent to acknowledge a poor old scholar as his teacher. This was beyond the old man's expectations. Back then, every time Cui Dong sent a letter home asking for money, the old man was both angry and distressed. How much good knowledge could a dignified grandson of the Cui family learn in a shabby alley? That was fine. Since he admitted defeat to his family and asked for money, how could he have the nerve to ask for so little money every month? How many books could he buy? Even if he didn't eat or drink for a year, would he be able to gather a decent set of documents? Of course, the old man didn't know that the old scholar's knowledge was as high as the sun in the sky until much later. Cui Qing said, Cui Dong went to see Chen Pingon just now. He should have told him everything. Cui Dongshan made a sound of acknowledgement. He was not surprised that Cui Dong could see through him. In fact, Cui Dongshan saw Cui Dong the same way. After all, they were once the same person. Cui Dongshan turned his head. Why don't I leave later? Cui Qing laughed and said, if you leave early or later, can I stop you? Other than when I locked you up in the attic to study when you were young, when have you ever listened to your grandfather's words? Cui Dongshan said, I'll listen to Grandpa this time. Cui Qing said, fine. If he nags you later, you can just push the blame to me. Cui Dongshan was beaming with joy. He skillfully climbed up the railing and landed on the ground floor. He swaggered toward Zhou Lian's residence and went to Pei Qian's courtyard first. He made a series of strange noises, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue and bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Pei Qian, who had just woken up, was startled. He quickly took out a yellow paper talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Then, without even wearing shoes, he rushed to the windowsill with his mountain walking stick in hand. He closed his eyes and performed a set of crazy swordsmanship, shouting, Go, go! I'll spare your life. Cui Dongshan shouted angrily, You broke my master's window. You have to pay for it. Pei Qian was stunned. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pressed the talisman on his forehead to prevent himself from falling. If it was a demon who deliberately changed into Cui Dongshan's appearance, he couldn't let his guard down. She asked tentatively, Who am I? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Eldest senior sister. Pei Qian was relieved. It seemed that it was the real Cui Dongshan. She ran to the windowsill and stood on tiptoe. She asked curiously, Why are you here again? Cui Dongshan asked back, Why do you care? Pei Qian took off the talisman and put it in her sleeve. She ran to open the door, but Cui Dongshan was gone. She looked around but couldn't find him. When she looked up, she saw a guy in white hanging upside down under the eaves. Pei Qian was so scared that she sat on the ground. Tears were already in Pei Qian's eyes. Just as she was about to cry, Cui Dongshan was like an icicle hanging under the eaves on a snowy day. Cui Dongshan fell from the eaves in an upside-down position. His head hit the ground with a thud and then he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Pei Qian's tears turned into laughter. The grievance in her heart suddenly disappeared. Cui Dongshan got up, shook his snow-white sleeves and asked casually, Where's that blind bee *th? Pei Qian said carefully, Sister Shi Ro is now busy with business at the shop. He helped me make money. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still worked hard. You can't bully her anymore or I'll tell master. Cui Dongshan sneered and said, Tell? Your master is me. Sir, it's obvious that you're closer to me. When I met Sir, you were still playing in the mud somewhere. Pei Qian didn't want to be inferior to him in this matter. After thinking for a while, she said, Master went to the Zhishui country to travel the Jianghu and brought me a lot of gifts. Do you have any? Even if you do, can you have more than me? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, You want to compare your wealth with mine? Pei Qian said seriously, Our own doesn't count. We only compare what our masters and masters gave us. Cui Dongshan spread out his hands and said, It's not shameful to lose to eldest senior sister. Pei Qian nodded and said, A wise man submits to circumstances. Cui Dongshan stretched out a finger and poked Pei Qian's forehead. You can talk nonsense and anger the ancient sages to death. Pei Qian slapped away Cui Dongshan's dog paw and said timidly, Impudent. Cui Dongshan was amused. Little charcoal used such a good phrase without any pride. Cui Dongshan started to walk out of the courtyard. Let's go and play with the pig. Pei Qian was no longer sleepy. She happily followed behind Cui Dongshan and told him about her and sister Bao Ping's heroic deed of poking a hornet's nest. Cui Dongshan asked, It's fine if you're naughty, but you even implicated little Bao Ping. Master didn't beat you? Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, Stop talking nonsense. Cui Dongshan sighed and said, My master really treats you like his own daughter. Pei Qian was overjoyed. The big white goose was better at talking than the old chef. As for the big white goose, it was a nickname Pei Qian gave Cui Dongshan in private. She had only told sister Bao Ping, who was the most tight-lipped. When they passed by a house, there was the muffled sound of punching from inside the wall. Cui Dongshan stepped into the air and climbed up step by step. When he stood outside the wall, he saw a slender and beautiful girl practicing his master's best move, the 6-step pile walk. Pei Qian leaned the walking stick against the wall and took a few steps back. She jumped high and stepped on the walking stick. She grabbed the wall with both hands and exerted a little strength in her arms. She successfully stuck her head out. Cui Dongshan rubbed his face and muttered, "This punch really stings my eyes." Pei Qian lowered her voice and said, "Sun Yunji is not a bad person. He's just a little stupid." Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "I can see that." After all, Sun Yunji was a potential martial artist that Zhou Xian had his eyes on. She was a woman who had the potential to become a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. Only in a place like Luopa Mountain where ghosts and immortals roamed, she was not the least bit conspicuous. Otherwise, if she was casually thrown into Combe country or Tsai country, once she climbed to the 7th realm, she would be a true grandmaster. It was just that Sun Yunji had just started practicing. It was not easy to immerse herself in the practice. Therefore, it was not until she took a short rest and stopped practicing that she heard the whispers on the wall. She immediately turned sideways and stepped back. She opened her hands into a boxing stance and looked up angrily and shouted, "Who?" When she saw the head of the handsome young man, she frowned. Where did this stranger who looked like a banished immortal come from? She then saw Pei Qian grinning at the side. Only then did Sun Yunji feel relieved. Cui Dongshan put his elbows on the wall and asked, "Are you a registered disciple of the Luopa Mountain selected by Zhou Xian?" Sun Yunji did not answer and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian smiled and introduced, "He is called Cui Dongshan. He is my master's student. We are the same generation." Sun Yunji began to murmur. The young master's student and disciple? Was this handsome young man in front of her stupid? Of all people, why did he have to find that ignorant and incompetent guy to be his teacher? All year round he only knew how to wander around outside and be a hands-off shopkeeper. Occasionally he would return to the mountain. She heard that if he was not messing around he would drink and sell himself in the middle of the night. What could you learn from that guy? That guy was really blind. He dared to be someone's teacher. Was he that short of money? Sun Yunji sighed in her heart and looked at the handsome young man in white with some pity. Cui Dongshan said softly, "He is really stupid. He is not pretending." Pei Qian said, "I didn't lie to you." The two heads almost disappeared from the wall at the same time. They had a great tacit understanding. Sun Yunji could not hear clearly and was too lazy to care. Anyway, there were many strange people and strange things on the Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan did not go to find Zhou Xian. He took Pei Qian to the top of the Luopa Mountain. He stamped his foot and angrily shouted, "Come out." The mountain god of the Luopa Mountain, Song Yuzhong, quickly showed his true body. Facing the young man whose true identity he had known in the past, Song Yuzhong bowed at the bottom of the steps outside the ancestral temple but did not call him anything. Cui Dongshan's face was gloomy and his body was full of killing intent. He strode forward. Song Yuzhong stood in the same place. Pei Qian saw the situation. Wonderful, Cui Dongshan is going to start a demon again? She hurried to catch up with Cui Dongshan and whispered, "Speak properly. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. When the time comes, the one who will be embarrassed will be master." Cui Dongshan sighed and stood in front of the mountain god of the Luopa Mountain with a calm expression. He asked, "Being an official is like dying. You finally became a mountain god but you still don't understand?" Although Song Yuzhong was in awe of this imperial advisor Cui Shi, he had a clear conscience about how he conducted himself in society. Therefore he would never show the slightest bit of cowardice. Slowly he said, "Let's not talk about the greatly lacking people who know how to conduct themselves. From the fallen Lu dynasty, to the struggling Gao clan of Great Sui, to the small vassal states like Huangting Kingdom, when have we ever lacked such people?" Cui Dongshan asked, "Then let me ask you. Whether being an official or a mountain god, you have been placed in these positions by the Song clan. Are you pursuing moral self-perfection or wholeheartedly for the country and the people?" Song Yuzhong asked, "Imperial tutor, can't I have both?" Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves and said impatiently, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Song Yuzhong bowed and said goodbye. Meticulously, his golden body returned to the clay statue and took the initiative to close the door, temporarily giving up the patrol of the Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan took Pei Qian for a walk at the top of the mountain. Pei Qian curiously asked, "Why are you angry?" "I'm not angry. I'm never angry for stupid people. I'm just worried that I'm not smart enough. Cui Dongshan shook his head, spread out his hands and gestured. Everyone has their own way of living, knowledge, principles, old sayings, experience and so on. Adding them together, it's like building a house for yourself. Some are small, like the small houses in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Some are big like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fulu Street. Pei Qian nodded. I like to see big and small houses, so I can understand what you're saying. That mountain god who's not afraid of you is obviously a closed-minded guy. He's stubborn and obstinate. Cui Dongshan turned his head and glanced at Pei Qian's eyes. He smiled. Not bad, very clever. Pei Qian crossed his arms and held the mountain walking stick. Of course, I'm about to go to school to study. Cui Dongshan smiled. Then I have to remind you that the space in a house is limited. You can't fit this in. Why do many scholars become stupid from studying? It's a kind of network of reading too many books. Every book you read will cover more windows and doors. So the more you read, the more you can't see the world clearly. In the blink of an eye, your hair will turn white and you'll still be scratching your head. Why do I still live worse than pigs and dogs even though I've studied so much? In the end, I can only comfort myself that it's not my fault that the world's morals are deteriorating day by day. Pei Qian looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he whispered, I'm going to school so that master can be more at ease when he goes on a long journey. It's not like I'm really going to study. Study my ass, my head hurts. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes, then laughed loudly and ran down the mountain. I'm going to complain. Pei Qian was stunned, then he burst into tears. He began to run as fast as he could to chase after the big white goose. Cui Dongshan suddenly stopped and stood at the bottom of a flight of stairs. He turned his head and saw a charcoal lass. In order to catch up to him, she didn't care if she would fall and hurt herself. He kicked off the mountain peak and leaped high. She looked very much like the straw sandals youth from Clay Bottle Alley who flew like an eagle. Cui Dongshan smiled. Teacher, student, disciple. So the three of us are the same. We're all afraid of growing up, but we have no choice but to grow up. Suddenly, someone slapped the back of Cui Dongshan's head. The uninvited guest laughed angrily. You're bullying Pei Qian again. Before she finished speaking, a man in a green robe who had just rushed over from the Luopa Mountain bamboo house. With a tap of his foot, his figure flew over, hugged Pei Qian and put her on the ground. Cui Dongshan smiled and bowed. Student was wrong. Pei Qian wiped the sweat off her face. She turned and began to speak up for Cui Dongshan. Master, I was just playing with him. We didn't actually talk about anything. Cui Dongshan pecked at the rice. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Pingon smiled. Do you believe it yourselves? Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan said in unison. Yes. Qin Pingon didn't get to the bottom of it. They were just fooling around anyway. The three of them went down the mountain together. Teacher's student, master's disciple. The green-robed and white-robed little charcoal. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 481. The three of them came to the edge of the cliff and sat down. Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian were not willing to sit on the seat opposite Qin Pingon, so they sat further away from their teacher or master. The moonlight at the gate was less than a lantern, but the mountain was still beautiful. The three of them looked into the distance. The one with the highest seniority was the one with the closest vision. Even with the moonlight, Qin Pingon still could not see too far. Pei Qian, on the other hand, could see the faint light at Red Candle Town and the faint green at Chiduan Mountain. That was the mist left behind by Wei Pai's valiant bamboo of green Immortal Mountain. As an earth immortal of Yuanying, Cui Dongshan naturally could see further. He could see the rough contours of Xihua Tongdan and Yuyo rivers. Pei Qian took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and placed them on the stone table. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. However, the position where he placed them was slightly closer to his master and himself. Cui Dongshan heard the soft sound of the melon seeds falling to the ground. He came back to his senses and remembered something. He twisted his wrist and took out 4 bags of different sizes. He gently placed them on the ground. The fluorescent light flowed and covered the surface of the bags with a layer of colorful light that easily covered the moonlight. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Teacher, this is the soil of the future 4 peaks of Aquarius continent. Although the bags are not big, they are very heavy. Even the smallest bag weighs more than 40 caddies. They were dug from the roots of the ancestral veins of the major mountains. Except for the northern peak in Mount Biyun, they are all here." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "What hard work? If not for this little bit of hope, I would have been bored to death." Pei Qian raised his butt and stretched his neck. "Can I open it and take a look?" Cui Dongshan waved his hand. Take a look, take a look. You will be ashamed to death. Take a look at how my student shares his burden. Then take a look at yourself. As the first disciple of his master, you are always sloppy. Are you satisfied with earning more than 10 taels of silver a month and riding Dragon Alley? Without a net profit of 20 to 30 taels of silver a month, you have the nerve to ask for credit? To be able to earn 300 taels of silver a year and buy a decent small house in Longquan County City, that's more like it. Pei Qian crossed his arms and said, "What's there to look at? I'm not looking anymore." Cui Dongshan grinned and said, "Then I beg you to take a look. Will you take a look?" Pei Qian gave him a thumbs up. Generous. Pei Qian did not give Cui Dongshan a chance to back out. He got up and went around Qin Pingon to open the bags of legendary 5 colors soil. He squatted there and stared with his eyes wide open. His master had once said that there was a type of guanine clay that could be eaten when hungry. He wondered if he could eat this colorful soil. Cui Dongshan kicked Pei Qian's butt. "Little girl, you're so short-sighted. Be careful that you don't meet any scholar with a sweet mouth in the future. You'll be abducted by him." Pei Qian reached out and patted his butt. Without turning his head, he said, "If I don't beat their brains out, I'll be a chivalrous person." Cui Dongshan started to get down to business. He looked at Qin Pingon and said slowly, "Mister, on this trip to the North Continent, bring along Wei Pai's share as well. You can wait at the North Continent for the news to spread. It will take about 1.5 to 2 years. When the Song clan officially grants the title of the 4 peaks, that will be the best time for Mister to refine this item. This refinement cannot be too early, but it can be too late. Actually, let's not talk about taboos. In the future, refining the 5 colors soil in the Middle Mountains will be the most beneficial, and it will be easier to attract strange phenomena and gifts. However, we still have to leave some face for the Song clan. Otherwise, it will be too much of a slap to their face. The entire court will be watching. That brat Song, he has just ascended the throne, and he will become the emperor who has opened up the most territory in the Aquarius continent. It will be easy for him to get hot-headed. Once the people below him start stirring up trouble, even if the old bastard can suppress them, it will be a hidden danger to Luopa Mountain. After all, the old bastard will be very busy. The world is like this. Those who do things will always make more mistakes. When the time comes to unify the Aquarius continent, the old bastard will have to face many restrictions from the central divine continent. It will not be a small problem. On the other hand, Song, he who does not do anything, is enjoying life. As long as people are idle, they will be angry. As for refining the 5 colors soil, I know what to do. Qin Pingon nodded his head, then said worriedly, "When the Dali Steel Cavalry takes over the Aquarius continent in one go, they will be rewarded for their contributions. It will be hard for the people to relax, and in the short term, it will not be good to reveal the secrets of the heavens to them. At that time, it will be the time to test your and Cui Dong's ability to rule the country." Cui Dongshan laughed. "At that time there will be many things to worry about, but it will not be a big mess. A new house with a sturdy foundation and a good framework with no cracks in the pillars, we will not be afraid of the wind and rain. The paper on the windows will be broken and the roof tiles will fall. These are all small matters that need to be repaired. When the new house becomes an old house with the doors rotting, the pillars cracking, and the house filled with termites, snakes and rats, at that time, it will not be something that the old bastard and I will have to worry about." Qin Pingon nodded his head and did not say anything else. On the road to success, one had to pay attention to the details, and do not forget that the person in front of him was the ancestor of this knowledge. Cui Dongshan turned his head and glanced at the bamboo building. After retracting his gaze, he asked, Now that there are many mountains, Luopa Mountain does not need to be said, it is already very good. As for the rest of the Grey Mist Mountains, Xieyu's back, sword reverence stage, etc., have Mr. chosen the treasures that are buried there? Qin Pingon laughed bitterly. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. I have some ideas, but I do not have any suitable items. The Guyu money that was originally used to build the Luopa Mountains mountain protecting formation was already used up, and it was not a long-term plan. So in this trip to the North Continent, other than training in the sword, he wanted to give it a try, to be a true wild cultivator, to visit the ruins of the Immortal residence, to search for the Dragon Palace secret realm in the water, to see if he could earn some unexpected wealth to supplement his family. Cui Dongshan was about to speak. Qin Pingon waved his hand and said, "Two different things, even brothers of the same family need to settle accounts clearly." Cui Dongshan was a little resentful. As long as he was willing to learn from his teacher's ability to be the child of wealth, perhaps in the vast world, only the person surnamed Lu in the White Jade continent could compete with him. Qin Pingon asked casually, "Wei Xian has followed you all the way, how is his state now?" Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, "After Wei Xian left the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, his ambition was not to reach the peak of martial arts. The talents that I can use now are pitiful and can be counted on one hand. Since Wei Xian has that ambition, I will give him a push. When I return to the Lakeview Academy, I will quickly throw Wei Xian into Dali's army. As for whether to choose to rely on Su Gaoshan or Chao Gui, we will see. It is not particularly urgent. When Dali goes south, there will not be many battles to the death like the Zhuang dynasty, but there will be many tough battles. Wei Xian can catch up, especially in the south where many immortals are used to abusing their power. Those 1,000-year-old residences are even tougher, and Wei Xian's opportunity to stand out will come. Teacher, in the future, even if Luopa Mountain becomes an abode on the mountain, and even if it is full of immortal qi, there will still be a need for 1 or 2 bridges up and down the mountain. Wei Xian will be in the temple, Lu Baixiang will be in the Jianghu, and Zhu Lian will stay by your side to perform their duties. At present it seems that this is the best choice." Qin Pingon nodded. Pei Qian asked, "What about Sister Sui?" Cui Dongshan did not answer Pei Qian's question, but said seriously, "Teacher, don't be anxious." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "The sentence in your previous letter, 'Shake the great and destroy the strong,' plans slowly. In fact, it can be applied to many things. Tongye Continent, Inverted Mountain and Great Wall of Sword Qi." 482. In fact, Pei Qian was not sleepy, but Qin Pingon urged him to sleep. When Qin Pingon passed by Tsin Yuanji's house, there was still the dull sound of fists shaking clothes in the courtyard. Zhu Lian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at Qin Pingon with a smile. The two walked side by side with a great difference in height. The northern men of the Baoping continent were tall, and Dali was a young man with a tall and sturdy body and outstanding strength. He was famous in the continent. Dali's standard armor and saber followed the Chao family's style, and Yuan family's style respectively. They were famous for being heavy and only northern elite soldiers could wear them. Qin Pingon was now tall and slender, while Zhu Lian was habitually stooped. Just by looking at their backs, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Qin Pingon intended to let Zhu Lian rush to the Book Lake to deliver the Guyu money to Gu Kan and Zheng Yi for the preparation of the Water and Land Dojo and the grand ritual of Zhou Tian. Zhu Lian had no objections. During this time, Dong Shuijing would accompany them. Dong Shuijing would stop at Qishui City and privately meet with the Pillar State Guan family's direct great-grandson Guan Yiran. Whether it was Zhu Lian or Dong Shuijing, they were both people who made Qin Pingon feel at ease. When the two of them traveled together, Qin Pingon did not need to deliberately remind them of anything. Qin Pingon did not hide the general trend of the world from Zhu Lian. After Zhu Lian heard about it, he did not lament. He only said that in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, his actions were just a dojo in a snail's shell. Now that he was in the vast world, he did not think about these magnificent things. He, Zhu Lian, could only sweep the snow in front of the door and add frost to the roof. When they reached the first floor of the bamboo building, Qin Pingon asked Zhu Lian to take a seat while he began to pack his belongings. The day after tomorrow, they would board the ferry at the ferry port of Oxhorn Mountain. They would board a cross-continent ferry between Old Dragon City and North Continent. The destination was a famous place called the Land of Spiritual Beauty. It was so famous that Qin Pingon had read about it in the Inverted Mountain Immortal book. Moreover, the book was not small. It was called the Bone Beach. It was an ancient battlefield site in the south of North Continent. The Immortal sect that oversaw this place was called the Hemp sect. It was a subsect of a great sect of the Central Continent. The sect had 100,000 Yin soldiers and Yin generals. Although they dealt with Yin spirits and ghosts, the Hemp sect had a good reputation. The disciples of the sect would go down the mountain to gain experience and gather malicious spirits and evil spirits. When the sect's disciples went down the mountain to gain experience, they would gather malicious spirits and evil spirits. When the sect opened, they set down an iron law. The disciples of the sect were to go down the mountain to give orders to deities and ghosts, suppress demons and subdue demons. They were not allowed to ask for any reward from those who helped them. Regardless of whether they were high-ranking officials, dignitaries, or commoners, they were not allowed to take a single cent. Those who violated this rule would have their longevity broken and be expelled from the sect. That was why the cultivators of the Linen sect at the Skeleton Beach were also known as the Little Celestial Master in the North Continent. Within 1,000 miles of the Linen sect, there were many righteous ghost cultivators stationed there. That was why Qin Pingon wanted to explore for a few more days after arriving at the Skeleton Beach. After all, occupying an island in the Book Slip Lake and building a sect suitable for ghost cultivators had always been Qin Pingon's greatest regret. Zhou Xian saw Qin Pingon take out the neatly folded golden wine robe. He hesitated for a moment as if he wanted to keep it and not bring it to the North Continent. Zhou Xian glanced at the folding fan that Qin Pingon had placed on the table. It was a gift from Cui Dongshan. Even if Zhou Xian used his butt to think, he knew that it was undoubtedly a magic weapon. He smiled and said, "Young master, the golden wine paired with the folding fan is a perfect match for the beauty in her prime and the glazed mirror that reflects her delicate features." Qin Pingon sat behind the desk and meticulously counted the immortal money. He said unhappily, "I'm going to the North Continent to practice my swordsmanship, not to sightsee. Moreover, it's said that in the North Continent, people fight and kill if they don't like you. If I dare to roam the Jianghu like that, wouldn't I learn from Pei Qian and stick a talisman on my forehead and write the words I'm asking for a beating?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Young master, no matter how chaotic the Jianghu is, it's not all about fighting and killing. Even the Book Slip Lake has its own culture. It's better to keep the golden wine with you in case you need it. It doesn't take up much space anyway." Zhou Xian suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, "Why? Young master, have you thought about who you want to lend this item to?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I want to find an opportunity to send it to Lu Xianyang from the Mellow Scholar Qin family in the South Saw continent." Zhou Xian asked, "Is it through the Qin family from the Dragon Tail stream who opened a school in the small town?" Qin Pingon gently twirled a small coin. It was a topaz copper coin with seal script on both front and back. It was no longer the seal script of one of the 4 evil spirits of the Shu Shui country, Wei Wei, who had spent money to avoid disaster in the dilapidated ancient temple. The seal script of the small coin was engraved with 9 dragons spitting water, and 8 divisions divine light. The seal script content of the small coin was like this, varied and indefinite. It was not like the snow coin, which was the only one in the world. This was of course the power of the god of wealth Lu Shur of the Snow Mountain continent. As for the origin of the small coin, it was scattered all over the place. Therefore the exchange of the small coin and the snow coin was slightly fluctuating. Qin Pingon said, "When the Mellow Scholar Qin family came to Lizhu Paradise and examined the tombstone, his name was Qin Dui. Although his temper was not very good and his tone was harsh, his nature was not bad. The scholar that the Qin family from the Dragon Tail stream of the Great Yong dynasty contacted Qin Dui was Qin Songfeng, a friend of mine named Lu Baqiao. We had a very good relationship." Although Qin Songfeng's temper was a bit soft, and he lacked confidence when facing the legitimate daughter of a noble family from the South Saw continent, Qin Songfeng was cultured and refined and could not be faked. I believe that the 1,000-year-old reputation of a noble family is more valuable than a half-immortal weapon. Zhou Xian did not feel that there was anything wrong with Qin Pingon sending the golden wine robe to Lu Xianyang, whether it was a gift or a temporary loan. However, the timing was not right. Therefore he persisted in his opinion in front of Qin Pingon, saying, "Young master, Although you are now a warrior of the sixth realm and are only one step away from the golden wine robe becoming useless or even a burden, how can you not care about this one step away? The journey to the North Continent is bound to be filled with both danger and opportunity. To put it bluntly, if you really encounter a powerful sword cultivator with great killing power, even if you wear the golden wine robe and use it as the military armor, it will still be a good thing to block a few sword strikes. When young master returns to Luapa Mountain next time, whether it is 3 years, 5 years or even 10 years, it will not be too late to send it to Zhou Xian. After all, as long as you are not a pure warrior, even if you are a cultivator of the pure Jade realm, not to mention the Earth Immortals of the Jindan and Yuaning realms, you would not dare to say that wearing the golden wine robe is degrading. Qin Pingon nodded and kept the golden wine robe into the flying sword 15 of the Fengtsuan item. Zhou Lian said, since Cui Dongshan said that there is still half a century for us to operate steadily, and young master also agrees with this point of view, why did you change your mind at the last moment? This is somewhat unlike young master's temperament. Qin Pingon stared at the lamp on the table and suddenly laughed. Zhou Lian, let's drink some wine and talk. Zhou Lian bowed and rubbed his hands. That would be great. Qin Pingon took out 2 pots of precious osmanthus wine and moved the items on the table. He sat opposite Zhou Lian with a desk between them. Qin Pingon then told Zhou Lian about the matter of rebuilding the longevity bridge, the obstacles of the state of mind, the gains and losses, the blessings and misfortunes during the period. He told Zhou Lian everything, no matter how big or small, about the shattering of the natal porcelain when he was young, the tug-of-war with the hierarch Lu Qin, the 300 years he spent with the old Daoist in the lotus flower-blessed land, the hole in his state of mind caused by the Wei Jin dynasty in the Wind Snow Temple and the Flood Dragon Valley. He also talked about his own reasoning, how he was badly battered at the Calligraphy Lake, why he had to shatter the golden body literary courage that had already shown signs of being virtuous, the gentle stinginess outside his heart, the farewells, and the more ghostly cries and wails outside his heart. This was the foundation of a person's Tao and was extremely taboo. It should be known to the heavens, the earth, and himself, and then it should not be known to anyone else. Many immortal Taoist companions on the mountain may not be willing to disclose this matter to each other. However, Qin Pingon spoke so casually that Zhou Lian did not feel restrained. He only listened attentively and occasionally took a sip of wine. Qin Pingon bent down and took out a small clay jar from the drawer. He gently poured out a small pile of broken porcelain pieces. He did not pour it directly on the table but placed it in his palm. Then he gently placed it on the table. These are the natal porcelain pieces that my father personally shattered. After that, my mother died of illness soon after. When I got them back then I was in a daze. I did not think much about how they ended up in my hands. I was just sad. Qin Pingon picked up one of them with 2 fingers. His eyes were dark and gloomy. He said softly, before leaving the Lizhu cave, I relied on this to kill Kai Qinqian of Mount Yunxia in the alley. If I had failed, I would not have everything I have today. Everything that happened before and after was actually a gamble. Before I became an apprentice in the dragon kiln, I learned how to survive. After I learned how to make porcelain from old man Yao, at least I did not have to worry about starvation or freezing to death. I began to think about how to survive. I did not expect that I would have to leave the town in the end, so I began to think about how to survive. After I left the blessed land of lotus flowers in the Taoist temple, I turned back and thought about how to live well and what was right. Qin Pingon lowered his head and stared at the texture of the desk under the light. In my life there were many forks in the road. I took a long detour. But there was a good thing about being ignorant. Qin Pingon raised his head. That is, when I meet someone I respect from the bottom of my heart, I will know where they stand. I will be very curious as to why they can walk to that place. Then it will be simple. I will identify the general direction and just focus on my work. I will be honest with myself and think more about my parents, Mr. Qi and Aliang. If they encounter the same situation, what would they think and what would they do? After that, I actually kept learning. I wanted to take everything that I thought was good in others and make it my own. I was like a thief. Because I was afraid of being poor. I was too afraid. I wanted to keep all the things that I cherished. It's not that I didn't care about money at all. It's not that I, Qin Pingon, was born to be a child of wealth. It's just that to me I had nothing left. Suffering was too normal. I wasn't afraid at all. Even if I lost Luapa Mountain today and was beaten back to its original state, leaving only the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, I wouldn't be afraid. I stole a lot from all of you and I also learned a lot. Other than you, Zhou Xian, there were also Senior Song from Swordwater Villa, Fan Air from Old Dragon City, Lu Yuzhou from Yuanxian Residence, Chao Ci from Great Wall of Sword Energy, Lu Tai, and even Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Zhou Fei from Chunchao Palace, Gentleman Zhong Kuei from Taiping Mountain, and our mortal enemies Lu Laoqing, Lu Jimao, Zhang Yi from Bookslip Lake, and so on. I've been watching all of you silently. I'm very envious of the most outstanding aspects of all of you. Qin Pingon sighed. That's why Senior Cui saw the crux of the problem. There's no such thing as taking advantage of others. Regardless of whether one's actions or methods are good or bad, there will be consequences. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands. Being a person is different from practicing boxing. If you study hard and practice hard, the true meaning of boxing can be acquired. As a person, you take a little here and a little there. It's very easy to form. My state of mind, once my natal porcelain was shattered, it was already scattered. As a result, I've been reduced to a situation where I've been isolated. If I hadn't forcefully separated the primary and the secondary, the problem would have been even bigger. If I hadn't been dreaming and wanted to become a great sword immortal, it would have been fine. I'm a pure martial artist who climbs to the top step by step and doesn't care about these things. However, once I learn from the Qi cultivator, entering the middle 5 states is one hurdle, forming the Aurus core is another hurdle, and becoming the nascent soul is another hurdle. This is not the New Year's Eve of the common people. Every year they will be able to endure it. If you don't mind it, you won't be able to overcome it. Qin Pingon emphasized, I've never thought that I've been overthinking. I still firmly believe that the victory of a moment is based on strength. This is the road to the top. Victory and defeat throughout the ages is based on reason. This is the foundation of standing. Both are indispensable. In this world, there's no such thing as waiting for me to lead a good life before talking about reason. If you achieve great things by being unreasonable, you'll only be more unreasonable in the future. In the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, the old Abbey Dean was a scheming person. I've been watching silently, hoping to see the results of 3 things. But in the end, I didn't manage to do it. 2 things were skipped and the last thing was cut off. I left the bank of the River of Time and returned to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. That thing was about a scholar in the history of Xianxia Kingdom. He was extremely intelligent and had the background of Jinshi. He had great ambitions, but he had bumps and bruises in the officialdom. So he decided to toughen up his temperament and learn the rules of the officialdom. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I really want to know if this scholar succeeded or gave up. Qin Pingon stood up without realizing it. Holding the pot of wine that he had not drunk much, he paced back and forth behind the desk and muttered to himself, I know a lot of principles and I know a lot of right and wrong. Even if I only look at the results and everything I did was not bad during this period, I know my own joys and sorrows. Can be said that I have mixed feelings and am in a mess. For example, whether I should kill Guqin at Bookslip Lake back then, whether I should become an ally with Lu Jimao, who is my sworn enemy, or whether I should feign civility with Lu Laoqing of Gong Willow Island. After I learn a lot of skills, how should I settle accounts with my enemy? Should I press forward without caring about anything else? Or should I think carefully, take a step back and think about whether to make some changes? If I make these changes, things will be right and reasonable. But deep in my heart, will I, Qin Pingon, really be happy? Qin Pingon stood still and shook his head. His eyes were firm and his tone was firm. I'm not very happy. There was a moment of silence. Qin Pingon raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He wiped his mouth. What should I do? In the beginning, I thought that as long as I went to the North Continent, I would be free. But Senior Cui exposed me. This move is useful but not very useful. It treats the symptoms but not the root cause. This makes me very hesitant. I'm not afraid of taking risks, suffering, or being wronged. But I'm most afraid of the feeling of being at a loss. Qin Pingon's eyes were sad. The world is big, but I'm all alone. I have no family. I look around. No one praises me when I'm right and no one scolds me when I'm wrong. That terrible feeling when I was young has always been lingering around me. Whenever I think about it, I feel despair. I know that this mentality is very bad. I've been slowly changing over the years, but it's still not good enough. So, to Guqin, Lu Xianyang, and all the people I think are my friends, I can't wait to give them the things in my hands. Am I really a bodhisattva? Of course not. I just assumed from the beginning that I can't keep anything. But as long as they keep it in their hands, even if I can just take a look at it, it's not a loss. Whether it's money or things, it's all the same. Just like this Daoist robe, do I not like it? I like it. I like it very much. After going through thick and thin for so long, how can I not have feelings for it? What kind of person am I, Qin Pingon? Even a thin horse, Chu Huang, that I've relied on for more than 2 years, had to be brought back from Book Slip Lake to Luapa Mountain. But I'm just afraid that one day I'll die on the way and my belongings will be snatched away. Or will it become the so-called Immortal's opportunity and be left to someone I don't even know? Of course, it's better to give it to Lu Xianying early on. Zhou Xian put down the wine pot and stopped drinking. He slowly said, "Young master's worries are not your own, but a problem shared by everyone in the world." Zhou Lian's hands gently stroked the armrest of the chair. "Not only you, young master, I also have it in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Ding Ying has it, and now all the scholars in the world also have it. Virtuous people, gentlemen, saints, and all the sentient beings in the world have it. The root of the knowledge of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought is actually a competition with the human heart. The Confucians' self-restraint and propriety, the gentleman's caution, the Taoists' quietness and inaction, and the Buddhists' subduing heart monkey and subduing horse. However, knowledge is great knowledge, but when it's put into practice, the threshold is still too high. It's just like the chicken dung and dog dung in the mud bottle alley, it's hard to manage. The merit of Cui Shi and Cui Dongshan's knowledge lies in the fact that they are able to manage the trivial matters outside the door. The drawback lies in the fact that they spend too much energy on trivial matters. Everything has a fixed amount of time and effort. It is easy for the human heart to go down the path. They are too pragmatic, unwilling to pursue empty matters, and thus it is difficult for them to go up. Zhou Lian stood up and stretched out a finger. He lightly tapped the table and grinned. "Next, allow this old servant to make an exception. I won't talk about seniority and will directly call young master by his name." Zhou Lian continued, "What does it mean to be stuck and unable to move forward?" It meant that Qin Pingon's way of looking at the world and his own heart were competing with each other. And these seemingly small knots in his heart would become more and more obvious as his martial arts reached a higher level and he reached a higher cultivation realm. When you, Qin Pingon, become stronger and stronger, you can shatter bricks and shatter walls with one punch. In the future, even the walls of the secular dynasty's capital will be smashed to pieces with one punch. When you brandished your sword in the past, you could help yourself escape danger and intimidate the enemy. In the future, when your sword chi reaches the river, the immortal ancestral hall on a mountain will be obliterated. How can you be faultless? If you were Ma Kushuan, a very annoying person, or even Lu Xianyang, your best friend, you wouldn't have to be like this. But it's precisely because of this that Qin Pingon is the current Qin Pingon. Zhou Lian pointed at Qin Pingon. "Here you." Zhou Lian drew a circle on the desk and said with a smile, "At the Book Slip Lake, you only learned how to make your knowledge and principles harmoniously interact with the world. Not only can you solve problems, but you can also live a good life. You can also barely feel at ease without asking for external help. But in the following mind-examining game, you have to ask yourself who Qin Pingon really is. Since you've chosen this path, then whether it's right or wrong, you have to know it all first. You have to see it clearly. Only then will you have the possibility of correcting the mistakes and perfecting the good. Otherwise, everything is lost." Zhou Lian pointed at Qin Pingon again, this time slightly higher, pointing at the top of Qin Pingon's head. "Previously you said that Wei Pai's words benefited you greatly. It said that in a person's heart there must be a sun and a moon." Zhou Lian's finger slowly moved downwards, pointing behind Qin Pingon. "You also said that the imperial tutor Cui Dong said that a person's heart is bright and resplendent, like grass and trees facing the sun. Shouldn't he also look at the shadow behind him?" Zhou Lian asked, "What are these 2 sentences talking about?" Zhou Lian asked and answered his own question. "One is the future, the other is the past. So I have another question. How is the present? Who do you think you are? There's a common saying that I, Zhou Lian, value the most. Just right now I can take it out and bask it in the sun. The lantern light and the moonlight. Those who know others are wise, those who know themselves are bright. Understand why? What's the meaning of this word? It means that the state of mind is bright and untainted. It also means that the sun and the moon are both bright. Qin Pingon returned to his seat and drank his wine. He seemed to have understood something but also felt relieved. Zhou Xian finally smiled and said, "There are some things that you can't understand even if you think about it. Don't be afraid. Move forward, move slowly. If you make a mistake, correct it. If you don't make a mistake, seek for something better. If you're right, seek for the best. Don't all martial arts and all knowledge fall on the word, attainment?" He went to the inverted hanging mountain Tongye Continent, Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and Book Lake. Isn't the North Continent, which has been full of heroes since ancient times, the best place for Qin Pingon to practice his swordsmanship? Bring a few more jugs of wine. Wear a green robe and wield a sword. Just travel north with a heroic spirit. By the time you return south, you might have already won the title of sword deity. Let the Jianghu remember the name Qin Pingon for 100 years, 1,000 years. When Qin Pingon heard the first part of this speech, he deeply agreed. When he heard the last part, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This wasn't something he would think about. Zhou Xian said in all seriousness, "There are many infatuated beauties in the Jianghu. Young master, you have to be careful." Qin Pingon was helpless. Zhou Xian, who said these words, seemed to be more familiar with him. Zhou Xian raised the jug of wine. "I had a great time chatting with young master tonight. This old servant has been enlightened. May I be so bold as to finish the wine in the jug before leaving?" Zhou Xian was even more familiar with this side of him. Qin Pingon smiled as he raised the jug of wine and finished the osmanthus wine in their respective jugs with Zhou Xian. After Zhou Xian carried the empty jug of wine and closed the door and left, Qin Pingon began to pack his luggage again. The matter of the immortal money was stored in the jade pendant that Zheng Dafeng had given him in Old Dragon City. He had asked for 30 grains of grain rain money from Wei Pai, who helped to manage the money. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not use it. Only when he had the opportunity to refine the 3 natal items outside of water and earth would he use the money to buy a magical treasure that he liked and was suitable for him. In addition, he would bring 50 grains of small heat money and 1,000 grains of snow money. As a sword immortal, he naturally carried the blade strengthening gourd with him. He wore the green robe called spring grass. According to Zhou Lian's instructions, he carried the golden wine gourd in case of an emergency. The core condor bracelet given to him by Wu Yi of the Purple Sun Mansion was equivalent to an attack from an earth immortal. It was an offensive magical treasure that was extremely suitable for him. The true body talisman of the day and night wandering god had already damaged its foundation. He heard that big brother Li Baoping was currently studying in the North Continent to see if it could be repaired. After that, whether the Li family would take back the talisman or keep it for Qin Pingon would be up to Li Shixing. Although Cui Dongshan had vaguely reminded him to draw a clear line with the Li family of Fortune Street outside of the little treasure bottle, Qin Pingon was still willing to be close to Li Shixing. There were also 3 faces carefully made by Zhou Lian. They were the faces of a young man, and an old man. Although they could not fool Earth Immortal cultivators, they were more than enough to traverse the Jianghu. There was also Li Huai's elder sister, Li Lu, who was liked by both Lin Shui and Dong Xuejing. She should be cultivating in the Lion Peak of the North Continent now. It was time for him to visit this family of 3. Then he would personally explore the route into the sea. This was an exchange with the Daoist sect's master Lu Qin. Of course, Lu Qin did not even discuss it with Qin Pingon. But no matter what, this was an open scheme. Qin Pingon would not shirk from it. In the future, the opportunity for the green-robed child Qin Lingjun to attain Dao would depend on whether this route was smooth or not. Flood dragons, pythons, fish demons and the like. Traversing the river was never a simple matter. The Eel River demon in the Tongyi continent had its path blocked by the buried river goddess. It was unable to ascend to the Golden Core realm. Of course, there were people and things that he wanted to meet. There were also people that he did not want to meet. For example, He Xiaoyang, the fairy of the Shineo sect. When he thought of this Daoist sect's female champion who was once the most blessed in the Aquarius continent, he felt that compared to Tongyi continent's Yao Jinji, Baihu River's water goddess Xiao Luan, and Zhuchai Island's Lu Zhongruan added together, she gave Qin Pingon a headache. He only hoped that he would not touch her. Qin Pingon roughly finished packing his luggage for this trip to the north. He let out a long sigh. He could not help but think of the serious Zhou Lian. His elegance was unparalleled. It was unimaginable that the young Zhou Lian was a banished deity in the lotus flower-blessed land. Zhou Lian wandered over to the house and found that his silly daughter, Xianxia, was still practicing her fists. It was just that her fists were unstable. She was forcing herself to hold on. She was clumsy and was not likable. With a tap of his toes, he leaped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. He said, "Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. When you practice boxing, you only know how to release and not retract. This is very troublesome. Practicing boxing is like cultivating the mind. It's good to be willing to endure hardships, but if you don't know how to control the intensity and propriety, the more you practice, the more you'll die. You'll train until you're stupid. How can you let your fists grow?" His words were not very polite. It was similar to how Qin Pingon told Xianxia that her fists were not good. It was one thing for Xianxia to be with the young master of Luopa Mountain, but it was another thing for old Immortal Zhou. She was convinced and immediately began to admit her mistakes. Zhou Lian nodded. "Anyway, it is good that you can endure hardships by yourself. But since you are a registered disciple of Luopa Mountain, you must think highly of yourself. You might as well go to the top of Luopa Mountain to practice your fists from time to time. Look at the magnificent scenery around you. Keep telling yourself, who said that a woman's heart can't hold the beautiful mountains and rivers? Who said that a woman can't reach the top of martial arts and overlook the heroes of Jianghu?" Xianxia's mind swayed and tears filled her eyes. After all, she was a girl from the Nian family. On Luopa Mountain, it was no wonder that she respected old Immortal Zhou the most. He not only saved her from the fire and water, but also gave her such a martial arts future. After that, he treated her like a kind elder. How could Xianxia not be moved? She wiped her tears and said in a trembling voice, "I will remember every word Senior said." Zhou Lian reminded her and was about to leave. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why do you have to endure humiliation in Luopa Mountain?" Zhou Lian smiled and said, "How can I endure humiliation?" Xianxia was shy and embarrassed to say those words. It was not that she was too afraid of the young mountain master, but she was afraid that her words would hurt old Immortal Zhou's face. Zhou Lian pointed at Xianxia. "Fortune favors fools. Just like this, it's good. You don't need to change it. Well, it's best not to change it. Keep it, the longer the better. Our Luopa Mountain should have someone like you." Xianxia smiled slightly. Old Immortal Zhou didn't say a few words to her. Even if he beat and scolded her, it would be with good intentions. Xianxia asked, "Senior, are you used to living here?" Zhou Lian nodded and said, "Savages are used to living in the mountains. I am a lazy person. I am used to it. I can't be more comfortable." Xianxia praised sincerely, "Senior is really a free cloud and a wild crane." Zhou Lian rubbed his chin. "The feng shui of Luopa Mountain is a bit strange." Zhou Lian didn't jump over the wall this time. He opened the door and left. Xianxia locked the door and gently clenched her fist, murmuring, "Xianxia, I must live up to old Immortal Zhou's expectations. Practicing martial arts is tough. I have to be diligent and flexible." Zhou Lian didn't return to the house directly. Instead, he went to the peak of Luopa Mountain and sat on the steps. He shook the empty wine pot and remembered that there was no more wine. No matter, he just had to wait for the sunrise. Zhou Lian suddenly looked over and saw an unexpected person. It was the barefoot old man who rarely left the bamboo house, Tui Ching. Zhou Lian stood up and greeted him with a smile. Tui Ching slowly climbed up and gestured for Zhou Lian to sit down. Zhou Lian plopped down. Tui Ching and Zhou Lian sat side by side. He had brought 2 pots of wine with him and threw one to Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian opened the mud seal and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, "If young master knew that you secretly dug out 2 pots of wine, he wouldn't dare to blame you. Instead, he would scold me for stealing." Tui Ching said expressionlessly, "If Qin Pingon didn't like someone, he wouldn't even say a word." Zhou Lian nodded. "That's true." Tui Ching looked into the distance and asked casually, "Zhou Lian, since you don't have the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's Heavenly Dao bottleneck, why do you still deliberately walk so slowly?" Zhou Lian put down the 2 pots of wine, one on the left and one on the right. He leaned back and rested his elbows on the ground. Languid, he said, "Living like this is the most comfortable." Tui Ching asked again, "Qin Pingon isn't bad, but is he worthy of your treatment?" Zhou Lian was still frivolous in the face of a peak 10th level martial artist's question. "I'm willing. I'm happy." Tui Ching wasn't angry. He would just give him a few more punches when he returned to the bamboo house. Tuiching smiled. You've always been showing your face to others? Even hiding it from your young master? Zhou Xian chuckled. In my hometown I relied on my face to make a living. I've eaten too much. Let's forget about it now. I'm old and have to admit that I'm old. It's not good to let the young ladies worry about me. Tuiching shook his head and left. There was really nothing to talk about with this kind of guy. If it wasn't for Zhou Lian's words on the first floor of the bamboo house, Tuiching wouldn't have made this trip to deliver this pot of wine. After Tuiching left, Zhou Lian simply leaned back and rested his head on his hands. He closed his eyes to rest. When the sun was about to rise, Zhou Lian slowly sat up. There was no one around. He stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them against his temples. He gently lifted the skin of his face to reveal his true face. Wei Pai appeared beside Zhou Lian without anyone noticing. He lowered his head and glanced at Zhou Lian. He sighed. I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. Zhou Lian covered his face and pretended to be shy. He imitated Pei Qian's tone. I'm so embarrassed. Wei Pai also left after holding it in for a long time. He only said, disgusting. Zhou Lian laughed heartily and stood up. He straightened his back and put his hands behind his back. The sun rose from the eastern sea, illuminating Zhou Lian with radiance. He looked like an immortal among immortals. Zhou Lian quickly covered his face again. After carefully combing it, he carried 2 pots of wine and walked down the mountain. Sun Yuanji was practicing her boxing while climbing the mountain. When she saw the stooped old senior, she almost broke her fist in tent and stopped to greet him. But when she thought of their heart-to-heart talk last night, Sun Yuanji forced herself to take a deep breath. She maintained her fist intent and continued to punch. Zhou Lian nodded and brushed past her. Sun Yuanji didn't stop until she reached the top. She turned around and saw a thin figure as small as a grain of rice. The girl thought that when a man like old Immortal Zhu was young, even if he wasn't handsome enough, he must have been liked by many girls. When Zhou Lian arrived at Pei Qian and Chen Rush's house, the girl in pink was already busy. Pei Qian must still be sleeping in. In her words, the best friend in the world is the bedding at night. The most difficult opponent in the world is the bedding in the morning. Fortunately, she was clear about gratitude and hatred. After Zhou Lian greeted Chen Rushu with a smile, he knocked on the door. Pei Qian woke up in a daze and asked, "Who is it?" Zhou Lian smiled and said, "Young master has already left Luopa Mountain." Pei Qian's heart tightened and he suddenly said angrily, "Old Chef Zhu, master will leave by tomorrow's cross-continent ferry. Who are you trying to fool?" Zhou Lian said, "Then you can continue to sleep." Pei Qian sat on the bed in a daze and then scolded, "Old Chef Zhu, don't run. If you have the ability, you can fight me with both hands and legs. You can't even blink. Eat my crazy sword technique." "I don't have the ability." Zhou Lian left. Pei Qian didn't know whether to sleep or not. He could only roll around on the bed and hit the bedding with all his strength. On this day, Qin Pingon left Luopa Mountain at noon. He took Pei Qian with him and chatted with Zheng Dafeng at the mountain gate for a while. In the end, Zheng Dafeng disliked this pair of master and disciple and drove them away. Now that the construction of the mountain gate was about to be finished, Zheng Dafeng was very busy, which made Pei Qian very angry. After that, Qin Pingon took Pei Qian to the small town. First they went to his parents' graves. Then that night they stayed at the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley as if they were keeping vigil. After dawn, he didn't let Pei Qian follow him and went directly to the Immortal Ferry in Oxhorn Mountain. Wei Pai followed him and boarded the cross-continent ferry at Skeleton Beach. He told Pei Qian in his heart, "There may be someone who wants to see you on the way. In Dali you are considered to have a very honorable status." Qin Pingon understood in his heart, but he was still a little suspicious. He looked at Wei Pai and the latter nodded gently. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Wei Pai said, "Of course I'm not worried. After all, it's the territory of Beiyue." After Wei Pai's figure disappeared, Qin Pingon ignored the complicated eyes around him and went to the cabin on the top floor. Qin Pingon went to the room and came to the railing of the observation deck. The ferry rose slowly. Qin Pingon was wearing a green robe, carrying a sword fairy on his back and a blade cultivating gourd on his waist. He looked down at the land, mountains and rivers of the former territory of the Black Pearl Cave. Everything was in his eyes. He was going to be thousands of miles away from home again. On a cliff surrounded by clouds from top to bottom, there were 4 big words, Tian Kai Shen Xiu. A woman in green with a ponytail and a little charcoal sat on the first horizontal line of the word, Tian, side by side. Pei Qian shook his legs that were hanging outside the cliff and said with a smile, Sister Xiu, these 2 bags of fried dough twists are delicious, right? They are crisp and crispy. Master bought them in a very, very far place. Wan Xiu also smiled and nodded, delicious. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 483. This cross-continent ferry from the Skeleton Beach's linen sect was shaped like a river ship and was no different from the many small and medium-sized ferries that Qin Pingon had ridden before. However, after it rose into the air, there was something mysterious about it. Around the huge ferry, smoke billowed and illusory armored warriors appeared. They were like movers pulling the boat, rushing through the sea of clouds in the void. The speed of the ferry was as fast as lightning, far surpassing the Dage Mountain Ferry of the North Continent's celestial sect. Qin Pingon had already taken the sword deity and blade strengthening gourd and placed them on the table. When he was practicing in the house, he would take out a few bamboo slips and go to the viewing platform to enjoy the scenery. He would often rub them. The yellowing bamboo slip in his hand was engraved with the words, clear when nothing happens, cut when something happens. Qin Pingon was very familiar with the words, clear when nothing happens, cut when something happens. Although Cui Dongshan gave him a jade bamboo folding fan before he left, Qin Pingon always felt that the folding fan was wronged when he thought of the famous scholar lying on the rattan chair and waving the fan. He could not imagine how awkward it would be if he waved the fan. After the ferry flew out of the territory of Lizhu Blessed Land, it would temporarily dock at the ferry of Changchun Palace in the north of Dali's capital. Changchun Palace was the first-class Immortal's cave in Dali. The cultivators there were all women. After the lady in the palace lost her power, she cultivated there. At that time, the imperial court in Dali thought that the lady who was far away from the central government would not be able to climb back up. Unexpectedly, she was the biggest winner in the end. She gave birth to 2 sons. One was supported by the imperial tutor Cui Dong, and became the new emperor of Dali. The other one was closer to the vassal king Song Zhangqiang, and was about to be conferred the title of king in Laolong City. After the death of the former emperor, she was clearly imprisoned. It was as if she did not do anything and things had already turned out the best. It was no wonder that the people liked to say that good people would be rewarded, but they often did not believe it in their hearts. Qin Pingon was different from Gu Qian and Pei Qian. He did not record everything on paper. If there was too much, he would not remember it well. When Qin Pingon first went out for a long trip, the Lady of Dali had a strong desire to kill. She directly sent a group of Dali's top assassins to tail him. If it was not for Alliance, 100 Qin Pingon would have been dead. Of course, that woman had her reasons. Her son Song Jisun had suffered greatly at the hands of Qin Pingon. He was almost strangled to death by a kiln worker's apprentice in the rain in Clay Bottle Alley. After passing through the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and the Book Slip Lake, Qin Pingon could already roughly sort out the lady's thoughts. Obviously, when the Lady of Dali was at the peak of her power, she began to plot to raise her son, Song He, who was by her side in the capital, and to rope in the civil and military officials. As for Song Jisun, who thrived for the good fortune of the Song clan, he fought for opportunities in Lizhu Cave and earned as much as he could for the clan. If Song Jisun died, she would probably cry bitterly. However, he died young, not long after he was born. Song Mu, whose name had long been erased from the genealogy of the Song clan, died. It was just another death. However, at least half of Song Jisun's credit was due to her, his mother. Her credit was naturally the credit of her other son, Song He. These inside stories were not known to the pillars of the country and the important officials of Dali. But it did not matter. The late emperor acknowledged it, Cui Dong acknowledged it, and Song Zhangqiang acknowledged it. That was enough. It was even better that Song Jisun left Lizhu Cave alive. Of course, the premise was that this Song Mu, whose name had been restored to the genealogy, was not greedy. He had to be well-behaved and knew not to fight for the throne with his older brother. Therefore, when Qin Pingon and Song Jisun, who was on a diplomatic mission to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, met by chance at Cliff Academy, they did not have any conflict. When Song Jisun and Qin Pingon were neighbors, they often talked sarcastically. He said that in Qin Pingon's big house, the only thing that made noise was bottles and jars, and the only fragrance that could be smelled was the fragrance of medicine. However, except for the matter of lying to Qin Pingon and breaking the oath, Song Jisun and Qin Pingon generally lived in harmony. They just did not like each other and minded their own business. As for those sarcastic remarks, they were as light as goose feathers in places like Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. Whoever cared about them would suffer losses. In fact, Song Jisun had suffered a lot because of the trivial remarks of these women in the marketplace. Because they cared too much, they formed a knot in their hearts that could not be untied even by the gods. When the ferry approached the capital of Dali, Qin Pingon sat on the railing of the observation deck. He looked up at the sky and drank silently. When he was young, Qin Pingon was most afraid of illness. After he familiarized himself with the mountain to collect herbs, he later became an apprentice of a kiln worker and learned how to make porcelain from old Yao, who looked down on him. Qin Pingon was the most vigilant about his health. Whenever there were signs of illness, he would go up the mountain to collect herbs and boil them. Lu Xianyang used to joke that Qin Pingon was the most delicate person in the world. He really thought that he was the daughter of a rich family in Fulu Street. It wasn't just the young Qin Pingon. He had watched his mother fall sick in bed. Her treatment was ineffective and she was as thin as a match. In the end, she passed away on a snowy day. Qin Pingon was very afraid that once he died, there would be no one in the world who would miss his parents. Back then, his mother always said that illness would not hurt, but she was often sleepy, so little Pingon was not afraid and did not have to worry. At first, the young child really believed it, but later he knew that it was not like that at all. His mother gritted her teeth and endured it because she wanted him to think less and do less. Most of the old bedding had been torn to shreds in the corners. In a rich family, they did not have to worry about food and clothing. It was said that children who remembered things early would have great prospects. In a poor family, children who matured early could not do anything but suffer early. In the Mud Bottle Alley back then, no one would care about a young child who stepped on a stool to cook. He was choked by smoke until his face was full of tears, but he still had a smile on his face. What was he thinking? Would a child who ran alone in the Immortal's tomb to pray for blessings be afraid of the dark? Would he be afraid of the ghostly rumors in the streets? When he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Immortals and Bodhisattvas, he said that he owed them incense and that he would make up for it when he grew up. Was that considered sincere? No one would remember the door of a house back then. Inside the house, a woman endured the pain and clenched her teeth. There were still faint sounds that seeped out of the gaps between her teeth and out of the bedding. Outside the door, the child with a pale face did not know what to do. He squatted on the ground and covered his ears with both hands. He did not dare to cry out, afraid that his mother would know that he knew. Not all relatives in the world could share sorrow and joy. It was not necessarily a good thing to come too early. Before he left, Pei Qian was in a daze when he was keeping watch at the ancestral house. He was dozing off when his head fell down. He woke up abruptly and found that his master was secretly crying. Pei Qian did not speak and looked at his master silently. He vaguely saw a young figure squatting in the corner, facing the medicine jar. His master, who was still a child, was afraid of growing up, afraid of tomorrow. He even seemed to want to turn back time and return to the good times when his family was reunited. In the end, Qin Pingon gently came back to his senses. He rubbed Pei Qian's head and said softly, "Master is fine. It's just a pity that his mother did not live to see this day. You don't know, but Master's mother is very beautiful when she smiles." Back then, all the neighbors in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, no matter how sharp and mean you usually were, all of them said that my father was lucky to be able to marry such a good woman like my mother. In the latter half of that night, Pei Qian put his head on his master's lap and slowly fell asleep. After dawn, Qin Pingon left his hometown again. He traveled thousands of miles. Behind him was his hometown, not his hometown. He must go back. After Qin Pingon left, Luopa Mountain was more or less lively. Old Cui Qing had always lived in seclusion. Xing Dafeng was busy cleaning up at the mountain gate. He was unkempt all day long. It could not be helped. This guy liked to help the craftsmen. The craftsmen did not find it strange. Even Luopa Mountain's mountain lord Qin, who was said to have a very strong background, could be said to have a very good future. Some of the rumors were so vivid that people were too lazy to be jealous. There was only envy and admiration. For a dragon kiln apprentice from Clay Bottle Alley to be able to survive until today, no matter how lucky he was, his ability was definitely not small. But this hunchbacked man surnamed Zheng, who was a gatekeeper, was not much better than these lowly coolies. So when they got along, they were not restrained. They jested and joked with each other. Their words were unrestrained. It was very harmonious. Xing Dafeng's words were especially vulgar. It was more roundabout than the vulgar words of ordinary men, but it was not scholarly and sour. So both sides drank wine and ate big bowls of meat at the table. Once someone realized what was going on, they would really want to slap the table in praise and give the Dafeng brothers a thumbs up. Qin Rushu was still busy cleaning the various houses. In fact, he cleaned every day. Luopa Mountain was beautiful and clean, but Qin Rushu still did not get tired of it. He treated it as his top priority. Cultivation came later. So the pink-dressed girl was the only one on Luopa Mountain who had the keys to all the houses. Qin Pingon did not, and neither did Zhou Lian. Qin Lingjun was still unruly and wandered around. Last time at the night banquet he was in the limelight, so he gained a few more Jianghu friends. Big and small hills were all very attentive to this green-clothed boy who could sit in the high position of a distinguished guest. For example, the Jindan earthly immortal elder of Yidai Peak liked Qin Lingjun to be a guest. The elder and the child drank and chatted freely, boasting about their heroic deeds in the past. They hit it off very well. Regarding this matter, Qin Pingon had specially told Qin Lingjun in private that he could visit Yidai Peak often. So Qin Lingjun was very confident. After Pei Qian gave Sister Xiaoxiao 2 bags of fried dough twists, he remembered his master's instructions and accompanied Qin Lingjun to Yidai Peak, bringing the Green Plum Temple fairy Zhou Xian down the mountain. Lu Yunrun, who was carrying a young white fox, loved to join in the fun and also followed them to Luopa Mountain. However, every time the charcoal girl wanted to touch the little guy, the white fox would shrink back and tremble. This made Pei Qian feel very embarrassed and wronged. What was this little thing afraid of? It was so timid. Wasn't there a saying in the books that many armpits make a fur coat? She just wanted to skin it and make clothes that would definitely be worth a lot of money. It was not like she would really kill it. When Zhou Lian was entertaining the guest, he reminded Pei Qian that he could go to school to study. Pei Qian was self-righteous and ignored him, saying that he still wanted to bring Zhou Xian and the rest to Sister Xiaoxiao's Dragon Spring Sword sect to play. Zhou Lian smiled and said, "Then I'll give you 5 days to play around. You should have finished touring the hills of my house and Miss Ruan's." Pei Qian started to bargain with Zhou Lian. In the end, Zhou Lian reluctantly added 2 more days. Pei Qian was overjoyed, feeling that he had made a profit. Actually, Qin Pingon and Zhou Lian had said that Pei Qian would definitely dawdle. Then they would let her delay for another 10 days to half a month. After that, they would bring her to school even if she had to be tied up. Therefore, when the little fox met the old fox, she was still lacking in skill. 2 days ago, Pei Qian walked with the wind, laughing non-stop. Whatever she saw was beautiful. She held a walking stick and led the way for Zhou Xian and Lu Yunrun. She was familiar with the mountains in the west. Earlier, when she chased the dog, all the sweat was not for nothing. On the side of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, not to mention the Green Plum Temple fairy who was born with an exquisite mind, even the fearless Lu Yunrun was very reserved. Especially when they saw the girl in green, the only daughter of the legendary Saint Wan Jiao. One was more honest than the other. Pei Qian almost held her stomach and laughed. She could only keep a straight face. Wan Xiu only glanced at the 2 unfamiliar girls and smiled at Pei Qian. Pei Qian jogged all the way over. Wan Xiu naturally bent down. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and whispered in Sister Xiaoxiao's ear, "Master doesn't like them very much and doesn't want them to go to Luopa Mountain as guests. However, Master has a good impression of a young cultivator called Song Yuan, so he let me, the first disciple of the sect, lead them to Sister Xiaoxiao's place for a stroll." Wan Xiu smiled. Zhou Xian and Lu Yunrun were flattered that he actually stopped forging and personally led the way. Zhou Qian and Lu Yunrun were especially flattered, especially Zhou Qian. She felt that just this blessing that seemed to have fallen from the sky was enough for her to win countless benefits, both real and fake, when she returned to the Green Plum Temple at Nantang Lake. However, when he thought about how this kind woman who always had a smile on her face was the only daughter of the Great Li Dynasty's chief consecrated saint, he felt that he had to be more reserved when he returned to the Green Plum Temple and not turn a blessing into a disaster. Lu Yunrun was even more naive. She had an Earth Immortal patriarch as her grandfather and knew more about the inside story of Dragon Pearl Paradise. Therefore she sincerely admired this fairy Ruan who had a high status, many stories and a particularly good temper. Even Dong Gu, who was now an Earth Immortal known by everyone in the Dali dynasty, could do nothing about it. The only one who dared to talk about senior sister Ruan was their master, but it was useless. During this period of time, Pei Qian played crazily for 3 days, living the life of an immortal. On the 4th day little Charcoal began to worry. On the 5th day he was already sickly. On the 6th day he felt as if the world was falling apart. On the last day on the way back from Yidai Peak he began to droop his head and drag his walking stick. It was rare for Zheng Dafeng to take the initiative to greet her. Pei Qian only responded with a grunt and climbed the mountain silently. The next day, Pei Qian took the initiative to look for old Chef Zhu early in the morning. She said that she could go down the mountain by herself and wouldn't get lost. Julian agreed. In order to show her sincerity, Pei Qian dashed down the mountain. However, when she was slightly away from the boundary of Luopa Mountain, she began to swagger and leisurely. She went to the stream to see if there were any fish, climbed up a tree to admire the scenery. When she reached the small town she wasn't in a hurry to go to Riding Dragon Alley. Instead she went to the bank of Dragon Whisker River to pick up stones and play with water. When she was tired she sat on the big green rock cliff and ate melon seeds. Only when the curtain of night fell did she happily go to Riding Dragon Alley. In the end, when she saw Zhou Xian sitting on a small stool at the entrance, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Pei Qian immediately pretended to be limping. She leaned on the walking stick and said with a bitter face, "Old Chef Zhu, when I was going down the mountain, I ran too fast halfway and fell flat on my face. I only just arrived." Zhou Xian said, it's okay. Recuperating is more important. I'll write a letter to your master later and say that you hurt your leg and foot. Don't go to school for the time being." Pei Qian frowned and sat on the doorstep. Inside the shop, Shi Rou was sitting behind the counter. He was very annoying. Pei Qian said gloomily, "I'll go to school tomorrow. Not to mention the wind and rain, even if it's a knife falling from the sky, it won't be able to stop me." Zhu Lian asked with a smile, "Then do you want me to send you to school or do you want your sister Shi Rou to send you?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and squeezed out a smile. "Let Sister Shi Rou do it." "Old Chef Zhu, you have a lot of things to do on the mountain." Unexpectedly Shi Rou had already said softly, "I won't go. Let him send you to school." Pei Qian rolled her eyes. "This unloyal guy, don't even think about eating my melon seeds in the future." Shi Rou sighed softly. It wasn't that she was too lazy to take this route, but that she was a little afraid. Shi Rou was indeed not very willing to go to the school of the Qin family in the Dragon Tail Commandery. Even when she walked into the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom with fear and trepidation, Shi Rou was actually very repulsed by this kind of place where sages and scholars gave lectures. It was not only the reverence of a ghost, but also a kind of inferiority. But in fact in this matter Qin Pingon had the best impression of Shi Rou. Shi Rou couldn't help but feel proud of wearing an immortal's shed skin. So when she was in the academy she felt that the children like Li Baoping and Li Huai as well as the young boys and girls like Yu Luxi, didn't know what was important. Looking at those children Shi Rou's gaze was condescending. Of course after that Shi Rou suffered a lot at Cui Dongshan's place. But putting aside the matter of vision, Shi Rou's state of mind and her reverence for the place of books were very precious. Sun Yuanji was the same. She also had her own merits that she didn't realize. After ascending the mountain, she knew that the old immortal Zhu in her heart was just an old servant of the young hill master Qin Pingon. At most he was a steward in a noble mansion. But from beginning to end, Sun Yuanji's gratitude towards Zhu Lian did not decrease at all. Instead she would always stand up for the old man. Qin Pingon hoped that Pei Qian would discover the value of kindness that was easy to overlook. He wanted Pei Qian to discover the good in others. Qin Pingon didn't force Pei Qian to do this but he had to know. Qin Pingon almost never left half a grain of rice when eating. But whether it was Pei Qian, Zheng Dafeng or Zhu Lian they were not particular about this. If there was too much rice there would be too many dishes on the table and they couldn't eat anymore, then there would be leftovers. Qin Pingon wouldn't deliberately say anything. In fact, deep in his heart he didn't think that they had to change. This was a small matter. This wasn't a small matter. This was also something that Qin Pingon himself didn't think was valuable. Back then, Gu Kan and Lu Xianyang might have felt comfortable interacting with Qin Pingon, even if they knew that Qin Pingon was an extremely rigid and stubborn person. But in the eyes of Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng, these seniors, they saw it clearly. They just didn't say it. It was just like how Qin Pingon made important decisions. Even if in the eyes of others, it was clear that he was the one giving and showing kindness, he still had to ask Sui Yiyu Shiro and Pei Qian first. This kind of calmness wasn't something that was taught in books. It wasn't even something that Qin Pingon had deliberately learned. It was something that came out of his family's traditions as well as the bitter days when he was like a medicine jar. It was something that had been slowly worked out. In the end, it was still Zhu Lian who accompanied Pei Qian to school. Early in the morning, Pei Qian crossed his arms over his chest and stared blankly at the table full of his most beloved belongings. Other than the small bamboo box that he was carrying on his back, he couldn't bring the mountain walking stick, the yellow paper talisman, the bamboo knife, and the bamboo sword on the table. He really went to a hammered school, studied a hammered book, and met a hammered teacher. Pei Qian sighed heavily. She stood up and opened the door. She raised her head. It wasn't until this moment that she felt somewhat enlightened. She finally understood the essence of the sage's saying, "Even if there are millions of people, I will go forward." But she secretly hid a bag of melon seeds. Of course, she didn't dare to do so when the teachers were teaching. Once the school ran to Luopa Mountain to complain, Pei Qian knew that she was in the wrong. In the end, her teacher wouldn't help her. But when she was free, she couldn't be treated unfairly, right? She couldn't find a place where no one was around to eat melon seeds. Pei Qian didn't say anything along the way. As she walked through the streets, she saw a big white goose. Pei Qian didn't do anything, but the white goose began to run away. Pei Qian's mood finally improved. She was about to leave Jianghu, but there were still some difficult existences who knew her strength. Zhu Lian sent Pei Qian to the school gate and said, "Quarrel more, fight less." Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Why are you quarreling? I'll just be a little mute." Zhu Lian waved his hand. Pei Qian was a little uncomfortable. Her legs didn't listen to her. How about she continued to study tomorrow? It was just one day later. It didn't matter. She secretly turned her head and saw Zhu Lian still standing there. Pei Qian was a little annoyed. This old chef was really bored. He should go back to Luopa Mountain to cook. There was a young teacher at the school. He had been waiting there for a long time with a smile on his face. The young hill master of Luopa Mountain had already greeted the school. Because of this, the two old teachers from the Qin family of Dragontail Stream thought about it and felt that it was not a small matter. They sent a letter back to their family. It was the eldest young master Qin Songfeng who personally replied. He asked the school to treat them with courtesy. They didn't have to treat them as if they were facing a great enemy, and they didn't have to deliberately curry favor with them. There were rules, but some things could be handled with discretion. Pei Qian was actually not afraid of strangers. Otherwise, how could she, a little kid in the early years, deceive several experienced arresters in Hue Town on the border of the Great Spring Dynasty? They didn't dare to say a word and respectfully sent her back to the inn. Pei Qian just didn't like studying. The young teacher introduced Pei Qian. He only said that his name was Pei Qian and that he came from Dragon Riding Alley. When they heard the funny name, Pei Qian, which was a homonym for money, many people in the classroom laughed. The young teacher frowned, and an old teacher who was in charge of teaching and dispelling doubts immediately scolded him. The whole classroom was silent. Pei Qian didn't care. She quickly glanced at them from the corner of her eyes and remembered their faces clearly. She thought, "Don't fall into my hands." Pei Qian walked to an empty seat, took the bamboo box and put it next to the desk. She began to pretend to listen to the class. Pei Qian endured 2 classes and was sleepy. It was really difficult for her to endure. After class, she took an opportunity to tiptoe to the side door instead of the main entrance of the school. She saw Zhu Lian sitting on the side of the road and eating melon seeds. Pei Qian squeezed out a smile and deliberately looked left and right. She asked, "Old Chef Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhu Lian was eating melon seeds and smiled. "Waiting for rabbits." Pei Qian laughed and said, "It's not a deep mountain or an old forest. There's no little brother here." Pei Qian turned and left. This old Chef Zhu was haunting her. She couldn't help it. It seemed that she shouldn't skip class today. In the next few days, whenever Pei Qian wanted to escape, she would see Zhu Lian. In the end, she could only resign herself to fate. At the school, although Pei Qian wasn't young anymore, he looked like a child in his teens. Therefore, her current classmates were also much younger than her in terms of actual age. Pei Qian began to get used to the life of studying in the school. When the teacher taught, she listened attentively. After class, she crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't pay attention to anyone. Everyone was silly. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment in deceiving them. Today, Pei Qian began to daydream in class again. She suddenly turned her head and looked. A moment later, a young man wearing a scholar's robe came. He was accompanied by several old teachers who were in charge of things. They didn't stop, but Pei Qian found that this guy glanced at her. That evening, Pei Qian refused the invitation of two little girls. Alone, she carried the small bamboo box and ran back to Dragon Riding Alley. She found that Zhou Xian had run from Luopa Mountain to the backyard of the shop. Not only that, the young man she saw at the school was also there. He was sitting there talking and laughing with old Chef Shu. Pei Qian carried the small bamboo box and bowed. "Hello, teacher." She couldn't help it. Her master was very polite in Jianghu. As the first disciple, she couldn't let others mistakenly think that her master didn't know how to teach disciples. The young scholar smiled and said, "You must be Pei Qian. Are you used to studying at the school?" Pei Qian pecked at the rice. Her eyes were sincere. She said loudly, "Very good. You are very knowledgeable. You should go to the school to be a gentleman. Classmates study hard. In the future you will all be scholars." Shiro held back her laughter at the counter. Zhou Xian didn't expose this fence-sitter's special skill. The young scholar seemed to be a little uncomfortable. This flattery was a bit too much. It made it difficult for the grandson of Dragontail Streamchin to respond. But the child should be sincere, right? He couldn't ignore the little girl's good intentions. Qin Songfeng, who came from afar, could only smile and nod at her. Pei Qian bowed again and then ran into her room. She gently closed the door and began to copy books. Pei Qian was the most serious about this matter outside of the school. After copying the books, Pei Qian found that the guest had left. Zhou Xian was still sitting in the yard holding a lot of things in his arms. Pei Qian held the mountain staff and practiced the crazy demon swordsmanship. After standing still, she asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Xian said, "Something good." Pei Qian blinked. "What? You're here to give me money?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Oh, your mouth must have been blessed. You really hit the nail on the head." Pei Qian asked, "Can I get a share?" "It's not for you." Zhou Xian held the 3 boxes in his arms. He raised one of his sleeves and shook it. He shook his head and said, "It's your master's friend Lu Xianyang who is studying in the Hassa continent. He asked someone to send a letter and 3 things to our Luopa mountain. The letter said that one of the things he sent was a book for young master. There was a touch of flipping book style hidden in the book. Then he sent a magic treasure bamboo fan made of divine cloud bamboo to Guken from the Mud Bottle Alley. He said that Guken was timid since she was a child, so the fan could defeat all the ghosts and monsters in the world. As for the last thing, when Lu Xianyang heard that you have your own mountain, he gave you a very high-quality cuttlefish to keep and raise." Pei Qian was all smiles as he gave Lu Xianyang a thumbs up. "This Lu Xianyang is really smart. He deserves to be my master's best friend. He is generous and generous." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Besides being a friend, he is also a smart person. It seems that this trip to study is not in vain. This is good. Otherwise, after many years, the situation will be different. When we meet again, we don't know what to talk about." Pei Qian asked, "Can I have a look at the flipping book style and the cuttlefish?" Zhou Xian got up and said, "You can't touch the flipping book style. You can talk about it when you return to Luopa Mountain. As for the cuttlefish, I will raise it first. When you return to Luopa Mountain next time, you can look at it." Pei Qian suddenly asked, "Did our family pay for it or did Lu Xianyang pay for it?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, "The letter directly said that you should pay for it. He said that now that you are the lord of the land, don't worry about this little money. If you really want to, just bear with it." Pei Qian said angrily, "It's easy for you to say. Hurry up and return the cuttlefish. Sister Shiro and I are guarding 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley. We only earn a dozen taels of silver a month." Zhou Xian squinted and said, "If you have the ability, why don't you talk to your master yourself?" Pei Qian immediately squeezed out a smile. "Flying sword messages cost money. What's there to talk about?" This Lu Xianyang, my master may not be able to talk to him. I will talk to him later. Zhou Lian sneered and said, You? When the time comes, the entire Luopa mountain will be able to smell your ass right. Pei Qian sat on the steps and did not make a sound. Zhou Lian did not care about her. Children were all like this. Happy for a day, sad for a day. After that, groups of people came from Luopa mountain. Even Zhou Lian was a little surprised. One was Lu Baixiang. Not only did he come, this guy also brought 2 burdens behind him. At that time, Zhou Lian was accompanying Jing Dafeng to bask in the sun at the mountain gate. Lu Baixiang was right. Jing Dafeng was not unfamiliar with it. He moved a stool and sat at the side. This made the pair of brother and sister who revered their master a little confused. An old man and a hunchbacked man did not show the slightest respect or fear when they saw their master. The young man was fine, but the young girl with a wooden spear on her back had a cold look in her eyes. She, who was already showing off her ability, had an even more unapproachable feeling. Lu Baixiang did not care about this. As for the 2 beside him, he naturally did not care about them. After chatting for a while, it turned out that Lu Baixiang had stopped at the south-central area of the Aquarius continent. He first gathered a group of bandits who had nowhere else to go. They were the elite cavalry of a vassal state in the south of the Zhuang dynasty. After that, Lu Baixiang brought them to occupy a mountain. It was the hidden nest of a Jianghu demon sect. It was isolated from the rest of the world. During this period of time, Lu Baixiang accepted the pair of siblings as his disciples. The young girl with a wooden spear on her back was called Yuan Bao. The younger brother was called Yuan Lai. He had a warm temperament and was a scholar. His talent in martial arts was good, but compared to his sister, his temperament was lacking. Lu Baixiang treated it as a free opportunity. He brought them to Luopa mountain to gain experience. Whether they would return to the Jianghu or stay on the mountain, it was up to the 2 disciples. When Lu Baixiang heard that Qin Pingon had just left Luopa mountain and was heading towards the North continent, he felt a little regretful. Don't drink too much wine, that will make you happy. Lu Baixiang planned to stay on Luopa mountain for a month. There was no lack of houses on the mountain. Using Zhou Lian's words, it was because he had a large family and business. Zhou Lian told Lu Baixiang to go up the mountain to find a house. He still had to accompany brother Dafeng to chat. Lu Baixiang laughed and bid farewell. Zheng Dafeng told Lu Baixiang to come over to drink whenever he was free. Lu Baixiang agreed. The young girl Yuan Bao snorted. The young boy Yuan Lai was slightly shy. When they were climbing the mountain, Lu Baixiang was extremely emotional. This time he had come to Li Zhu blessed land. Everything he had seen and heard, naturally, was not something that the 2 children could compare to. The young girl's face was black, her body emitting a sharp qi. The young boy had always been afraid of this decisive sister. He did not dare to walk side by side. His master walked in front, his sister followed, and he was at the bottom. Lu Baixiang did not turn his head. He smiled and said, That stooped old man is called Zhou Lian. He is now a far-travel realm martial artist. The young girl felt that she must have misheard. Lu Baixiang continued, As for that hunchbacked man who looked at you lecherously, he is called Zheng Dafeng. When I first met him in a medicine shop in Old Dragon City, he was a peak realm martial artist. He was only 1 step away, or even half a step, from becoming a 10th realm martial artist. Yuan Bao pursed her lips tightly. Lu Baixiang had a narrow saber at his waist. Dressed in white, he continued to climb the mountain. He said slowly, I am not telling you this because I want you to be afraid of them. Master will not feel guilty when interacting with them. Master still has some confidence in reaching the peak of martial arts. So I just want you to understand one thing. There is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a sky beyond a sky. If you want to be strong in the future, you have to have enough ability. Otherwise you will be a joke. It is fine if you lose face, but if you lose face for master once or twice is fine. After the 3rd time I will teach you how to be a disciple. Yuan Bao raised her eyebrows. Master, don't worry. There will be a day when master will think that taking Yuan Bao as a disciple was the right decision. Yuan Lai secretly laughed. This sister who liked to compete the most since childhood, alas. Lu Baixiang suddenly stopped and turned his head, looking down at the young girl. Everything else is easy, but there is one thing you must remember. In the future, when you see a person called Qin Pingon, remember to be polite. A fine layer of sweat seeped out of Yuan Bao's forehead. She nodded. I will remember. After Lu Baixiang and his disciples settled down because the master of Luopa Mountain was not present, the matter of Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai being recorded in the ancestral hall could only be temporarily put aside. In this matter, Lu Baixiang and Zhou Xian were the same. They had accepted people and brought them to Luopa Mountain, so they had to be recorded under Luopa Mountain. There was no need to discuss. After that, 3 people visited Luopa Mountain. It was the blind old Daoist, the crippled young man carrying the banner, and the round-faced girl whose nickname was Xiaoju. However, the 3 of them first went to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Pei Qian led the way and they returned to Luopa Mountain together. The blind old Daoist was still a little uneasy in his heart. When he heard that Qin Pingon was not on the mountain, he felt that the matter of relying on him was not very reliable. However, after discussing with Steward Zhu of Luopa Mountain, he felt a lot more at ease. After chatting, the blind old Daoist was surprised to find that he seemed to have gained some face. He was not yet a consecrator of Luopa Mountain, but he received a salary as an immortal cultivator as a guest and settled down at the grass shop in Dragon Riding Alley. As for the old Taoist disciples, they could only obtain the status of guest after they reached the middle 5 realms. However, before that, Luopa Mountain would give them a lot of financial subsidies. They could each get a sum of immortal money in advance. These were all negotiable. Since it was the exchange of favors, it was also business. Both sides were equal. The key was that even an old blind man like him could see a bright future under his feet. This made the blind old Taoist feel as if he had drunk a large bowl of ice wine in the middle of summer. His whole body felt comfortable. When they went down Luopa Mountain, they felt like they were floating. After all, Steward Zhu of Luopa Mountain did not listen to any persuasion. He insisted on personally sending them all the way to the mountain gate. Pei Qian still accompanied the 3 of them to leave Luopa Mountain. He did not feel tired from this trip. Moreover, he could reunite with Whitey after a long separation. It was quite good to play around. At this moment, Pei Qian turned his head and saw that the old chef was slowly climbing up the mountain with his hands behind his back. Pei Qian scratched his head. Standing on top of the tall building in the old chef's heart lake, there seemed to be an additional young man with a blurred face. There was a phrase in the book, how did it go? Anyway, that was the general meaning. Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, capital city of Nanyuan Kingdom. It was drizzling in that alley. A slender young man in a green robe was walking slowly with an old oil paper umbrella in his hand. Today he was going to borrow books from Xianxia, who was both his teacher and the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. He wanted to read some books that could not be found anywhere else in the world. Regarding the imperial examination, Xianxia had already admitted that whether he could get 1st or 3rd place in the court examination depended on fate. After all, he was too young. The imperial court and His Majesty had some concerns. However, it was definitely not difficult to get 2nd place. As a result, he no longer focused on the matter of the imperial examinations. He began to flip through many dusty ancient books and miscellaneous books. After Xianxia had a heart-to-heart talk with him, he allowed him to read his private collection. At the corner of the alley, a familiar person that he had not seen for many years walked out. He was extremely handsome. With a smile on his face, he looked at the young man holding the umbrella. With one hand behind his back, he held a folding fan and gently patted his abdomen. The world's most famous young master Lu. The young man smiled brightly and walked over quickly. For so many years, Xianxia would occasionally mention this foreigner, who had not shown up after leaving the capital. He was always worried. He was neither friend nor foe. It was a very complicated relationship. However, to the young man, this Mr. Lu was a very important person. He was close to and respected him. Lu Qiu looked at the young man in green robe and said, "A cup of wine in the spring breeze of peach blossoms and plum blossoms, a cup of wine in the spring breeze of the Jianghu night rain for 10 years. This sentence is really appropriate. Little Qinglang, we haven't seen each other for 10 years, right?" Chao Qinglang put away the umbrella and bowed. Then he held the umbrella for Lu Qiu and smiled. "I often hear about Mr. Lu's deeds in the Jianghu. In the past 10 years, the Jianghu and the battlefield were really turbulent and bloody. Mr. Lu had already unified the demonic sect. His disciples were now either powerful figures of the demonic sect, the pillars of the army beyond the Great Wall, or the legendary imperial tutor who could call the wind and summon the rain. Then Mr. Lu had officially challenged the world's most powerful person not long ago. He was going to challenge the immortal Eugenie, who was recognized as a transcendent being who was not inferior to the devil Ding Ying. 10 years was not short, but it was not long either. In fact, there were many grudges in the world because of Mr. Lu. However, Chao Qinglang only focused on reading and cultivating quietly. He guarded this alley and that ancestral house. Lu Qiu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to hold the umbrella for him. Chao Qinglang took a step away and held the umbrella alone. He did not insist. There was no need to be polite with Mr. Lu. The two walked together on the deserted street. Lu Qiu asked with a smile, "Do you have any plans?" Chao Qinglang raised the umbrella slightly, moved back and looked up. "I want to go out and have a look. I want to meet Mr. Chen." Lu Qiu laughed. "That's not easy. You can't just rely on reading. Even if you learn the Imperial Tutor's Fist and the bits and pieces of Immortal chants he found for you, it's still not enough." Chao Qinglang smiled. "There's a Baek Okekyung building in the book. It's 48,000 feet high and the Immortal is leaning against the railing." Lu Li raised his head and looked over. This silly look is very much like him. Chao Qinglang finally showed some naivety that matched his age. He said excitedly, "Do we really look like him?" Lu Qiu joked. "You look like him. Do you have to be so proud? Do you know that if you were in my hometown and his, you would have a very, very good aptitude for cultivation? He, on the other hand, only has the aptitude of an earth immortal. Well, to put it simply, according to common sense, the highest achievement he could achieve in his life would only be slightly better than the Bolsh *T immortal Eugenie. You were young back then, and the lotus blossom blessed land back then was not as suitable for cultivation as it is now, so he left in a hurry. That was why it was so glorious. If it were now, it would be much more difficult." Chao Qinglang shook his head and pointed at the highest point in the sky. The young man in green was in high spirits. "In my heart, Mr. Qin is higher and higher than the sky." Lu Qiu laughed. "Well, Qin Pingon, you're really something. After a trip to the temple, there's still a little idiot who admires you so much." Lu Qiu said seriously, "Do you know that the ascension in your hometown is still very risky?" Chao Qinglang nodded. "So in the future, if I fail like my predecessors, I'll have to trouble Mr. Lu to help me pass on a message. Just say, Chao Qinglang has been living well for so many years, but I miss you." Lu Qian sighed. With a crisp sound, he closed his fan and smashed it on Chao Qinglang's head. "Go talk to him yourself if you dare." Chao Qinglang held the umbrella in one hand and touched his head with the other. He said helplessly, "I'm not as good as you." The ferry at Skeleton Beach had already stopped at Eternal Spring Palace. The other party still did not appear. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry. He continued to practice. When the ferry was about to leave the territory of Aquarius Continent, Qin Pingon kept his stance and went to open the door. At the corridor, there was a beautiful woman in palace attire, a young emperor who was not wearing a dragon robe, and a person that Qin Pingon was more familiar with. It was the Mahist wanderer Su Ruo who held his sword behind him. Qin Pingon opened the door. He did not stand at the door to welcome them. He pretended that he did not know them. Walking back into the house, Qin Pingon stood at the table. He did not take the lead to sit down. After the three of them entered the house, the woman went straight to the opposite side of the table. She smiled and extended her hand. "Young Master Qin, please sit." Qin Pingon smiled. The young man was full of smiles but did not speak. He turned slightly and looked straight at the people of the same age who came from Clay Bottle Alley to Luopa Mountain. Su Ruo smiled softly. "Qin Pingon, long time no see." Qin Pingon then cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Su, long time no see." In the small house, the atmosphere was strange. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. "What are we doing? Sit down. After all, we're family. Let's not be so polite." But when the four of them sat down, the atmosphere became heavy again. Su Ruo had already closed her eyes to rest. The new emperor of Dali, Song He, who now owned half of Aquarius Continent, looked around. This was the first time he boarded a cross-continent ferry. At first it was a novelty, but after looking at it for a while it was normal. The graceful woman, who had changed from consort of Great Li to Empress Dowager of Great Li, smiled at the green-robed man sitting opposite her. Her first sentence was to curry favor with him. "Thank you for taking care of my moor in Mud Bottle Alley all those years, Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's nothing." From her expression to her choice of words, it was watertight. It was not disrespectful, but it was definitely not respectful. However, Qin Ping cursed in his heart, Good your mother. Su Rua's lips curled up slightly but she quickly wiped it away. It disappeared in a flash and no one noticed. First set a small goal. For example 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 484. The woman who was the Empress Dowager of Dali seemed to have finally remembered her son Song He, the new emperor of Dali. She smiled and said, Mr. Qin, this is my son Song He. This should be the first time you've met. I hope you can interact more in the future. Mr. Qin, you're the pride of Dali and Dali was founded on martial arts. Both my uncle and Song He will and should treat Mr. Qin with respect. The young emperor leaned forward and smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin. He didn't put on any airs of the emperor. This trip was a private visit to make friends with the so-called masters in the mountains. He could put aside the etiquette of the world. Song He was able to win a good reputation among the civil and military officials of Dali in his early years. Other than Empress Dali's good teaching, he also did a good job. Qin Pingon nodded. If I have the chance, I'll definitely go to the capital to take a look. The woman smiled. The imperial court plans to promote Longquan from a county to a province, and Wu Yuan will be promoted to a provincial governor. I wonder if Mr. Qin has a suitable candidate in mind for the position of governor left behind? Qin Pingon smiled. Shouldn't I choose one of County Magistrate Yuan and Supervisor Chao? County Magistrate Yuan is diligent and clear in his rewards and punishments. He governs the county well. Supervisor Chao is close to the people. He focuses on the big and lets go of the small. The dragon kiln is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. There are no mistakes. Both of you are good officials. The people of Longquan will be happy to see who gets promoted. The new Emperor Song He glanced at Qin Pingon without showing any expression. Was he really stupid or was he pretending to be stupid? Yuan and Chao, the surnames of the two pillars of the country, couldn't even compete in the imperial court. How many generations had they been at each other's throats? If he were to give it to one party, it would be equivalent to giving the other party the cold shoulder. The official position of the governor of a county was actually not that high. However, if he were to embarrass a certain pillar of the country, it would not be a small matter. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Clan Head Yuan and 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 Clan Head. One side was proud, the other side was sullen. Was the imperial court adding fuel to the fire? The woman smiled calmly. Perhaps Mr. Qin, as a cultivator in the mountains and someone who likes to travel the world, you don't have much contact with the two local officials. You're a selfless friend, so I can't say much. But there's one thing that Mr. Qin should have some thoughts. In the future, the 3 city gods of the province, county and province. The mountain god of Luope didn't inform Mr. Qin and chose Song Yuzhang, the old supervisor, to be decided. Song Yuzhang to be decided. So this time Mr. Qin doesn't have to worry about the 3 city gods. I, my son Song He, and the imperial court all believe in Mr. Qin's character and vision. Just treat it as asking Mr. Qin to help Dali pick out 1 or 2 unseen pearls. The woman continued to persuade, Mr. Qin, you're going to travel again this time, but Longquan County is your hometown after all. If you have 1 or 2 trustworthy people, they'll take care of Luope Mountain and other mountains. Mr. Qin, you'll feel more at ease when you're outside. Qin Pingon shook his head and said regretfully, I'm not familiar with the gods of the mountains and rivers around Liju Cave and the local officials, as well as the other martyrs who died to become gods. Every time I come, I'm in a hurry. Otherwise, I'd really have to be selfish and ask the imperial court for a city god who's close to me to oversee Longquan County. I, Qin Pingon, grew up in the city and haven't read a single book. I'm also not familiar with the rules of the officialdom. It's just that after wandering in Jianghu for a long time, I still know the vulgar principle of, a local official is better than a local official. Song He smiled in his heart. What he said was true. You Chin Pingon really only know one Beiwei God Wei Pai. They're so close that they're wearing the same pants. The woman's face was also full of regret. The Ministry of Rites is arguing fiercely about the candidates for the 3 city gods. They're about to be finalized. In fact, the Ministry of Works is already discussing the location of the 3 city god pavilions and temples. It's really a pity that Master Chen missed this opportunity. After all, once these ancient gods take root in the mountains and rivers, they're not like those Yamen officials who change their seats frequently. They won't change their seats for at least a few decades or at most a few hundred years. Chen Pingon sighed and said, I appreciate the imperial court's good intentions. The road of Jianghu is long and the mountains are high and the rivers are long. I hope there'll be similar opportunities in the future. The woman stood up slowly. It was a simple movement, but it was full of grace and grace. Then we won't disturb Master Chen's journey and cultivation. Chen Pingon followed and stood up. I'm not a sword cultivator now, and I'm also not a martial artist who travels far. I can't send you off on the ferry, please forgive me. The woman nodded, indicating that it's okay. She turned and smiled at Su Ruo. Anyway, the ferry hasn't left the territory of the Aquarius continent yet. I think our journey back will be very safe. Since Master Su and Master Chen are familiar with each other, why don't you stay and catch up? Su Ruo shook her head and smiled. No need. Concise and to the point, she didn't even give a reason. But the woman and the new emperor song, he didn't seem to feel offended. It was as if it was natural for Master Su to express his attitude. In the end, Chen Pingon sent the 3 of them to the railing. Near the linen sex ferry at the Skeleton Beach, there was a huge ferry that was as tall as 6 stories. In comparison, the linen sex ferry that was already huge seemed a little slender. Between the 2 ferries, there was a painted corridor bridge that was covered in green mist. It was more than 20 feet wide and filled with fairy aura. One could faintly see fairies dancing gracefully on the pillars, just like the corridors of the ancient heaven. The 3 of them walked on it as if they were walking on flat ground. Every time their soles touched the bluestone road, there would be circles of colorful halos spreading out and rippling. Chen Pingon didn't move. He looked up and saw that the ferry corridor bridge was kept by an old laurel cultivator on the opposite ferry. He flipped his wrist and held it vertically in his palm. It was as small as a seal, and then he slowly hid it in his sleeve. The 2 of them disappeared from the ferry's staircase. Su Ruo turned and stood on the railing. Chen Pingon clasped his fist and bid farewell. The other party smiled and nodded in return. Chen Pingon returned to the house. He stopped practicing and began to close his eyes. It was as if he had returned to the house at the mountain gate of the Verdant Gorge Island and became an accountant. He began to silently calculate the accounts. Some things seemed very small but were not easy to investigate. Once investigated, the enemy would be alerted and a slight move would affect the whole situation. But some big things, even if it involved the top inside story of the Song clan, Chen Pingon could ask Cui Dongshan without any scruples. But after careful calculation, it was nothing more than the word wait. Chen Pingon opened his eyes and gently tapped the blade's strengthening gourd with his finger. This mother and son pair actually didn't need to make this trip. They even took the initiative to show their goodwill. Perhaps they were pursuing the greatest interest. After the situation changed, the grudge of the past was not worth mentioning in the eyes of this woman. For example, killing Chen Pingon would cost 10 taels of silver. If she roped him in, she could earn 5 taels of silver. This was actually a transaction of 15 taels of silver. Of course, it could also be a smokescreen. This woman was a person who was used to using all her strength. Otherwise, Chen Pingon, who killed a second-realm martial artist, would not have mobilized that group of assassins. It was also possible that she was testing him. She first determined Chen Pingon's strength and, of course, his attitude toward the assassination on the spot. Then the Dali Imperial Court would make a decision. Chen Pingon's thoughts gradually drifted away. He thought a lot. He couldn't help but think of a scene that he was very envious of when he was young. From afar he watched his peers gather around the Immortal tomb and play. They liked to play the roles of good people and bad people. Of course, there were also those who played house and played the roles of husband and wife. Most of them were rich boys who played the role of the husband, beautiful little girls who played the role of the wife, and the rest of the people who played the role of the housekeeper, servant, or maid. When he grew up and looked back, he was full of innocence. But when he looked again, it was not so beautiful. It seemed that in childhood, the children had already learned the knowledge that they would use for the rest of their lives. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd, drank wine and walked to the observation deck. The night was dark. The ferry had just passed the top of the old north peak of Dali. He could vaguely see that the mountain was extremely steep, just like the style of Dali. The bright moon was in the sky. Qin Pingon opened his eyes wide and looked at the mountain and the moon. When the mountain was close to the moon, he felt that the moon was small from afar. He thought that the mountain was bigger than the moon. If someone's eyes were as big as the sky, he would see that the mountain was higher and the moon was wider. Inside a gorgeous house covered in the most exquisite lichen of the colorful clothes nation, a woman poured herself a cup of tea. She suddenly frowned. The chair was a little too high, causing her feet to be off the ground. Fortunately, her greatest ability in this life was to adapt. Her heels were even higher off the ground. She used the tip of her foot to lightly tap the precious lichen that came from the hands of a female cultivator from the colorful clothes nation. She smiled and asked, "How is it?" He thought for a moment and said, "It's a stubborn one." The woman took a sip of the tea and thought about it for a while. It seemed to be inferior to the spring tea in the Changchun Palace. That place was not good at anything. It was even more deserted than a cold palace. There were women there who did not even know how to talk. It was boring and boring. Only the good tea made those years of cultivating in the mountains not too torturous. She deliberately took a sip of the tea and chewed a leaf in her mouth. In her opinion, the taste of the world could only be tasted with bitterness. After swallowing the chewed leaf, she slowly said, "Without some ability and temperament, how could a lowly person who grew up smelling chicken shit and dog shit in the mud bottle alley live until today?" "How old is he?" "A young man who is only 21 years old." "How much family business has he made?" He did not care much about the master of the Luapa mountain. But his mother insisted on dragging him, so he had to follow. As an emperor, he knew clearly what kind of blessings he would enjoy and how much trouble he would have to go through. Just after he became an emperor, how many red tape did he have to go through in a year? Fortunately, he was so skilled that he did not seem like a new emperor. It was no wonder that some old bastards in the imperial court who did not think highly of him would open their eyes wide to find fault with him. Their presbyopia eyes would probably be sore, but they could not find fault with him. They could only pinch their noses and accept it. He smiled and said, "If I had those opportunities, I would not be much worse than Qin Pingon." The woman asked, "Do you really think so?" He smiled and nodded. The woman narrowed her eyes and twirled the beautiful teacup with 2 fingers. "Think carefully and then answer me." He hurriedly raised his hands and said with a smile, "Your son is angry. Mother, don't be upset." The woman did not return to her usual doting expression. When the mother and son were alone, she did not treat He as Emperor Dali. She said sternly, "Will Qi Jingchun choose you? He, can you bear hardships?" He shook his head, "No. If you are not as good as others in some aspects, then you are not as good as others. There is no one in the world who is better than others in every aspect and has a big advantage." The woman said angrily, "Since you are born to enjoy happiness, then you should think about how to enjoy it. This is a good thing that many people in the world envy but can't get. Don't forget, this has never been a simple thing. If you think that you dare to slack off in the slightest because you have finally become Emperor Dali, I will say it here today. If one day you make a mistake and lose the dragon throne, Songmu will take it and sit on it. Mother will still be Dali's Empress Dowager. Who will you be then? Others may not know the truth, or even if they know, they don't dare to mention it. But your husband Cui Dong and your uncle Song Zhengqiang, how can they forget? When they want to talk about it, can we stop them?" He said guiltily, "It is your son's fault. I should not have been so complacent." If it was in the past, the woman would have comforted him with a few words. But today was very different. Her son's docility and obedience seemed to make her angrier and angrier. The woman slammed the teacup heavily, tea splashing everywhere. Her face was gloomy and cold. "What did I teach you in the beginning? Living in the depths of the palace, it was very difficult to see the outside world. That was why I begged His Majesty and asked the state preceptor to personally teach you. Not only that, whenever Mother had the chance, she would secretly take you out of the palace and walk the streets of the capital. It was so that you could see how a poor family rises, how a rich family falls, how a stupid person lives and how a smart person dies. Everyone has their own way of living and their own advantages and disadvantages. It was to let you see the complexity and truth of this world. Do you still remember why I hit you for the first time in your life? In the streets, ignorant people laughed and said that the old emperor's family must use a golden shoulder pole and eat several large plates of steamed buns in one meal. When you heard it, you thought it was funny and couldn't close your mouth. Was it funny? Did you know that Xiu Hu, who was traveling with us, looked at you the same way you looked at those common people? Can a dragon chair and a dragon robe be eaten? When you reach the end of the line, can it be compared to a few steamed buns? What did the imperial tutor teach you? In the world, those who achieve great things must have a solid foundation. In the dark place unknown to people, the more compatible it is with the common sense of the world, the more difficult it is to be blown away by wind and rain. Who was the imperial tutor's example? It was the old master of the Guan family who seemed to be sleepy all year round. Who was the counterexample? It was the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families who seemed to be famous in history. He clearly taught bad people how to live well. How dare you, Song He, not pay attention to it? The woman stood up and was furious. Those lousy books that were kept secret by the kings of the world, the so-called imperial tutor's book, and the so-called southern face art that was hidden and didn't dare to be seen by others, they were fart. Are those great principles not good? Are they wrong? No. They can't be any better, they can't be any better. But do you understand why is it that in the Aquarius continent there were so many emperors and kings, but only a few are left? How many of them had become wise rulers who ruled from the bottom of their hearts? It is because those fellows who sit on the dragon chair with their little vision and temperament, with their little tricks to control people, they can't support the principles in those books. When Xiu Hu taught him all those years ago, which one of his words, which one of his great principles didn't start from the most insignificant and trivial matter? The woman's face was ashen. She pointed at the young Dali emperor's face. Today you are competing with a bastard. You think you are better than him. Tomorrow are you going to compete with your brother? You think you are better? Competing with the imperial tutor in knowledge, competing with your uncle in martial arts. You think you are not bad? Who gave you the guts to let you Song He be so arrogant? The me who lived with my tail between my legs? The late emperor who died young because of the Lu family of the Central Plains? Or the imperial tutor who looked down on your disciple from the bottom of his heart? Song He also stood up. He was silent. There was no resentment or resentment. He humbly listened to the teachings. Even if he was now the man sitting on the dragon chair. The woman sighed and sat back in her chair. She looked at her son who was unwilling to sit down, her eyes filled with resentment. Do you think mother is annoying? Song He then sat down and laughed softly. If not for the fact that I am worried about the criticism of the court, I would want mother to sit behind the curtain and listen to politics. I would have enjoyed it. This way mother can leave more ink in history. The woman laughed angrily. Nonsense. Song He, Song Mu, harmony, 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 harmony in the family. Everything will prosper. The door of the marketplace, the family of the emperor, the threshold was as different as heaven and earth, but the principle was actually the same. However, the woman had to make a difficult choice at that time. She had to give up one son and keep one. She had to send her son, who was still in swaddling clothes, to the Pearl Cave for the sake of the Song family's throne. After he died of illness, the name Song Mu, which should have been Song He, was crossed out on the registry of the imperial clan court. The second son was not only able to stay in the capital, but also received the name Song He and the identity of the eldest son. Later there was the Song Jisun of the Mud Bottle Alley. Song Yuzhong left the capital and became the supervisor of the kills. After he succeeded, he returned to the capital to report on his work at the Ministry of Rights. When he returned, his head was personally cut off by the surrendered general of the Lu family, who was by the woman's side, and put it in a box sent to the late emperor. The late emperor spent the night alone in the imperial study, flipping through a file until dawn. Later he issued an imperial edict, ordering the Ministry of Rights to confer Song Yuzhong as the new mountain god of Luopa Mountain, and the statue in the ancestral temple only had the head gilded. In the end, on the top and bottom of Longquan Mountain, there was also the name Golden Head Mountain God. The imperial clan court, which was responsible for compiling the Jade archives and managing the list of the Song clan's members, had a few old people die more than 20 years ago. 20 years later, another group died last year, and this year, all of them died of old age. However, at that time, it was the late emperor's decree that they had to die. This time it was this group of old bones who were tired of living and wanted to die. They actually gambled on a prince with no foundation, wanting to overturn the case and fight for the identity of the elder. Song He bid farewell and left. The woman drank tea alone. Her mood was complicated. Whether it was Song Jisin or Song Mu, they were her flesh and blood after all. How could she not have feelings for them? At that time she held her eldest son in swaddling clothes and stared at her pink and cute son. Her face was full of tears and she murmured, "Who asked you to be the elder brother? Who asked you to be born in the Song clan? Who asked you to have a pair of heartless parents like us?" At that time the late emperor was present, but he was not angry at all. For so many years she did not hesitate to cross the line to peek at the secret file. In the end, after being reprimanded by the late emperor, she completely gave up and treated her son as if he was already dead. In the end, the more guilty she felt, the more she was afraid to face Song Jisin and hear anything about him. She was even more afraid that one day she would implicate the only son by her side and end up with nothing. Song Yuzhong, who had been the supervisor of the kiln for many years, originally had the opportunity to not die. Taking a step back, at least he could have died later and more gloriously. For example, according to the late emperor's earliest arrangements, Song Yuzhong would first transition for a few years in the Ministry of Rites, then transfer to the noble and powerless government office. His rank would definitely not be low. The late emperor would definitely not give him the position of the great 9 ministers, including the 6 ministers, but the minor 9 ministers were destined to be in the bag. For example, the minister of Taichung Temple, or the illegitimate son of the Honglu Temple and the left and right Spring Square. He was equivalent to being imprisoned and enjoying life for 10 or 20 years. After death, he would receive a high-ranking posthumous title. It could be considered the Song clan's generous treatment of a meritorious official. It must be known that Song Yuzhong had been in charge of the construction of the covered bridge from beginning to end. That was the biggest scandal of the Song clan. Once it was leaked, Lakeview Academy would have a hold on it, and it would even affect Dali's annexation of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, the late emperor could be said to have been sufficiently benevolent and generous to Song Yuzhong. But of all things he should not have done. In Lizhu Grotto Heaven Town, there were already rumors that Song Jisin was the illegitimate son of the supervisor. Everyone knew about it, but Song Yuzhong did not know how to restrain himself, did not know how to hide his emotions, and actually dared to show signs of father-son affection to Song Jisin. What Song Yuzhong deserved to die the most was that in the depths of his heart, Song Jisin seemed to resent this supervisor. He really hoped that Song Yuzhong was really his biological father. In the secret records, every bit of it was recorded clearly. Then, after Song Yuzhong returned to Longquan County as an official of the Ministry of Rites, he still did not repent. What else could he do if he did not die? Therefore, even if Song Yuzhong died, the late emperor still did not plan to let this loyal official off. He allowed her to cut off his head and bring it back to the capital, and then confer him the title of mountain deity of Luopa Mountain. A golden-head mountain deity, he became the laughingstock of the entire New North Peak. Even if the late emperor had already left, the woman was still afraid of this talented man who died early in his middle age. She loved him very much and was full of worship and admiration for him. But he died just at the right time and she was actually very happy. For some women, love was like a seasoning for cooking. It was best to have it, but it did not matter if they did not have it. There would always be something else to make up for it. The old immortal master in white who had previously kept the immortal corridor bridge in his sleeve, stroked his beard and smiled. It seems that our Empress Dowager has started to teach her son again. Su Ruo smiled but did not say anything. The Dali ferry turned back to the south, and the Skeleton Beach ferry continued to the north. The old man turned his head and glanced at the north and softly said, "Why did you choose Dong Shuijing and not this person?" Su Ruo smiled and said, "The merciful do not command soldiers, and the righteous do not command wealth." The old man sneered and did not hide his disapproval. Su Ruo's hands held the sword hilt and sword head horizontally behind her, and she looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance leisurely. Below the ferry, in the north of the Aquarius continent, the source of the river was like a broom scattered widely. The old man was the person in charge of the Aquarius continent after the main branch of the Mahist clan bet on Dali. He had a good relationship with Su Ruo and the old carpenter, but the latter lost the fight for the Mahist clan's position and moved away from the central divine continent. In the end he chose the Song clan. At that time, their branch of the Mahist clan was together with the Inyang sect's branch of the Lu clan. Both sides hit it off and began to build the replica of the Beko Kekyung building, which was enough to kill the immortal cultivators. Not only that, the great cultivator of the Inyang sect had an even more hidden and insidious method. He deceived the late emperor of Dali to violate the etiquette of the Confucian school and cultivate to the middle 5 realms without permission. Once the emperor broke through the realm, he would retain his spiritual wisdom, but he could secretly become a puppet. Moreover, his realm would disappear and he would return to the body of a mortal teacher. At that time, whether it was the Cliff Academy in the capital of Dali or the Lakeview Academy in the central part of the Aquarius continent, even if they noticed the clues, they would not be able to find any traces. Such a big deal of the immortals, only the Lu clan of the Inyang sect with a deep foundation could think of and do it. Regarding this matter, even the old carpenter with the surname Wan was deceived. Even though they lived together day and night, he still did not notice anything. One had to admit that the cultivator of the Lu clan's branch was meticulous, and of course the late emperor of Dali was shrewd. The imperial tutor Tui Dong and Qi Jingchuan's Cliff Academy chose the Song clan after these 2 branches. As for Tui Dong and Qi Jingchun, the 2 disciples of the sage of literature, besides assisting in studying, these 2 brothers who had long turned into enemies but were now neighbors, it was hard to say what they really wanted. Finally, Alliance came. He completely changed the structure of Dali and the entire Aquarius continent. After Alliance's sword strike, the imitated Beko Kekyung building, which was built with half of the country's resources, could no longer operate effectively. For the next 10 years, the sword formation could no longer be used to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. The Song clan suffered heavy losses and their vitality was damaged. However, it was a blessing in disguise. The chief Lu Qin, who secretly visited the Pearl Grotto heaven, seemed to be too lazy to bother with Dali. From the time he came to the vast world until he returned to the Qingming world, he did not destroy Dali's Beko Kekyung building. Lu Chen's mercy was still a strange matter that puzzled many experts. If Lu Chen took action because of this, even if it was to vent his anger on the Dali dynasty, it was somewhat extreme. The deputy chief of the Central Plains Confucian Temple and the accompanying saints would not stop him. After that, the Dali cavalry sped up and headed south. Building the imitated Beko Kekyung building consumed half of the Song clan's resources. In addition, Dali had been using a secret source of divine money and credit to get Wan Juzi and the Mahist mechanic to build a total of 8 mountain ferries. It could be said that as long as the Great Li's southward advance was obstructed and halted somewhere, they would only need to drag on for another 3 to 5 years. Even if the Great Li's cavalry did not suffer much damage, the Song clan of Great Li would not be able to hold on any longer. Therefore, when the Zhuang dynasty tried to stop the Great Li's cavalry at the cost of their own lives, it was not an impulsive decision. On the other hand, when the neighboring vassal states fought desperately with tens of thousands of soldiers to wear down the Great Li's cavalry, there was naturally someone guiding and manipulating them from behind the scenes. Otherwise, when there was a huge disparity in strength between the 2 sides and they were destined to lose miserably on the battlefield, who would be willing to die for nothing? In the past, this old cultivator from the Mahist had a very bad impression of Tui Dong in his early years. He always felt that Tui Dong was too weak to live up to his reputation. So what if he had participated in the iridescent cloud chart with the city lord of White Emperor City? So what if the sage of literature had taken in a disciple in the past? So what if he had a cultivation level of the 12th level? He was a lone ranger with no background and no power. Moreover, in the central divine continent, Tui Dong was still not one of the top few people. After being expelled from the sage of literature's lineage and rolling back to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, what could he do? But after Su Ruo convinced the current magnate of the Mahist lineage, they really came to the remote and barbarian land of the Aquarius continent. That was when they began to realize the power of Tui Dong bit by bit. Last year, at the critical juncture when the Great Li's cavalry was blocked by the Zhuang dynasty, Tui Shi, who did not like to show his face, finally sat down with some old men and had a good chat. He did not talk about the Great Li's inevitable success or how to divide the benefits after the success. Instead, he talked about every step the Great Li's cavalry would take in the next 10 years, including the details of who the 3 cavalry units of the Great Li fought each year, where they fought each other, the losses suffered by both sides, the corresponding state of the Great Li's treasury, and so on. Then he talked about the subtle changes in the attitude of the top forces of the Aquarius continent such as Lakeview Academy, Marshall Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, and when Divine Grandeur Sex Xian would finally agree to meet the Great Li's envoy. After that, Cui Shi talked about the Great Li's resurgence in the future territory of the Great Li, the repeated tug-of-war with the Great Li's garrison, how the fuse was started, how it should be ended, and the Great Li's gains and losses during this period were all detailed. Then he talked about the subtle changes in the attitudes of the top forces of the Aquarius continent such as Lakeview Academy, Marshall Mountain and Wind Snow Temple at different stages, and when Divine Grandeur Sex Xian would finally agree to meet the Great Li's envoy. At the end, Cui Dong told everyone to wait and see if they would believe him or not, and whether he would give up halfway or increase the bet. They were not in a hurry and only cared about watching the fire burn across the river. They wanted to see if the Dali cavalry would follow Cui Dong's instructions and take down the Zhuang dynasty. Reality proved that Cui Dong was right. It was only at that moment that the old cultivator had to admit that Cui Dong was really good at playing chess. However, the old cultivator was also a stubborn person. He did not believe in superstitions and went to ask Cui Dong how he did it. He did not believe that there was a god in the world who could predict the future. After all, the victory of a continent was not a matter of a real chess player playing a few chess pieces. Cui Dong took him to a heavily guarded Dali archive, secretly built on the outskirts of the capital. There were almost 500 people and half of them were cultivators. They were all doing one thing, which was to collect intelligence, extract information and communicate with all the spies and death warriors in the continent. The military allocation of all the dynasties and vassal states in the Aquarius continent, the distribution of power on the mountains, the personal information of the civil and military officials were all categorized. The belly of a mountain was emptied and filled with these 100 years of accumulated files. This was not the thing that shocked the old cultivator the most. The thing that really scared the old cultivator was a small matter that was easily overlooked. At that time, the imperial tutor of Dali, dressed in a scholarly robe, led him to explore the forbidden area of Dali called Book Mountain. Along the way, the people who came and went without exception were all in a hurry. When they saw the imperial tutor, they only slightly avoided him and then said their goodbyes. They did not kneel or exchange pleasantries. Even if the imperial tutor had questions, they would only ask and answer. Both sides spoke concisely and then went their separate ways. As an expert of the school of Moism and an outstanding machinist, the old cultivator felt that when he looked around and realized that he was in the middle of this Book Mountain, it was like he was in the middle of an enormous and complex mechanism that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Everywhere was filled with an aura of precision and coordination. The grandiose cultivators of history who went down the mountain to support the dragon were like children playing house compared to this embroidered tiger. They would be overjoyed with just a little achievement. After the infamous first disciple of the second sage left the star-studded Central Plains divine continent, he remained silent for 100 years. It was funny to say that when the 8 mountain fairies slowly rose into the sky and Dali's cavalry officially headed south, almost no one cared about what Cui Dong was doing in the Aquarius continent. Along the way, Qin Pingon was learning the language of the North Continent. In this aspect, the North Continent was better than the Aquarius continent and the Tongye continent. The language of the North Continent was widely used, and there were official languages and local dialects of various countries. However, it was far less complicated than the other 2 continents. Moreover, when outside, people were used to communicating in the language of the Aquarius continent. This saved Qin Pingon a lot of trouble. Over at the inverted mountain, Qin Pingon had suffered. To the cultivators of other continents, the language of the Aquarius continent could not be understood. When the fairies of the hemp sect were about to land, Qin Pingon tidied up his luggage and went to the railing on the first floor. The army of strong men pulling the fairies and flying in the sky were very mysterious. They did not seem to be pure otherworldly items, but a kind of existence that was between ghosts and talisman puppets. Under his feet was the vast territory of the Skeleton Beach. It was not the ghostly and eerie atmosphere that Qin Pingon remembered. Instead, there were a few brilliant lights that shot up into the clouds and lingered without dissipating. It was like an auspicious sign. The Skeleton Beach had a radius of 1,000 miles. Most of it was plains and tidal flats. There were very few tall mountains and peaks that were common to immortals. There was only one big river that ran from north to south in the Skeleton Beach's territory. It was not like the meandering of an ordinary river. It was as if a sword had slashed down and there were almost no tributaries. There was only one immortal shop on the ferries of the hemp sect. There were a lot of goods, and the treasures of the shop were two magic weapons of high quality. They were the damaged swords of ancient immortals. If it was not for the fact that the blades of the two swords were broken and the damage to their foundations, causing the two swords to lose the possibility of being repaired, they would be worthy of being half-immortal weapons. The most praiseworthy thing was that the two swords were the so-called Daoist companions on the mountain. One was called Rain Fall, and the other was called Lantern Chime. It was said that they were the swords of a pair of sword immortal companions in the North Continent. Therefore the fairies were not sold separately. The price of the two swords was 100 grains of grain rain money. There was another gimmick to this deal. If an Earth Immortal Sword cultivator bought it, he could get a 20% discount. If an Upper 5 Realms Sword Immortal bought it, he could get a 40% discount. However, compared to an Earth Immortal cultivator, the price was a little too expensive. For an Upper 5 Realms Sword Immortal, it was even more useless. Qin Pingon was just looking at it. He was shy of money. Besides, even if he had money, Qin Pingon would not be a sucker. However, Qin Pingon still bought a few cheap items from the shop with the plaque, Zhou Xian, hanging on it. One of them was a spiritual weapon that connected to the Julie Mountain's mirror flower, water moon, and a green porcelain brush washer, similar to the water bowl Qin Pingon used in the past. In the Immortal book that hung upside down on the mountain, Julie Mountain was specifically mentioned. This place was specially used for sword immortals to practice their martial arts. As long as they agreed to settle any grudges at Julie Mountain, both parties did not need to sign a life and death contract. They would start fighting at Julie Mountain until one of them was killed. For thousands of years there was almost no exception. Then there was an antique poetry inkstone and a box of rearranged stone drum ink made by the last emperor of a destroyed dynasty. There were 10 ingots in total. When Qin Pingon paid for the shop, the shopkeeper personally appeared. He smiled and said that Great Godway of the Cloud-Splitting Mountain had already said that any expenses at Zhou Xian would be charged to the Cloud-Splitting Mountain's account. Qin Pingon did not stand on ceremony. He even asked, "Can I buy a few more items?" The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. He said that Great Godway also said that after he, the shopkeeper, appeared, the agreement between both parties would be voided. Qin Pingon still smiled and thanked the shopkeeper. After chatting for a while, Qin Pingon found out that although the shopkeeper opened a shop on the Hempen Sect's ferry, he was not a cultivator of the Hempen Sect. The Hempen Sect's selection of disciples was extremely careful. Each name on the Ancestral Hall's registry was more precious than the last. Moreover, when the founding ancestor migrated from the Central Plains, he set the quota of 36 inner disciples and 108 outer disciples. Therefore, most of the people at the Skeleton Beach were outsiders like him. The old shopkeeper was a talkative person. He introduced Qin Pingon to the local customs of the Skeleton Beach, as well as some taboos on the mountain. The two of them talked and laughed at the railing of the boat. However, when Qin Pingon turned his head to look, he saw that at the end of the horizon, there were two sword gleams crisscrossing. Every time they clashed, a huge ball of light and electric light would be sent out. The old shopkeeper was not surprised. He smiled and said, "It's common. Our sword cultivators are just stretching their muscles. Young Master Qin, you'll understand when you see that they're always staying away from the center of the Skeleton Beach. Otherwise, if both parties were to really fight, they wouldn't care about the Skeleton Beach or the Hempen Sect. It wouldn't be strange even if they were to fly around the top of the Ancestral Hall. At most, they would be sent flying by the Hempen Sect's cultivators. Vomiting 3 liters of blood is nothing." Qin Pingon was speechless. The North Continent was really a good place. 485. The Skeleton Beach Immortal Ferry was an important hub in the southern part of the North Continent. It was bustling with commerce and business. In Qin Pingon's eyes, they were all immortal money with legs. He could not help but look forward to the future of his Oxhorn Mountain ferry. The ferry slowly approached the shore. The impatient customers could not wait any longer and rushed off in a mess. According to the rules, those who boarded and disembarked at the ferry should walk regardless of their realm or status. It was the same in the Aquarius continent, the Tongye continent, and the inverted hanging mountain. However, it was different here. Even if they followed the rules, they fought to be the first. Most of them rode on their swords and turned into a streak of rainbow light. Some rode on their magic treasures, some rode on their immortal birds, and some jumped off. It was chaotic and noisy. The steward of the hemp sex ferry and the people at the ferry on the ground saw these unruly bastards again. Both parties were cursing each other. A sea-viewing cultivator who was in charge of guarding the ferry was so angry that he hit a chi refinement warrior who flew over his head to the ground. Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was under the watchful eyes of the hemp sect. If it were somewhere else, how chaotic would it be? Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to get off the boat. Furthermore, the old shopkeeper was still talking about the skeleton beach and a few other places that he had to visit. Since the shopkeeper had kindly introduced him to the scenic spots of this place, Qin Pingon did not want to let him speak halfway. Therefore, he patiently listened to the old shopkeeper's explanation. Although Qin Pingon was curious about the scenes of getting off the boat, he had understood one thing since he was young. When you were talking to someone, if you were to look around while the other person was speaking earnestly, that was called lacking in manners. Therefore, Qin Pingon only took a few glances before looking away. The old shopkeeper had been in the ferry business for 200 to 300 years. He had trained a pair of sharp eyes to welcome customers and send them off. He quickly ended the previous topic and explained with a smile, "Our North Continent may seem chaotic, but after staying here for a long time, you will feel refreshed. Indeed, it is easy to start a feud for no reason. However, there are many people who will keep their promises and dare to entrust their lives to each other. I believe young Master Qin will understand in the future." When the old shopkeeper said this, his weathered face was full of unconcealable pride. Qin Pingon was no stranger to this. Therefore his heart clenched and he felt a little sad. Once, there were people like this who were proud of being born in the North Continent, even if they were just chi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms and servant girls on the ferry. The old shopkeeper hesitated for a moment as he recalled the private meeting between the northern mountain god of the great Li Weibo and himself. He then said softly, "Child Qin, may I say something unpleasant?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Go ahead, shopkeeper Huang." The old shopkeeper said slowly, "The North Continent is more xenophobic and likes to have internal strife. However, when they are united against outsiders, especially when they are in a group, they hate a few types of outsiders the most. One is the Confucian students who have traveled here from afar. They feel that they have a sour stench and are very difficult to deal with. Another type is the disciples of the rich families of other continents. They're all arrogant. The last type is the sword cultivators from other continents. They feel that this group of people does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and have the guts to come to the North Continent to sharpen their swords. Of the three, the second one is the most annoying. Throughout history, there have been countless young people who were able to call the shots in their hometowns on other continents. They relied on their families' patriarchs or preachers to do whatever they wanted, but almost none of them were able to get anything out of it. They fled the North Continent in disgrace, which was still considered good. There were many who had their cultivation paths cut off and some even died here. Among them, there were nobles from the Celestial Master's residence on Longhu Mountain, direct disciples of the 100 schools of thought, the last disciple of the Ascendant Realm Patriarch of the Liuxia continent, and the younger brother of the God of Fortune from the White Border continent, who was beaten to death here. There are so many of these old scores and so many shocking disasters have happened. Those cultivators on the mountaintops of other continents who lost their relatives and disciples still haven't figured out who their enemies were. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I will remember shopkeeper Huang's reminder." The old shopkeeper's smile returned. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Some taboos are like a few hemp ropes in the marketplace. They can't restrain a real dragon in the human world. The North Continent has never rejected a true hero. Then I wish you success in the North Continent, child Qin." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and returned the gesture. "Thank you for your auspicious words, shopkeeper Huang." Qin Pingon put on his bamboo hat, green robe, and sword as he left the Xianxia ferry. According to shopkeeper Huang, there were 3 places in the skeleton beach that had to be visited. Otherwise, the trip would have been in vain. The first was the temple of the swaying Yi River, which was not of high rank but occupied a large area. As a river god, the temple where the golden body was worshipped was more majestic than most of the water gods in the North Continent. There was also a huge city that extended from the entrance at the foot of the Xianxia mountain all the way to the depths of the ground. It was called the City of Murals. There were 8 high walls under the city. There were 8 beautiful ancient fairies painted on the murals. They were vivid and lifelike. Rumor had it that there was also a great fortune waiting for the fated person to go there. The 8 fairies were once the remnants of the female officials' spirits in a palace in the ancient heavenly court. If there was a person who liked the murals, they would walk out of the murals and serve him for life. Their cultivation levels varied. Now only 3 of the 8 female officials were left. The other 5 murals had lost their spiritual chi. The one with the highest cultivation level was in the Jade realm of the upper 5 realms, while the one with the lowest cultivation level was an Earth Immortal of the Golden Core realm. The Xianxia sect had once invited experts from all over to try to obtain the treasures on the murals using the method of Immortal's rubbing tablets. However, the murals were full of mysteries and they never succeeded. Other than the fortune of the remaining 3 murals, there were also many items and spirits that ghost cultivators in the world could only dream of. Even ordinary immortal residences were willing to come here to bid and buy some well-trained heroic spirit puppets. They could serve as a kind of door god that protected the mountain, and they could also serve as a defensive heavy weapon that would not hesitate to die for the master. They could walk the Jianghu hand in hand. Moreover, there were many rogue cultivators in the City of Murals. When they traded here, there would often be great treasures hidden in the city. Now there was a young sword immortal who had already rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had picked up a half-immortal weapon from a rogue cultivator. Finally, there was the Ghost Valley, that attracted sword cultivators and pure martial artists the most in the Skeleton Beach. The Xianxia sect intended to expel the ghosts that were difficult to refine and gather them in one place. After paying a toll, they would be responsible for their own life and death. Qin Pingon planned to go to the nearest City of Murals first. After Qin Pingon left the ferry, an old cultivator of the Xianxia sect who was in charge of the cross-continent ferry had restrained his qi and spiritual qi in his qi dwelling. He was a well-known figure in the Skeleton Beach. A nascent soul cultivator had an extremely high seniority in the Xianxia sect's ancestral hall. However, he was usually unwilling to show his face and hated human relationships the most. At this moment, the old cultivator appeared beside shopkeeper Huang and said with a smile, "To think that you're a businessman. Those words of yours were not unpleasant at all. They were clearly disgusting." A young man who could make Dali's Beiyue god appear and monopolize 30% of the mountain in Pearl Grotto Heaven was definitely related to the 3 types of people mentioned by the shopkeeper. At the very least, he should be one of them. If he had the temperament of a youngster, he might treat his good intentions as ill intent and think that the shopkeeper was trying to intimidate him. The old shopkeeper stroked his beard and smiled. Although his realm was much lower than this nascent soul cultivator beside him, he was usually very casual when interacting with him. If he's an impatient young man who cares about his face, he wouldn't be living in seclusion on the ferry. Just now, after hearing about the City of Murals, he would have left the ferry long ago. How would he be willing to accompany an old man like me to nag for half a day? Then there's no need for me to say those words. The old nascent soul cultivator smiled casually and said, "You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature." The old shopkeeper laughed out loud. "It's just a business. If you can earn some favors, you can earn some money. That's why I said that, old Sue, you're not cut out for business. The Xianxia sect has really wasted a mountain of gold and silver by letting you manage this ferry. There are so many connections that you could have roped in, but you don't even care about them when they're running around in front of you. Is it really a good thing for a cultivator to be able to benefit from both sides?" The old nascent soul cultivator sneered. "If it's an earth immortal who has a chance to reach the 5 realms instead, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" The old shopkeeper pretended that he didn't understand the meaning behind his words. He put his elbows on the railing and looked at the scenery of his hometown. The cross-continent ferry business didn't lack scenery along the way. However, after seeing so much, he still felt that his home's environment was the best. At this moment, when he heard the words of a nascent soul cultivator, the old shopkeeper laughed and said, "Don't treat me like a basket. I don't accept complaints here." The old nascent soul cultivator didn't take it seriously. He remembered something and asked with a frown, "What's going on with this Jade sect? Why did they move their sect to the Aquarius continent?" According to common sense, the Tong Yi sect's Du Mao's death should barely be able to maintain the sect. As long as Sun Yuan moved his sect to the north of the Tong Yi sect and casually took their lives while they were weak, the Tongyi sect would be completely finished in less than 300 years. Why didn't Sun Yuan do such a free thing? No matter how great the potential of the Aquarius continent's location is, how can it be compared to completely devouring half of the Tongyi sect? This old man Sun was said to be a playboy when he was young. Could it be that his brain was damaged by a certain woman's legs? The shopkeeper of the House of Void Hatred with the surname Huang shook his head and said, anyone in the Jade sect can be a fool, but Sun Yuan isn't. Even if we've never met before, just by seeing how this old senior could tame Jiang Shangzhen, we can tell that he's not simple. What kind of temper does Jiang Shangzhen have? Back then he was only a gold core cultivator and traveled alone in our North Continent. In the end, how many mountains and fairies did he harm? In the end, he even ate up all of them and successfully ran away. I don't have a knot in my heart in this life, only my martial aunt died of depression, and I can't let it go. Back then, junior martial aunt protected me. If it weren't for her care, I would have been buried long ago. This damn Jiang Shangzhen. My junior martial aunt was such a good woman. Damn it, whenever this guy is mentioned I'm filled with anger, but I can't help but be convinced. The old shopkeeper's usual manner of speech was actually quite elegant, unlike the cultivators of the North Continent. When he mentioned Jiang Shangzhen, he actually gritted his teeth. The old nascent soul cultivator gloated, "My basket is full." The old shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of saliva, as if he wanted to spit out all his pent-up anger. He asked curiously, "From the looks of it, the Song clan seems to have the intention of raising the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and has no intention of expanding the Changchun Palace Ferry. When the time comes, which local snake will you have to deal with? Will it be Dali's military generals or worshipped cultivators?" The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head. Dali's biggest taboo is spying by outsiders. Our Hall of Ancestral Masters has specially instructed that many of the methods we're familiar with are not to be used in Dali's northern peak territory, lest we become enemies. Dali is no longer the same as it was in the past. They have the confidence to stop the Skeleton Beach Ferry from going south, so I'm not sure who the other party is yet. But anyway, it's the same. I'm not interested in messing around with these things as long as both parties can maintain their image. The old nascent soul cultivator clicked his tongue and said, "It's only been a few years. Back then, Dali was the first immortal ferry that could accept intercontinental ferries. After it was officially opened, the cultivators and military generals stationed there were all first-class talents in Dali. Every one of them was a powerful and influential figure. When they saw us, they smiled obsequiously and never straightened their backs. You've seen it too. Now there's a righteous deity of the northern peak called Wei Pai, right? How about it? Has he bent his back? I don't think so. Every dog has its day. Soon we'll be the ones asking for help." The old nascent soul cultivator's heart suddenly tightened. He gave the shopkeeper a look. The latter looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head, indicating that there was no need to be too nervous. As long as it was within the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, there wouldn't be any major trouble. Did they think that the mountain-protecting formation of the hemp sect was just for decoration? The two of them turned their heads to look. A middle-aged guest was boarding the ferry against the current. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and a white jade belt around his waist. He looked very flirtatious. This person walked slowly and looked around. He seemed a little regretful. He finally appeared and stood not far behind the two of them who were chatting. He looked at the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked, "What's the name of your junior master's aunt? Maybe I know her." Other things could be discussed, but when it came to personal privacy, especially when it came to his junior master's aunt, the old shopkeeper couldn't say anything. His face darkened. "Who do you think you are? Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from." The person spoke in fluent North Continent language. He nodded and said, "I'm Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Palace." The old shopkeeper laughed angrily. "If you're not Jiang Shangzhen, then get lost." The middle-aged cultivator thought for a while and smiled. "All right, then I'll get lost." He really turned around and got off the ferry. The old shopkeeper looked at the nascent soul cultivator with a serious expression and asked doubtfully, "Could he be a nascent soul cultivator like you, old Sue?" The old nascent soul cultivator raised a finger and pointed upwards. The old shopkeeper wasn't afraid. At least he didn't panic. He rubbed his chin. "Why don't I hide in your ancestral hall for a month or so? If a fight really breaks out, then I'll definitely pay for the damages to the hemp sect's ancestral hall. But on account of our old friendship, can you give me a 20% discount? The old nascent soul cultivator patted his shoulder. The other party doesn't look like a good person. You're on your own. Good luck. That person hasn't gone far. Why don't you go and apologize to him? You're just a businessman. If you dare to say that I'm not cut out for that, why do you need to be so shameless? The old shopkeeper spat. That guy is really capable. He can beat me to death in front of old Sue. The old nascent soul cultivator said that he wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but in an instant, the hemp sect expert's body glowed with a treasure light. Then he clasped his fingers together as if he wanted to grab something. But he was still too slow. He saw a green willow leaf hovering over the old shopkeeper's heart. A voice sounded from the railing. You've already used up the incense. If you continue to nag, you'll really be disappointed. The willow leaf flashed and disappeared. A moment later, the old nascent soul cultivator said, "He's gone far." The old shopkeeper had a complicated look in his eyes. After a long silence, he asked, "If I spread this news, how much money can I earn?" The old nascent soul cultivator smiled. "I advise you not to be rash. You can earn it with your life, but you won't be able to spend it with your life." The old shopkeeper endured it and slapped the railing heavily. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs, that B*****starred Xianxia has come to the North Continent to harm my wife again. The entrance of the city of murals at the foot of the hemp sect's mountain was crowded with people. Qin Pingon walked for half an hour before he finally found a relatively secluded place. He took off his bamboo hat and sat at a roadside stall to buy his lunch. Just as he was about to stand up and pay the bill, he saw a familiar person who had appeared out of nowhere and had already taken the initiative to pay for his meal. Qin Pingon picked up his bamboo hat and asked, "Did you make a special trip here to stop me?" That person smiled and said, "There are some things that require me to make a special trip here to explain properly. Otherwise, it'll leave a knot in your heart and ruin our friendship." Qin Pingon was stunned. Whether it was in the lotus flower-blessed land or the green tiger palace in the Tongyi continent, this person shouldn't be so friendly and attentive. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, I'm sorry. In the past, I stayed in the North Continent for a period of time and revisited old places. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can't help but like to call people brothers." The two of them walked towards the entrance of the city of murals. Jiang Shangzhen communicated with Qin Pingon using the heart lake ripples. Just as they reached the entrance, Jiang Shangzhen finished his words and left. He said that there were many things waiting to be done at the book lake and he needed to rush back. After Jiang Shangzhen separated from Qin Pingon, he went to the hemp sect's ferry and found the old shopkeeper. He had a good heart-to-heart talk and moved him emotionally and logically. After confirming that there weren't any repercussions, Jiang Shangzhen took his own fairy treasure and returned to the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon walked along an almost imperceptible 10-mile slope and entered the city of murals underground. On both sides of the road there were lanterns made by immortals. They illuminated the surroundings of the road as bright as day. The light was gentle and natural like the warm sunlight in winter. Qin Pingon silently pondered over Jiang Shangzhen's words. He took 2 steps to the side and avoided a woman who was holding a porcelain bottle in her arms. Qin Pingon didn't seem to be distracted at all and continued to walk forward. He didn't expect that the woman behind him would fall to the ground and wail loudly. There were pieces of porcelain beside her. Qin Pingon's body leaned back slightly and instantly retreated to the side of the woman. He slapped her, causing her to be a little dazed. He slapped her again, causing her to feel a burning pain. The woman who should have hugged the man's leg and started to throw a tantrum did not dare to continue wailing. She looked timidly at the 4 or 5 companions on the side of the road. She felt that she had been slapped twice for nothing. They couldn't just let it go like this. If everyone swarmed up, wouldn't they at least have that man compensate for 2 pieces of snow? Moreover, the flowing cloud vase that she had said was worth 3 pieces of silver. She had at least spent 2 taels of silver on it. Unfortunately, the woman only suffered another kick from a strong young man. The kick caused her head to sway. He said, "You will pay for the 3 silver taels later." The woman was extremely aggrieved. Wasn't it just 2 silver taels? In the end, it would have been better if she didn't say anything. Once she opened her mouth, she received another kick to the face. That man laughed sinisterly. Wasn't the travel expenses of his brothers worth one silver tael? When the group of men left, they whispered to each other. One of them had also ordered a bowl of wontons from the stall. He felt that the young ranger with the bamboo hat was an easy target. On the road, the woman didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. After all, there were many people coming and going. If she obstructed a real immortal, it wouldn't be a small matter. She hurriedly took out a large cotton cloth from her sleeve and collected the broken porcelain before leaving in a hurry. After leaving the entrance of the mural city, she arrived at an alley. There were some faded door gods couplets and the words spring at the top. She rubbed her cheeks, tidied her clothes and squeezed out a smile. He pushed the door and entered. Inside there were 2 children playing in the courtyard. The woman closed the door and went to the kitchen to cook. She looked at the rice jar that was only left with a thin layer at the bottom and sighed softly. She waited until she finished cooking a shabby meal. Suddenly, a child ran excitedly with an even smaller child following behind him. They came to the kitchen together and held it with both hands. There were 2 snow-white coins on it. The child's eyes lit up as he asked, "Mother, mother, there are 2 coins at the door." Look, did the door god spit them out?" The woman was stunned. Where did the 2 coins come from? Rich people weren't interested in teasing her family of 3. She didn't have any beauty and her 2 children were ordinary. What was going on? A young man with a bamboo hat walked out of the alley and muttered to himself, "This is the only time. In the future I don't need to know about other people's stories." He walked slowly and turned his head to look. He saw 2 very young children running madly with all their might. They laughed and shouted that they wanted to buy candied haws. They had candied haws to eat. The green-robed swordsman also laughed and held his bamboo hat. His eyes had always been quiet all these years. It was rare for him to be so warm. Then I'll know it again in the future? He didn't know why, but after he made up his mind to worry about nothing again, the young swordsman who strode forward suddenly felt that his heart wasn't sluggish anymore. Instead, he felt that the world was big and he could go anywhere he wanted. End of this chapter. 486. The mural city occupied an area equivalent to the size of Red Candle Town. However, the streets and alleys were messy with varying width and width. Most of them were crooked and there were very few high-rise mansions. Other than the numerous shops that were the size of tofu blocks, there were also many stalls. The sounds of hawking rose and fell one after another, just like the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs in the countryside. Of course, there were even more silent traveling merchants squatting by the roadside, with their sleeves tucked in and shoulders shrunk. They ignored the passers-by on the street whether they wanted to look or not, whether they wanted to buy or not. As for the origin of the mural city, there were many different opinions, especially the paintings of the female officials of the heavenly court that were painted all over the walls. They had a myriad of manners and caused people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. The hemp sect that chose this place to open their mountain was very secretive about this. Qin Pingon walked and stopped all the way. After about the time to drink a cup of tea, he followed a vast and mighty stream of people who had also come because of its reputation and arrived in front of a mural. The mountain wall was more than 10 feet high and the mural was very imposing. Qin Pingon stood in the crowd and looked up. The mural was a side profile of a graceful goddess. She seemed to be walking forward with flying spirits. There were auspicious clouds under her feet, and there was a traveling inkstone that was not commonly seen in the world. It was unknown whether it was because of the light or because of the abundance of spiritual energy in the mural, but the goddess's eyes were moving as if she was a living person. This mural was named Hanging Inkstone by the later generations. The color of the mural was mainly green, but there was also the right amount of powder and gold. It was like the finishing touch, making the mural thick and not lose its celestial aura. At a glance, it gave people the impression that it was like the cursive in a book. The brush seemed simple and concise, but in fact, upon closer inspection, whether it was the wrinkles of the dress, the ornaments, the texture of the skin, or even the eyelashes, they could all be said to be extremely dense. It was like a small scripture, and the strokes were in accordance with the law. Thinking about it, the person who painted the painting must be a master painter who had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Qin Pingon only had a rough understanding of the language of the North Continent, so for the time being he could only roughly understand the discussions around him. For thousands of years, the 8 murals in the underground city had been taken away by the fated people of various dynasties and generations. Moreover, when the 5 goddesses walked out of the mural and chose to serve their master, the painted mural would instantly fade. The lines of the painting would still be the same, so they would become white drawings. They were no longer colorful and the spiritual energy would dissipate. Therefore, the 5 murals in the hemp sect were invited by the ancestors of the sect of the Wuxia continent. To prevent the mural of the mural that had lost. To prevent the loss of spiritual energy to the mural. To prevent the mural being without the support. Most of the tourists who came to admire the beauty of the goddesses. Of course, Qin Pingan also looked at it. It would be a waste not to look at it. After all, it was just a mural. What could he do if he looked at it? However, Qin Pingan's attention was more focused on the small ancient inkstone hanging from the waist of the goddess. He could vaguely see 2 ancient seal characters, lightning. The reason he could recognize it was because of the true alchemy works that Li Shixing had given him. Many of the insect and bird seal characters in it had actually been lost in the vast world. Near the mural, there was a shop that specialized in selling copies and copies of the goddess painting. The prices were different. Among them, the hard yellow book filled with double hooks was the most expensive. A round fan-sized one dared to ask for 20 pieces of snow. However, Qin Pingan saw that the painting was indeed exquisite. Not only did it resemble a mural, it also resembled a spirit. Qin Pingan bought 2 of them. He planned to keep one for himself in the future and give the other to Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian had said before that when it came to collecting, the most taboo was to not be proficient in miscellaneous things. The shop was managed by a young man and a young woman. The young woman didn't like to entertain customers, but the young man was especially clever. When he saw that Qin Pingan had bought the most expensive painting in the shop, he began to recommend a set of hard yellow books filled with 5 copies of the goddess painting to Qin Pingan, the esteemed customer. It was placed in a bright red wooden box. The young man said that the cost of making this wooden box was equivalent to several pieces of snow. Qin Pingan gently stretched out his hand to touch the wooden box. The wood was fine and delicate, and the spiritual energy was light but rich. It should really be a product of the Immortal mountain. The young man also said that the other 2 copies of the goddess painting couldn't be bought here. The customer would have to take 2 more steps to buy them from other shops. There were still 3 shops in Mural City that had been passed down from their ancestors. There was a rule set by the elders that they were not allowed to steal the business of other shops. However, the 5 copies of the mural that had been covered by the hemp sect could be sold by all 3 shops. Qin Pingan thought for a while and said that he would take a look. He then kept the hanging inkstone of the goddess painting and left the shop. As for the fated chance of the goddess, Qin Pingan didn't even think about it. He heard from the customers that once the goddess walked out of the painting, she would serve the owner for the rest of her life. In history, the 5 people in the painting had all become immortal companions with the owner. Then, at the very least, both of them would become Earth Immortals of the nascent soul stage. One of them, a down-and-out scholar with mediocre cultivation aptitude, had even obtained the favor of a goddess with a celestial staff. Then, unexpectedly, he broke through the realm again and again. In the end, he became a great immortal cultivator in the history of the North Continent. If one could win the heart of a beauty, one could also become an immortal at the peak of the mountain. At this point in one's life, what more could one ask for? Qin Pingan's palms were sweating when he heard that. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. He almost put his palms together and silently prayed that the goddess on the mural would have a better taste and not be blind enough to fall in love with him. After that, Qin Pingan went to the other 2 murals and bought the most expensive ones. The style was the same. The shops nearby also sold a set of 5 copies of the goddess painting. The price was the same as what the young man had said previously. 100 pieces of snow would be spent without any discount. The 2 paintings of the goddess were named Rain Walking and Deer Riding respectively. The former held a white jade bowl and tilted it slightly. The tourists could vaguely see the sparkling water in the bowl and a golden dragon shining in the golden light. The latter was riding on a 7-colored deer. The goddess' skirt was trailing behind her, making her look like an immortal. This goddess also carried a green wooden sword without a scabbard on her back. The 3 words "Swift Wind" were engraved on it. Along the way, Qin Pingan mingled with the crowd and listened as much as he could. One of the words made Qin Pingan, the money grubber, interested. He decided to be the bag shop himself. On this trip to the North Continent, Other than practicing his swordsmanship, he might as well do some business. After all, there was almost no space left in the near things and the square things. Some passers-by said that it was the painting of the goddess in the mural city. Due to the beauty of the painting and the fact that it was a gimmick, the whole continent knew about it. In the northern region of the North Continent, cultivators would often offer extremely high prices for it. It was very popular in the northern court. There were even immortal masters from rich families who were willing to pay a small sum of money to buy a set of 8 complete paintings of the goddess in the mural city. Qin Pingon thought about it carefully. At first he thought that it was profitable, but then he felt that something was amiss. He thought that this was a good thing. It was like a string of copper coins on the ground. Any cultivator with a little bit of wealth could pick it up and earn the difference in price. Qin Pingon looked at the group of tourists who were chatting not far away. They did not look like people who were hired by the 3 shops. After thinking about it, he understood. The North Continent was vast, and the skeleton beach was located at the southernmost tip. Riding the immortal ferry was not a small expense. Moreover, whether the painting of the goddess could be sold at a high price depended on whether the other party liked it. It was more up to fate and a little bit of luck. Also, it depended on the production of the 3 shops' porch filler boxes. Adding all these factors together, there might not be any cultivators who would be willing to earn such a small profit. Of course, it was also possible that there was a fixed sales channel between the shops and the skeleton beach. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. Earning money was one thing. Qin Pingon had been through so much. Among the people he knew, Sun Jiaxu from Old Dragon City and Dong Shuijing from Longquan County did the best. Putting aside Sun Jiaxu, who already had a big family and business, Dong Shuijing, who was born in a shabby alley and suddenly became rich, had an attitude toward earning money that Qin Pingon admired the most. After Dong Shuijing earned a lot of money every day, he made friends with big figures like County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chao, and Guaniran, who he was going to visit soon. However, he also earned a small amount of money from the wonton shop. Although Dong Shuijing was running the shop now, in some people's eyes, it might be more of a cultivation of character after having a lot of money, but Dong Shuijing was still diligent and serious. He was not careless at all. This was the business experience that a businessman should have. Therefore, Qin Pingon found the shopkeepers of the 2 shops and asked if they could give him a discount if he bought more porch fillings in one go. One of the shopkeepers directly shook his head, saying that even if he bought all the stock in the shop, he would not pay less for a single piece of snow. There was no room for negotiation at all. In the other shop, the shopkeeper was an old hunchbacked woman. She smiled and asked the customer how many sets of goddess paintings he could buy. Qin Pingon asked how many sets of goddess paintings were left in the shop. The old woman said that porch fillings were delicate work, and it took a long time to sell them. Moreover, the chief painter of these porch fillings had always been an old guest of the linen sect. The other painters did not dare to paint at all. The old guest was never willing to paint more. If it were not for the rules of the linen sect, according to the old painter, every time the lechers in the world with evil thoughts looked at him, he would have more karma. It was really a terrible way to earn money. The old woman then said frankly that the shop itself was not worried about sales, so they did not have much savings. Now there were only about 30 sets left in the shop and they would be sold out sooner or later. At this point the old woman smiled and asked Qin Pingon if that was the case, discounts were equivalent to losing money. Was there anyone in the world who did business like this? Qin Pingon was helpless. Just based on the old woman's honest words, he spent 20 pieces of snow to buy a set of boxes. Inside there were 5 goddess paintings. They were named Chongwu, Baoguai, Lingji, Chuanguan, and Zhang Can. The 5 goddesses each held a lotus lamp, supported a Baoguai lid, and held a white jade Lingji Rui in their arms. Hundreds of flowers curled around them and birds flew in circles. The last one was the most unusual. She was actually wearing armor and holding an axe. Lightning flashed and she was very heroic. Qin Pingon once again returned to the earliest shop, and asked about the inventory and discounts. The young man was a little embarrassed. The young girl suddenly smiled and glanced at the young man who grew up with her. She shook her head, probably feeling that this foreign customer was too unscrupulous. She continued to busy herself with her own business. Facing the customers who came in and out of the shop, whether old or young, she still did not smile. In the end, the young man was easier to talk to, or maybe he was thin-skinned. He could not persuade Qin Pingon to look at him and smile, so he secretly led Qin Pingon to the back room of the shop. He sold 10 sets of wooden boxes to Qin Pingon, and took 10 pieces of snow less from Qin Pingon. After Qin Pingon paid the bill when he left the shop, he had an extra bag which he slung on his back. The young girl lightly bumped the young man with her shoulder and teased, "How can you do business like this? The customer just said a few words and you just nodded and agreed." The young man helplessly said, "I take after my great-grandfather. Besides, I'm just here to help you do odd jobs. I'm not really a businessman." The young girl separated public from private matters and warned, "I don't care. I've seen the loss of 10 pieces of snow in the shop. When you go back, go to your great-grandfather and ask him to make up for it. Beg him to draw more snow for my shop." The young man smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, great-grandfather loves me the most. If others can't get anything from him, great-grandfather will be very happy if I go and beg him." The young girl suddenly said, "Then did you tell that customer that he shouldn't show off his wealth when he's outside? There are many people in the shop and he's carrying so many pieces of snow on his back. It's not a small sum of money. The area around Mural City is already filled with crooks and honest folk, and it's a foul atmosphere. They like to bully foreigners the most and they'll use all kinds of tricks. Didn't you tell him anything? Look at how he's bargaining with you. If you don't agree, he can almost become a worker in our shop. Also, with that foreign accent, it's obvious that he's not very rich. The more it's like this, the more you should be careful." When the young girl did business, she had the temper of someone willing to take the bait. Only when it came to the young man, she was not stingy with her words. Presumably, she had a cold face and a warm heart. The young man was stunned for a moment. He slapped his head and said guiltily, "I forgot." The young girl glared at him and said in a low voice, "Then why aren't you going? You're a direct disciple of the hemp sect, and you're about to leave the mountain to travel. How can you be so careless?" The young man said, "Then what about the shop's business?" The young girl laughed angrily, "I've been here since I was young. After so many years, you've only left the mountain to help a few times. Could it be that without you my shop can't continue running?" The young man dashed out of the shop and found the foreign wanderer wearing a bamboo hat. He whispered some things to take note of. Qin Pingon smiled, "Okay, thank you for the reminder." The young man waved his hand and was about to turn and run back to the shop. Qin Pingon asked, "May I take the liberty to ask?" The young man immediately stopped and nodded, "Go ahead. If it's something that can be said, I'll definitely not hide it." Qin Pingon asked, "These 8 goddess murals have such a great opportunity. Why didn't the hemp sect seal off the skeleton beach? Even if their own disciples can't seize the opportunity, isn't it common sense to keep the goodies within the family?" The young man smiled, "The hemp sect isn't so stingy. Instead of stealing the treasure land and monopolizing the opportunity, it's better to form a good relationship with those fated people. There's an ancestral teaching in the hemp sect's ancestral hall. When we cultivate the great Tao, we must avoid fighting for the Tao." Qin Pingon thought about this saying carefully and sighed, "The hemp sect's boldness is great." The young man was elated. Although he wasn't tall and had an average appearance, he was actually an inner sanctum disciple in the hemp sect's ancestral hall. He was successful in his cultivation and hence he was introverted. Although he was very young, his seniority was not low. He was familiar with the young lady in the shop in the mural town since he was young. Whenever he had the chance, he would come down the mountain to help. When he reached the hemp sect's mountain, there were many white-haired old cultivators who called him Young Uncle Master. After thanking the young man again, Qin Pingon walked towards the entrance. Since he had bought the goddess murals, it was a worthwhile trip for him to open his business in the North Continent in the future. He didn't continue to wander around the mural town. Along the way, he actually saw a few shops selling ghost cultivator artifacts. Regardless of whether the artifacts were good or bad, they were really expensive. He reckoned that he would have to stay here for a period of time and slowly search for those old shops hiding in the depths of the streets to have a chance of finding them. Otherwise, shopkeeper Huang on the ferry wouldn't have mentioned this. However, Qin Pingon didn't intend to test his luck. Moreover, he had bought the most outstanding Yin spirit puppet in the mural town as a retainer. Qin Pingon didn't need it the most. Hence, he hurried to the Yaoyi River Temple, which was 600 miles away from the hemp sect's mountain. After exiting the mural town, Qin Pingon looked at the hemp sect, which was shrouded in clouds and mist that covered the scenery. He couldn't help but think of the Taiping Mountain in the Tongyi continent. The foot of the mountain was bustling with activity and was overcrowded. This immortal mansion had 36 direct disciples and 108 outer disciples. For an immortal mansion with the word sect in its name, there were too few cultivators. The mountain was mostly deserted. Actually, his Luopa mountain was about the same. There were still too few people. However, with so many people coming, Qin Pingon was also worried. He was worried that a second Guqin would appear. Even if it was half of Guqin, Qin Pingon would have a headache. There was a story in Taoism where the common people worried about the heavens. Qin Pingon had read it many times. The more he read it, the more he thought about it. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He shook his bag, collected his thoughts and continued to travel. He continued to travel on foot. As for the speed of his breathing and the depth of his footsteps, he deliberately maintained the atmosphere of an ordinary fifth realm martial artist. The river deity temple was very easy to find. He just had to walk to the swaying river and head north. The Ghost Valley was located northeast of the temple, so it could be considered on the way. The swaying river was extremely wide and boundless. The water was deep and the river was slow, giving one the feeling of watching a lake. There was no bridge on the swaying river. It was said that the river deity didn't like others walking on his head, so there were many ferries and boats. Qin Pingon rested at a small ferry and drank a bowl of the local gloomy tea. Generally speaking, the water used to brew tea was of the lowest quality. However, the gloomy tea here was casually poured into the river. The tea was actually very refreshing and sweet. It was most likely due to the rich luck of the swaying river. The luck of the water was at its peak and it also helped the two sides of the river. The vegetation was lush and there were large clusters of reeds. In the early winter it was still lush and green. Hence there were many birds and water birds resting. Along the way he could occasionally see traveling cultivators. They were accompanied by Yin's spirit retainers with metal armor. Their footsteps were extremely light and there was almost no dust. They were like the Jianghu masters of the small vassal states of the Aquarius continent. The armor on their bodies was extremely exquisite. It was engraved with the Daoist talisman. Gold and silver lines intertwined with each other. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The burly Yin spirits were almost all covered with face armor. Some of their exposed skin was greenish-black. The cultivators of the North Continent, regardless of their cultivation level, were much more restrained than the cultivators of the Aquarius continent who were cautious when they walked around the ferry. The cultivators of the North Continent acted as if there was no one around and were very bold and unrestrained. If Pei Qian was here he would probably feel like a fish in water. Qin Pingon ordered 2 more bowls of gloomy tea. It was not that Qin Pingon was thirsty to the point of drinking, but the rule of the tea stall was that 3 bowls of tea were sold for 1 drop of snow. If one did not drink 3 bowls of tea, 1 drop of snow would be sold for at least 1 drop of snow. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry. He drank his tea slowly. Then he sat at more than half of the dozens of tables. They were all resting here. About 100 miles ahead, there was a historical site. There was a fallen ancient iron bowl by the swaying river. Its origin was unknown. It was of extremely high quality and was close to a magic treasure. It was not sunk by the swaying river god to suppress the water flow, nor was it taken by the great cultivator at the skeletal beach. There was once an earth immortal who tried to steal it, but it did not end well. The river god turned a blind eye to it and did not use its supernatural powers to stop it. The swaying river water was violent and turbulent, covering the sky and covering the earth. It directly swept the earth immortal into the river and drowned him. Since then no one dared to covet this iron bowl that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. Qin Pingon had just finished his 2nd cup of tea. Not far away, a table of customers quarreled with the waiter of the tea stall. It was about why the tea stall charged 2 snowflakes for 4 cups of tea. The shopkeeper was a mischievous man. When he saw his waiter quarreling with the customers, he actually took pleasure in their misfortune. He leaned over the greasy counter and drank alone. In front of him was a plate of fresh and delicious water celery that grew by the swaying river. The young waiter was also stubborn. He did not ask for help from the shopkeeper. He was surrounded by 4 customers alone and still insisted on his opinion. Either he obediently took out 2 snowflakes and spent it, or he did not pay if he had the ability. Anyway, the tea stall did not even charge 1 tael of silver. There was a burly man with a big beard and a purple face. Behind him stood an astonishingly imposing Yin spirit retainer. This puppet made by the linen sect was carrying a big box on its back. The purple-faced man was about to turn hostile on the spot. However, after being persuaded by a woman who was sitting cross-legged on a long bench, the burly man took out a small sum of money and slammed it on the table. 2 snowflakes cost money, right? Then give me the change. It was obvious that he was making things difficult and disgusting the tea stall. The cultivators on the mountain, as well as the pure martial artists who were good at martial arts, would generally prepare more snowflakes when they went out traveling. They should not be short of snowflakes. Of course, there should be some small sum of money. After all, this thing was lighter than snowflakes and easier to carry. If it was the Earth Immortals who owned the small immortal tomb and the exquisite arsenal, or the direct descendants of the immortal families on the mountain who had these precious treasures since childhood, it would be a different story. As for the more precious Guyu money, it was not even a good thing to have more of it. Because there were not many places where Guyu money could be used unless they went straight for a big deal as soon as they went down the mountain. In the end, the young waiter directly retorted, "Why don't you take out the Guyu money?" The purple-faced man glared and crossed his arms. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, don't delay me from going to the river god temple to burn incense." The shopkeeper finally spoke up to relieve the situation. "Okay, hurry up and give the customer the change." The young waiter grabbed the Guyu money and went behind the counter. He squatted down and there was a crisp sound of money knocking against money. He took out a sack of Guyu money and slammed it on the table. "Take it." The purple-faced man smiled and waved his hand. The Yin spirit retainer behind him grabbed the heavy sack of Guyu money and put it into the box behind him. The young waiter said with a straight face, "Forgive me for not seeing you out. You are welcome to not come." The purple-faced man took out another Guyu money and put it on the table. He grinned and said, "For more bowls of gloomy tea." The young waiter said angrily, "Are you King done?" The woman who was sitting cross-legged twisted her body. Her appearance was average, but her figure was alluring. With this twist, her peaks rose and fell. She smiled at the young waiter and said, "Since you are in the business of opening the door to welcome customers, then don't be too hot-tempered. However, I don't blame you. It's normal for young people to be hot-tempered. Later I won't drink that bowl of tea. Consider it a reward for you to cool down." The guests at the other tables roared with laughter. Some of them even let out strange cries. Some of the young and strong men even whistled and glanced at the beautiful scenery in front of the woman. They wished they could use their eyes to cut off those 2 mountains and bring them back home. The young waiter flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as he was about to curse at this coquettish fox, a young man with a sword beside the woman was already itching to give it a try. He secretly stroked the hilt of his sword with his palm, as if he was waiting for the waiter to insult the woman. Fortunately, the shopkeeper finally put down his chopsticks and said to the young waiter, "Okay, did I forget what I taught you? You will cause the most trouble by insulting people in front of them. The rules of the tea stall are passed down from our ancestors. No wonder you are so stubborn. If the customers are unhappy, there is nothing we can do. But if you curse people, then forget it. No business is done like this." Then the shopkeeper smiled and looked at the group of customers. "Business has its rules. But like this beautiful sister said, we are open to welcome customers. So, the next 4 bowls of gloomy tea will be my reward for getting to know these 4 heroes. It will be free. How about it?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed, her body trembling. The purple-faced man nodded. He put away the small coin and drank the 4 bowls of gloomy tea. Only then did he get up and leave. The woman didn't forget to turn around and throw a coquettish glance at the young waiter. Qin Pingon frowned. He glanced at one of the white bowls on the table that still had half a bowl of tea left. On the edge of the bowl there was some imperceptible rouge. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. He went around the counter and threw the white bowl into the swaying river before the young waiter could. Qin Pingon finished his tea and placed a snow coin on the table. He got up and left. From the mural city to the river crossing, there was a fork in the road. The small road was near the river and the main road was slightly away from the river. There was a particular reason for this. The river god here preferred peace and quiet. On the other hand, the main road at the skeleton beach was filled with endless traffic. It was said that it was easy to disturb the river god's cultivation. Therefore, the hemp sect paid to build 2 roads for people to travel. Those who liked to enjoy the scenery would take the small road. Those who wanted to do business would take the large road. Qin Pingon walked on the small road and there were very few people. After all, no matter how good the scenery of the swaying river was, it was still a gentle river. Previously, when he came from the Mural City, the novelty of it had already passed. The small muddy road was full of potholes and it was not as smooth as the main road. Moreover, there were small stalls on both sides of the road. After all, if one wanted to set up a stall in the Mural City, they would have to pay a sum of money. It wasn't much, just a snow coin. However, even a mosquito's leg was meat. In the end, when Qin Pingon walked along the small road by the river for more than 10 li, Qin Pingon vaguely heard a weak shout coming from a large patch of reeds in the distance. For people walked out supporting each other. They were the customers who had wrestled with the tea stall earlier. Among them, the woman's stomach suddenly emitted a thunderous sound. She panted softly and said, "Oh, my dear mother, they are here again." The woman turned around and staggered all the way to the depths of the reeds. She didn't forget to remind him, "Tell that puppet you just bought to get lost. This is the wilderness. If I don't let that wild man see my butt, would I let an otherworldly item take advantage of it?" Qin Pingon looked straight ahead and quickened his pace. The purple-faced man glanced at Qin Pingon. The young man with a sword next to him whispered, "What a coincidence. We ran into them again. Could it be that the tea stall cooperated to make a badger game? They were tempted by the money earlier, and now they want to take advantage of the situation?" A gray-clothed old man who looked like a butler rubbed his aching stomach and nodded. "It's better to be careful." The purple-faced man's face darkened. "I didn't expect the skeleton beach to be so lawless. Even a tea stall that doesn't have legs dares to do such a despicable thing." The gray-clothed old man said helplessly, "The skeleton beach has always been full of strange people. Let's take this as a lesson learned. We should think about how to proceed from here. If the tea stall really wants to kill someone for money, the journey before we reach the temple of the river god will be very difficult." The young man looked at the back of the young man wearing a bamboo hat and made a gesture of raising his hand. "Then should we strike first to gain the upper hand? It's better than letting them find out the truth and then we can catch a turtle in a jar somewhere. Maybe we can kill the chicken to warn the monkey and they won't dare to act recklessly." The purple-faced man thought it was reasonable. The gray-clothed old man still wanted to make a plan, but the man had already said to the young swordsman in a low voice, "Then you go and test the waters. Remember to be clean. It's best not to throw it into the river. If we really fall into the river, we still need the protection of the river god. If we throw the corpse into the river, we might offend the river god of this river. Don't waste such a big reed marsh." The young man with the sword smiled and nodded. Then he chuckled and said, "He looks like a pure martial artist who has passed the body refinement realm. If he is someone who hides his strength and has the courage of a hero, even if we don't fail miserably, it would be very troublesome to take him down for questioning." The purple-faced man glanced at the gray-clothed old man, and the latter nodded silently. The two rushed forward one after the other. A moment later, the purple-faced man rubbed his stomach that was beginning to turn upside down again. Seeing the two returning the way they came, he asked, "Finished?" The gray-clothed old man shook his head and said, "He disappeared in an instant, faster than a rabbit. But it's also possible that he saw that the situation was not good and hid in the reed marsh. It's hard to find him just by lying down." The purple-faced man with a big beard looked gloomy. He looked around and said, "Then there's nothing we can do. Let's go a little further and act according to the situation. If there's no other way, we'll go back to the ferry and bow our heads to the shopkeeper who drugged him. Just think of it as strong dragons don't fight local snakes." The woman put one hand on her waist and staggered out of the reed marsh. She said in a sickly voice, "That guy from the tea stall is bad. He's a smiling tiger who deserves to be cut 1,000 times. What a tyrannical laxative. Even a strong bull would be knocked down by it. He really doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex." Qin Pingon had left the small path earlier and turned into the reed marsh. He bent his back and rushed forward. Soon he was out of sight. After walking for more than 10 miles, he slowed down. He went to the riverside and scooped some water to wash his face. Then, while there was no one around, he put the bag containing the goddess portrait into something close to him. Then he leaped up gently and stepped on the lush reed marsh. He skimmed the surface of the water like a dragonfly. The wind whistled in his ears as he drifted into the distance. Even if that group of Jianghu people had spirit puppets as their personal retainers, they would probably not be as strong as an experienced Dragon Gate cultivator. Qin Pingon did not want to fight and kill people when he arrived in the North Continent. Besides, he would be implicated. It was not a good sign. As he approached the River God Temple, there were more pedestrians on the small path. Qin Pingon landed on the ground. He walked out of the reed marsh and walked forward. Previously, when he stood on top of the reed thicket and looked at the famous temple that was famous in half of the continent, he saw a thick mist of incense rising into the sky. It stirred the sea of clouds above and created a colorful blur. This scene was not to be underestimated. Even the River God Temple in the Tongyi continent that he had passed by and the Azure Turing Mansion that was later on did not have such a strange scene. As for the few River God temples in the Embroidery River in his hometown, they did not have such a strange phenomenon. The common people had incense for the common people. There was also water incense for the rich. The River God Temple was very generous. Not only did it erect a wooden board to announce the arrival, there was also a young boy who was specially guarding the wooden board. With a childish voice, he informed all the guests who came to offer incense that when they entered the temple to worship the god, they only cared about their sincerity and not the value of the incense. Qin Pingon did not skimp on the money. He bought a tube of swaying river incense that was specially used to worship the god. It was not cheap. 10 snowflakes cost money and the tube only contained 9 incense sticks. Compared to the 3 incense sticks in the River God Temple in the Qinghuan Kingdom, 1 snowflake cost money. It was much more expensive. Qin Pingon took out 3 incense sticks from the yellow bamboo tube with green water flowers and followed the pilgrims into the temple. He lit 3 incense sticks in the main hall and held the incense sticks high above his head. He bowed in all directions and then went to the main hall where the golden body of the river god was enshrined. The colorful statue was gilded with gold and its height was suspected of overstepping its boundaries. It was actually more than 3 feet taller than the statue of the river god in Longquan County. The height of the statues of the river god in the Dali dynasty strictly adhered to the rules of the academy. However, when Qin Pingon thought that this was the North Continent, it was not strange. The appearance of the swaying river god was that of an old man in golden armor who held a sword in each hand and stepped on a bright red snake. He looked like an angry heavenly king and was extremely powerful. Then Qin Pingon just walked around the huge temple that had more than 10 entrances. He walked and stopped and spent more than an hour. The roof ridges were all eye-catching golden glazed tiles. Among them, there was a side hall that was built to look like a dragon palace in the water. The statues were vivid and lifelike. They were all large fish, snakes, and flood dragons that had transformed into human forms. There were hundreds of postures. There were old pilgrims and their children laughing and saying that this was the side palace of the river god. At night, these subordinates who could summon the wind and rain would come alive. However, there was a night ban in the temple. At night, only those immortals who rode the clouds and mist were qualified to come here as guests and drink tea with the river god. Qin Pingon had stopped at the back hall for a while and saw a couplet. He took out 3 incense sticks and lit them. He stood respectfully on the white jade square and inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner before leaving. The couplet behind Qin Pingon with golden words on a black background was, "Don't kowtow to a sincere heart, you will be protected by virtue, and burn incense for evil, you will only provoke the water god." After Qin Pingon left the temple of the river god, he continued his journey to the north. At dusk, Qin Pingon came to a small ferry. He needed to take a ferry across the shore to go to the Ghost Valley that Qin Pingon wanted to visit the most in the territory of the Skeleton Beach. However, the fairies and the old and young fairies at the ferry had already stopped work. The fairies stopped at the shore to tie up their ropes and return home. Qin Pingon wanted to increase the price to cross the river, but still no one agreed. It was said that the fairies did not cross the river at night. This was a rule passed down from generation to generation. Otherwise, the river god would be angry. There were only 3 kinds of people who were exceptions. Scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations, people who were sick and seeking medical treatment, and people who were suffering wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Qin Pingon thought about the importance of not building a bridge on the swaying river as well as these rules. He didn't even have the mood to swim across the river. He simply lit a bonfire at a secluded spot near the ferry, planning to take the ferry across at dawn tomorrow. The night was dark and the river was slow. Qin Pingon faced the river and sat cross-legged to practice the sword furnace stance. The night passed peacefully. The sky was slightly bright. Qin Pingon got up and walked towards the ferry. There was a muscular old ferryman with glossy and dark skin. He was already squatting at the ferry waiting for a guest. Qin Pingon and the old ferryman agreed on the price of 8 silver coins. The old man said to wait a little longer. If he only earned 8 silver coins to ferry a person across the river, it would be a waste of his strength. He asked Qin Pingon if he was willing to wait a little longer. As long as another person came and earned 8 silver coins, he could cross the river. Qin Pingon smiled and said it was fine. He just needed to wait. After all, he was not in a hurry. Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and sat at the ferry with the old ferryman. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. The wine in the gourd was the home-brewed rice wine that Dong Shuijing had given to Luopa Mountain. The old ferryman smelled the wine and his eyes lit up. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Young master, can you give me some wine to drink?" Qin Pingon was about to pass the blade-strengthening gourd to him when the old ferryman waved his hand and held it with both hands. He smiled and said, "Young master is a particular person, but this old man can't not be particular. Young master just needs to pour the wine into my hands." Qin Pingon then poured the wine. The old ferryman raised his hands that were full of calluses and lowered his head like a cow drinking water. After drinking, he smacked his lips and asked with a smile, "Young master, are you going to that no turning back?" "Well, this is our dialect. According to the words of the great immortals of the hemp sect, it is the Ghost Valley." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He said, "I am a swordsman and they all say that there are 3 places that must be visited. Now that I have been to the Mural City and the River God Temple, I want to go to the Ghost Valley to broaden my horizons." The old ferryman stretched out 2 fingers and twirled the corner of Qin Pingon's green robe. He clicked his tongue and said, "I knew it. Young master is actually a young immortal. This old man doesn't need to talk about other things. I have been on this river all my life, and even though I don't have any money in my pocket, I still have a good eye. Young master's robe must be worth a lot, right?" Qin Pingon laughed heartily and said, "When I go out, I still need to talk about style. I'm just trying to look impressive." The old ferryman said, "Young master's foreign accent sounds like you are from another continent. You must change it. Here the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. The more useless they are, the more they like to bully strangers." Qin Pingon nodded. "Old uncle is right." The old ferryman turned his head and glanced at him. "Young master's luck is not bad. Someone has come to the ferry so early. It seems that we can cross the river." Qin Pingon followed the old man's gaze and turned his head. It was an old woman who was staggering. When he looked at the old woman's face, Qin Pingon felt helpless. When the old woman arrived at the ferry, she heard that the old ferryman wanted to take 8 coins of silver. She began to feel awkward and then turned her head to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon looked like a fledgling of the Jianghu. At first he pretended that he did not know anything. When the old woman was stunned, she took the initiative to ask this young master if he could help her. She only had 4 or 5 coins of silver on her. If she could trouble this young master to pay her, she would definitely be rewarded for his kindness. Qin Pingon just shook his head. The old ferryman was a little anxious and tried to signal Qin Pingon with his eyes. Unfortunately, in the old man's eyes, the clever young man was now like a blockhead. In the end, the old woman angrily said that she owed him money and that she would pay him back the next time they crossed the river. The old ferryman also agreed. When they crossed the river, the atmosphere on the boat was a little awkward. Qin Pingon looked down and pretended to be an old monk in meditation. The old ferryman was a little anxious, but he could not say anything. The old woman was the most angry. She felt that this young man was really stingy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She glared fiercely at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon just pretended not to see it. Later, he seemed to not be able to bear it, and began to talk about great principles with the old woman. The general idea was why she could not blame him for being stingy. When the old woman heard this, she slapped the railing. The old ferryman rolled his eyes. When they reached the ferry on the other side, the old ferryman wanted to say something, but the old woman pulled on his sleeve. Qin Pingon jumped off the ferry and said his goodbyes. He didn't even turn his head as he left. The old ferryman was dumbfounded and stunned for a long time. He turned to the old woman and asked, "Let it go just like that? Isn't it a pity?" The stooped old woman had already stood up and sneered, "What else? You want me to pay for it?" He couldn't grasp his own fortune, so he can't blame anyone else. This guy is the first one who couldn't pass the 3 small tests. If this gets out, I'll be laughed at by my sisters. The old ferryman felt that something was wrong. Why did that young man seem to have deliberately missed this great fortune? The first test was set up by the old woman. Whether to cross the river by force, the young man passed. After that, he replaced her and symbolically tested him again. The young man also passed the second test smoothly and generously gave him a sip of wine. Therefore, the old ferryman felt that the overall situation was set and the matter was settled. So he did the young man a small favor and deliberately removed some of the camouflage, revealing a little clue. Since the young man had already been to the river god temple, he should have been aware of it and should have dealt with it appropriately. He would not be calculative about such a trivial matter as a few coins of silver. Who just said, "In Jianghu you have to puff yourself up at your own cost?" The old woman was furious. She stomped her feet and sank the old ferryman and the ferry to the bottom of the swaying river. The 2 people and the ferry shuttled freely at the bottom of the river. The old woman had recovered her graceful true body. Her ribbons were fluttering and her beautiful face was worthy of being called a goddess. The old ferryman sighed and felt very sorry for the young man. After Qin Pingon left the ferry, he began to run. He hated that flying on his sword was too eye-catching. Otherwise he would have run farther. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine to suppress his shock. Then he laughed and imitated Pei Qian to walk a few steps, feeling complacent. "I Qin Pingon am an old man in Jianghu." After Qin Pingon laughed, he felt a burst of fear. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily he was smart enough. Otherwise, if he counted with his fingers, how many times would he have been beaten to death by Miss Ning? Even if he wasn't beaten to death the next time they met, he still dared to hope to hug her and kiss her on the mouth. On the other side of the ferry, Jiang Shangzhen's mind was slightly moved. He noticed some signs and decisively returned. At this moment he stretched out his hand to cover his forehead and murmured, "Qin Pingon, brother Qin, uncle Qin. You are still the best." 487. The old boat continued to hold the wormwood at the bottom of the river. The ferry went straight downstream like a fish, as fast as lightning. In the eyes of ordinary teachers, the turbid water was as clear as fire to the old boat. Moreover, the essence of water was even more pleasing to look at. On the waterway to the temple of the river god, there would occasionally be wandering ghosts. When they saw the old boat, they would take the initiative to kneel down and kowtow. The river god did not plunder wantonly and took all of it into the temple, so it was much less likely for the drowned ghosts to become ghosts who had lost their wisdom. It was also a merit. However, the temple of the Yaohe River had to pay a price for this, which was to slow down the speed of the essence of incense. After accumulating for a long time, there was less than 1 kilogram this year and 8 ounces next year. The essence of incense should have been used to shape and refine the golden body, but the missing portion was quite considerable. In the eyes of other river gods, it was probably that the river god's brain was really damaged. A god of mountains and rivers who lived on the incense of the human world was not a cultivator. The key was that the temple of the Yaohe River only recognized the skeleton beach as its foundation, which was not in the register of mountains and rivers of any dynasty. For this reason, the emperors and vassals of the dynasties who passed by the upstream of the Yaohe River had a very subtle attitude towards the temple built outside their jurisdiction. They did not confer titles or prohibit people from going south to burn incense. They also did not stop people from going south to burn incense. Therefore, the river god Shui Yuanxing, a god of lust who did not belong to the etiquette system of a continent, actually pursued the illusory merit. What was the meaning of planting trees here and blossoming elsewhere? Merit was the most unpredictable thing. If it was in the register of gods, it was equivalent to having evidence. As long as the fate of mountains and rivers was stable, the Ministry of Rights of the imperial court would follow the prescribed order. After inspection, they would confer rewards according to the rules. There were many sequelae. The imperial court of a country would help to resist and eliminate many karma imperceptibly. This was the benefit of a stable harvest. But without that identity, it was hard to say. Once a person made a wish and prayed successfully, Who could guarantee that there would not be a mess of karma entanglement behind? The goddess who walked out of the mural was in a bad mood and looked depressed. When it came to their respective great Daoists as an old neighbor, Old Boatmaster wasn't in a position to say anything. But his comforting words were just rubbing salt into the wound. The 8 paintings of the heavenly official of the goddess had existed for a long time, even longer than the hemp sect. When the ancestors of the hemp sect first came to the North Continent, it was very difficult. They chose the southernmost point of the continent because they had no choice but to do so. At that time, they had provoked several domineering sword immortals from the north and were unable to establish a foothold. They wanted to stay away from trouble, so they unintentionally unearthed these inexplicable ancient murals. Hence they regarded the Skeleton Beach as a place with good feng shui. This was also an important reason. However, the hardships within the hemp sect were not known to outsiders. Old Boatzi had witnessed the establishment of the hemp sect bit by bit. Just by dealing with the nether soldiers and generals of the ancient battlefield, the hemp sect had lost no less than 20 earth immortals. Even 2 of their cultivators in the pure jade realm had died in battle. It could be said that if they had not been ostracized, the hemp sect would have been able to establish a sect in the central part of the North Continent. This was also under the premise that the hemp sect had never had any sword immortals and had never invited any sword immortals to be worshippers. It was actually the first time Old Boatmaster saw the true body of the goddess. In the past, among the 8 heavenly official goddesses, one of the goddesses was called Chuanguan. She could travel far in dreams, similar to the Yin spirit of a grand cultivator. Moreover, she could ignore many restrictions and use this to communicate with human cultivators. In the early years, this goddess had visited the Swaying River Temple. However, not long after, the goddess Chuanguan, like Chongzhu and Zhangkan, chose the person she wanted to serve and left the Skeleton Beach. At that time, both sides secretly agreed that Old Boatmaster would help them set up 1 or 2 symbolic tests. As a reward, they were willing to help 3 times when the Swaying River Temple was in danger. After that, Bao Gai and Ling Ji also left the City of Murals one after another. After more than 500 years, the 3 murals fell into silence. The Swaying River Temple had already used up 2 chances to pass through the crisis. Therefore, Old Boatmaster was so attentive, hoping that a new opportunity would fall on the heads of mortals or cultivators. Old Boatmaster was happy to see it happen. In the past 1,000 years, the situation had changed. Out of the 5 goddesses in the murals, 1 died in battle for their master, and 2 chose to die with their master. Only Goddess Zhangkan, who was commonly known as the Celestial Staff, and Goddess Chuanguan, who had disappeared for unknown reasons. Among them, the shabby scholar chosen by the former was now a cultivator at the peak of a continent in the celestial realm. He was also one of the few cultivators who had achieved Dao other than sword cultivators in the team of sword cultivators who went to the inverted hanging mountain. At that moment, the goddess who was riding the ferry wasn't accompanied by the 7-colored deer in the painting. It was probably because of this that the murals did not fade. Otherwise, Old Boatmaster would be so embarrassed that he would not be able to show his face. After waiting for a long time, he finally found a person who would accompany him through life and death. In the end, that person did not have the slightest bit of foresight. Not only did he not pass that sesame size test, he even ran away as quickly as possible. If the murals in the City of Murals became a white painting scroll, wouldn't it make the goddess seem like she had no home to return to? What was the difference between this and the drowned ghosts in the Swaying River and the many wandering Yin spirits in the Haunted Valley? As for the true roots of these 8 goddesses, even Old Boatmaster, who was the river god of this place, still did not know. Unsurprisingly, the cultivators of the Linen sect also knew very little. It was very likely that the remaining 3 old ancestors only knew bits and pieces. The strangest thing was that in the past, the spring official goddess had a secret meeting with Old Boatmaster. She confessed that they had no memories and had been in a deep sleep for an unknown period of time. It was only when the cultivators of the Linen sect opened up their cave dwelling and activated the array formation that they woke up. The 8 murals seemed to each occupy an area of the City of Murals, but they were actually connected as one. According to the cultivators of that time, it was a fragmented mystic realm. Based on the mountains, rivers, buildings, flowers, ancient trees, books and other relics, they had tried to follow the clues and find out their origins. Unfortunately, it was like a heavenly moat that spanned across the land. There were layers upon layers of fog that could not be unraveled. As they approached the river god temple, Old Boat Master couldn't help but sigh. The goddess standing on the other side of the ferry also faintly sighed. It was especially sentimental, as if it was the sound of nature that did not exist in the mortal world. Old Boat Master couldn't help but complain about that young man. Just what was he thinking? Previously he had secretly observed him and found him to be quite clever. He also respected the rules and did not seem like a stingy person. So why did he start to act so foolishly when his fortune was right in front of him? Was it really something that should not have existed in his life and could not be grasped when it was in his hands? But that didn't seem right either. If he was able to gain the favor of the goddess and leave the painting, that in itself explained a great deal. The goddess turned her head and glanced over. That male cultivator who was standing on the riverbank, could he be one of the 3 old ancestors of the Linen sect? Old Boat Master shook his head. I recognize the 3 old ancestors on the mountain. Even if they leave the mountain and show themselves, they aren't heroic characters who like to play tricks. The goddess thought for a moment. Looking at his bearing, I do remember a sister who took a liking to someone in her early years. He was a young golden core cultivator from outside the city, and her heart was almost moved by him. But his disposition was too heartless. If she followed him, she wouldn't be able to endure any hardship or anger. Old Boat Master was stunned for a moment. He asked about the approximate time. After obtaining the answer, Old Boat Master felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, it couldn't be that pervert surnamed Jiang, right? That's a rotten bastard. Unexpectedly, the goddess nodded and said, it seems that his surname is indeed Jiang. At that time the young man's tone was quite arrogant. He said that one day, even if the fairy sisters looked down on him, he would take away all 8 paintings whether they were at home or not. He would worship them so that he could eat and drink in front of the paintings every day. However, although this person's words were frivolous, his state of mind was extraordinary. Old Boat Master was puzzled. That fellow was a romantic in the past, so how did he become so heartless and boring? The goddess shook her head. Our method of observing people directly points at their nature. Not only is it different from cultivators, but it's also different from you mountain and river gods. This is a supernatural ability that we are born with. In fact, we don't think that it's a good thing. At first glance we see turbid hearts, dirty thoughts, caves crawling with snakes and scorpions, or bewitching creatures with human heads and monster bodies. There are many ugly scenes that are unbearable to look at. So we often deliberately sleep. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't feel troubled. This way, if we suddenly wake up one day, we will know that our opportunity has arrived. Only then will we open our eyes and look. Old Boat Master praised, the boundless world is extraordinary. The deer-riding goddess suddenly turned her head to look at the mural city. She squinted her eyes and her expression was cold. This fellow dares to trespass into the mansion. Old Boat Master was expressionless. He thought that there was no need to guess. It must be the notorious Xianxia. Over at the mural city, a large number of lanterns made with secret craftsmanship on the mountain suddenly went out. The lanterns that were supposed to be lit forever and needed to be changed once every 100 years had a problem. Naturally, it caused panic. Once the great cultivators fought here and damaged the foundation of the Linen Sect's mountain river formation, then the mural city would collapse. The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, a few of the Linen Sect's ancestral hall's direct disciples who were responsible for looking after the 3 murals flew into the air. They looked at the chaotic scene and tried to find the culprit. Once they determined that there was a cultivator who destroyed the mural city and was waiting for an opportunity to steal the murals, they had the right to execute the culprit on the spot. Near one of the murals of the goddess, when the Linen Sect's guarding cultivator was distracted to look into the distance, a wisp of green smoke first climbed up the wall and slithered like a spirit snake. Then it instantly entered the mural. It used some unknown method to directly break through the celestial spell restriction of the mural itself. It flashed and disappeared like raindrops falling into a lake. The movement was subtle, but it still made the Linen Sect's Immortal cultivator frown. He turned his head to look, but he did not find any clues. He was still worried. He excused himself from the mural goddess and flew into the air. He came to a place 10 feet away from the mural and used the Linen Sect's unique magic. A pair of pale golden eyes scanned the entire mural so as not to miss any clues. However, after checking it twice, he still did not find any abnormalities. The ancient mural in front of him was one of the 3 remaining blessings in the City of Murals. It was one of the most important mural of the 8 female officials of the Heavenly Court. In the secret archives of the Linen sect, the goddess depicted in the mural was riding on a 7-colored deer. She carried a wooden sword with the seal script "Swift Wind" on the side of the sword. Her status was revered and she was ranked 2nd. However, her importance was above the goddess that was commonly known as the Celestial Staff, but was actually named Zhou Xian by the Linen sect. Therefore, the Linen sect sent an Earth Immortal of the Jindan realm who had the potential to enter the upper 5 states to supervise this place. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't find the answer, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the shop beside the Swift Lightning goddess in the City of Murals. He used the sound of ripples in his heart to tell the young man to immediately return to the ancestral mountain of the Linen sect and inform the ancestral hall that there was something strange about the deer-riding goddess. They must invite an old ancestor to personally inspect this place. Although the young man had previously gone down the mountain to help his childhood sweetheart do business and wasn't very enlightened, his state of mind was extremely stable when he encountered a major event. After bidding farewell to the young girl, he walked out of the shop. With a solemn expression, he formed a seal with 2 fingers and lightly stamped his feet. Immediately, a woman of the land under the jurisdiction of the Linen sect broke out of the ground. It was actually a beautiful young girl. She raised her arms high and held a sheathless ancient sword with awe-inspiring sword chi. However, from the moment she left the underground palace of the Linen sect to the moment she appeared with the sword in her hand and respectfully handed over the ancient sword that had to be sharpened underground all year round, this pretty landlady had used a camouflage technique. No one below the Earth Immortal could see her. The young man thanked her and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle touch, the ancient sword trembled and broke through the air. The young man stepped on the sword and the tip of the sword pointed straight at the mural. The top of the city was almost in a straight line. The thick layer of soil supported by the mountain and river formation didn't hinder the young man's sword at all. 1 man and 1 sword rushed into the sky, breaking through the sea of clouds that was like a white jade belt of the ancestral mountain of the Linen sect in one go and flew towards the ancestral hall. The middle-aged cultivator landed back on the ground and stroked his beard with a smile. Although this little martial nephew wasn't from the same branch as him in the ancestral hall, everyone in the sect thought highly of and liked him. The Linen sect had a lot of rigid rules. For example, except for a few people, the rest of the cultivators had to start climbing the mountain on foot at the sword pavilion halfway up the mountain. Even if the sky was about to collapse, they had to walk obediently. And this young man who had been secretly recognized as the master of the half-immortal weapon since childhood was one of the exceptions. It wasn't that the middle-aged cultivator couldn't send a flying sword message back to the ancestral hall, but there were many inside stories. Even the young man himself was unaware of it. This was also the mystery of cultivating on the mountain. What you know is what you don't know. If someone else pointed it out, it would seem that he knew and the opportunity that could have been in his hands would run away. Therefore, it was best to let the young man report this matter and let him bear more karma. Although he might not succeed, at least it wouldn't be a bad thing. Although the Linen sect was magnanimous and didn't mind outsiders taking away the fortune of the 8 goddess portraits, the young man was the most likely person to seize the opportunity of the great Tao in the Mural City since the establishment of the sect. Back then, when the Linen sect was building the mountain and river formation, hundreds of mountain-splitting puppet soldiers were deployed. There were also dozens of mountain-moving apes and mountain dogs. They almost turned the Mural City upside down. And so many great cultivators who left their names in the ancestral records of the Linen sect couldn't find the ancient sword left behind by the sect's founder. And this half-immortal weapon was said to be inextricably linked to the deer-riding goddess. Therefore, the Linen sect had to fight for the opportunity of the Mural City. If they didn't take it, they would be punished. Above the sea of clouds, the young man rode his sword and went straight to the ancestral hall. Of the 3 ancestral masters of the Linen sect, one was in seclusion, while the other was stationed in the Ghost Valley, continuing to expand the territory. The only ancestral master who was in charge of guarding the mountains stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall and asked with a smile, "Lanshi, why are you in such a hurry? Is there a problem in the Mural City?" The young man with the sword repeated what the Golden Core senior brother said. The old ancestral master frowned. Is it the deer riding goddess portrait? The young man nodded. The old ancestral master grabbed the young man's shoulder and instantly arrived at the mural city. He first sent the young man to the shop and then came to the mural scroll alone. The old man's expression was solemn. The middle-aged Golden Core cultivator realized the seriousness of the situation. It was beyond his imagination. The old ancestral master sneered, "Good fellow, to be able to silently break the double restriction of the two sects and enter the secret realm." The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed slightly. The old man waved his hand. "Be careful, it's a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Go and protect Xianxia. Don't be too nervous. After all, it's our territory. I have to return to the ancestral hall. According to the rules, burn incense and knock on the door." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and went to the shop. At the shop, the young girl asked quietly, "What's going on?" The young man smiled. "I went to the ancestral hall." The middle-aged cultivator walked into the shop. The young man was puzzled. "Senior brother Yang, why are you here?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled, "Just looking around." The young man in front of him was only in the cave-dwelling realm, but he was his junior brother. His name was Pang Lanxi. The young man's grandfather was a guest elder of the hemp sect, and he was the chief writer of all the goddess portraits in the shop. The talented Pang Lanxi was a sword immortal that had never appeared in the hemp sect before. He was also one of the 3 ancestral masters of the hemp sect, and at the same time his last disciple. This ancestral master, who was known as one of the top 10 most lethal forces in the south of the North Continent, once swore in the ancestral hall that he would only take one disciple in his life. Therefore, when the ancestral master took the young Pang Lanxi as his disciple, it should have been a joyous occasion. However, the eccentric ancestral master did not want the hemp sect to announce it. He only said one sentence that was very suitable for the ancestral master's temperament. "Don't worry. Wait until my disciple enters the Golden Core realm. It won't take a few years anyway." The middle-aged cultivator looked at the carefree Pang Lanxi and smiled bitterly in his heart. "Junior brother, this is a crucial moment for your Dao." In a secret realm that looked like a celestial palace, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He staggered, shook his sleeves and said with a smile, "Finally, I got what I wanted. I can come here and see the peerless beauty of the fairy sisters." He called softly, "Hey, is anyone here?" He strolled slowly and looked around, admiring the celestial scenery. Suddenly, he raised his hand and covered his eyes, muttering, "This is the boudoir of the fairy sisters. I don't want to see anything I shouldn't see." North of the Skeleton Beach, a young female Daoist priest left the mountain of a sect that was beginning to take shape. She was the youngest immortal sect leader in the history of the North Continent. She steered an immortal ferry given to her by her senior brother, the Lord of Heaven, and headed south at top speed. As an immortal supreme treasure, the drifting cloud boat was faster than a cross-continent ferry. It could travel between 2 clouds thousands of miles away from each other. It was like a cultivator performing a space-shrinking spell. It flashed past silently. As for the border of the Ghost Valley at the Skeleton Beach, a young swordsman wearing a bamboo hat bought a thick book that explained the things to look out for in the Ghost Valley. The book recorded in detail many taboos and dangerous places. He sat by the side, basking in the sun, and slowly flipped through the book. He was not in a hurry to pay the toll and enter the Ghost Valley to gain experience. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. The winter day was warm and the young man looked up at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. The weather was really good. First he set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 488. Although the immortal mystic realm that Xianxia visited didn't have the name of a cave, it was better than one. Here there were bejeweled buildings, exotic flowers and strange grasses. The spirit chi was abundant like mist, and every step made people feel relaxed and happy. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. He believed that he had seen a lot of the world and he owned the famous Cloud Cave Blessed Land. When he went to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to waste his time, it was only to help his good friend solve the knot in his heart. At the same time he also took the opportunity to relax. There weren't many cultivators like Xianxia who cultivated leisurely like clouds and wild cranes. Xianxia didn't think much of it, but out of curiosity he still asked the old sect master Sun Yuan about the secrets of the hemp sect and the city of murals after returning to the Jade Gui sect in the Tongye continent. In Jiang Shangzhen's words, it was to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. Back then, Sun Yuan even made a special trip to the central divine continent's bamboo sea grotto heaven to see the celestial face of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. In the end he lingered around the Green Immortal Mountain and was reluctant to leave. In the end he didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain and almost missed the great event of inheriting the position of the sect master. It was said that when Sun Yuan returned to the back mountain of the sect, the old sect master, whose body and mind were already like rotten wood, was about to die. However, he still took a deep breath and scolded his disciple Sun Yuan. He was so angry that he even threw the sect master's token on the ground. Of course, these were all rumors. After all, other than the old sect master and Sun Yuan, there were only a few old Jade Gui sect ancestors who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs. The old cultivators of the Jade Gui sect all took it as a beautiful story for their disciples to hear. However, Jiang Shangzhen felt that the rumors should be true based on the similar temperament of the master and disciple. Perhaps one of the reasons why the old sect master was so angry was that Sun Yuan didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen put down his pretentious hands and walked with his back behind his back. He sighed when he thought of some secrets that would only be spread in a small circle on the mountain peak. Looking at the beautiful scenery here, he felt a little sorry for those fairy sisters. The sect master Sun Yuan once said that the hemp sect chose the skeleton beach as the place to open the mountain. The opportunity of the goddess of the 8 murals was the most important. Perhaps from the beginning he had decided to establish the sect in the southernmost part of the continent. The so-called hostility with the native sword immortals of the North Continent was just a convenient way to deceive others and was forced to choose the southernmost location. In his life, Sun Yuan had read many secret files passed down from generation to generation by the top celestial families of the central region, especially the records of the ancient families of the Confucian school. Sun Yuan speculated that the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses were somewhat similar to the imperial censors and the 6 subjects in the officialdom of the human world. They patrolled the world and were specifically responsible for supervising the deities of the Thunder Department, the Count of Wind, and the Lord of Rain in the ancient heavenly court to prevent the deities of a certain department from abusing their authority. Therefore, the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses who were sealed in the murals by some ancient great cultivators were once low-ranking and powerful positions in the ancient heavenly court. The celestial court was shattered and the divine path collapsed. The ancient saints of merit and virtue created a world with a different pattern. Those ancient gods who were lucky enough to survive were almost all exiled and confined in several unknown mountaintops. They atoned for their sins with their merits and helped the human world to adjust the weather and balance the fire and water. It was said that there was a hall in Jinwu Mountain in the ancestral court of the military school of the Aquarius continent, and the ancestral hall of the Wind Snow Temple. People could directly communicate with some ancient gods. Even the Confucian temple did not prohibit this. On the contrary, the divine grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent and the Yunlin Jiang family, who had several great Zhou ancestors, did not have this privilege. Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves. The Reiki here was so abundant that it was shocking. At this moment he felt like he was walking on a mountain path after the rain. Jiang Shangzhen thought that cultivators below the ascendant realm, including himself, would benefit greatly as long as they could cultivate here. As for the cultivators of the ascendant realm, the thickness of the Reiki here was not the most important thing. Jiang Shangzhen raised his arm and sniffed his sleeves. It's so refreshing. It should be the fragrance of the fairy sisters. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and raised his head. In the distance, there was a mansion with a plaque with blurry golden words on it. The spiritual aura was particularly dense. Celestial mist lingered around the waist of a goddess standing at the gate, rising and falling. The flash of lightning, hanging on the goddess' waist, could be faintly seen. There was another fairy sitting on the ridge. Her fingers were twirling gently. An exquisite and lovely auspicious cloud hovered around like a snow-white sparrow. She looked down at Jiang Shangzhen with a faint smile. The fairy lady sneered, "How dare you travel here with only your own spirit with the cultivation of the jade primitive realm?" The fairy lady Xingyu sitting on the roof smiled. No wonder you can hide from everyone and quietly break the Linen Sect's mountain formation and our Immortal Palace's restriction. Jiang Shangzhen bowed. Sister Guanyin, Sister Xingyu, after so many years I, Jiang Shangzhen, am able to meet you again. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The fairy lady Guanyin had purple lightning lingering around her sleeves. It was obvious that this person was glib-tongued. Even if he was just moving his lips and his heart was as calm as water, it still made her unhappy. The fairy lady Xingyu asked, outside the mural city, we have an agreement with the Linen Sect. It's not good to see too much. Did your real body go to find our sister? As they were talking, there was a 7-colored elk jumping on the ridge of the houses in the distance. It was agile and mystical. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and focused his gaze on the 7-colored elk. He asked curiously, I heard that the fairy He Xiaoyang from the Xinyao sect in the Aquarius continent was the most blessed in the continent. Now she has even established a sect in our Julu continent. She always has a fairy deer by her side. I wonder if that deer is related to this one? The fairy lady Guanyin was a little impatient. You vulgar person, quickly leave the Immortal Palace. Jiang Shangzhen looked solemn and said seriously, if the 2 sisters are tired of me, just beat me and scold me. I won't fight back. However, if the Linen Sect's cultivator comes to chase me away, I, Jiang Shangzhen, don't have much ability. I just have a bit of strength of character, so I won't leave. The fairy lady Guanyin's body suddenly burst with lightning. Her clothes fluttered as if she was wearing a purple fairy dress. It could be seen that she had already planned to do it herself without the Linen Sect's ancestor burning incense and knocking on the door to enter this place. According to the agreement, no one was allowed to disturb their cultivation. However, the fairy lady Xingyu with a slender figure and a cloud hairstyle slowly stood up and floated beside the fairy lady Guanyin. She had a graceful figure and said softly, wait for sister to come back. The fairy lady Guanyin was far less graceful than the fairy lady Xingyu. Although she was reluctant, she still wanted to teach this sweet-talking lecher a lesson. So what if he was a cultivator in the pure jade realm? His own spirit came alone and he was in his own immortal palace. At most, his cultivation level was in the nascent soul realm. Not to mention that both of them were here. Even if she was alone, she could easily drive him out. However, the fairy lady Xingyu gently pulled the fairy lady Guanyin's sleeve. The latter restrained herself and the purple lightning slowly flowed into the ancient traveling inkstone at her waist. Outside the mural there were 3 knocks on the door. Inside the Immortal Palace's secret realm, it was as heavy as the sound of a deity beating a drum. The fairy lady Xingyu looked up and said softly, Celestial Master Guiqi, long time no see. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and looked up. In the sea of clouds, a pair of huge embroidered shoes stepped through the sea of clouds. When the Celestial Master's real body landed on the ground, she had already returned to her normal height. She was an average-looking woman. She was not tall, but she had a domineering aura. There was a Dharma saber hanging on her waist. The handle of the saber was in the style of a black dragon holding a pearl. Even Jiang Shangzhen had a headache. This woman did not look good and her temper was really bad. He had suffered in her hands before. At that time both of them were earth immortals in the golden elixir realm. This female cultivator only believed a little rumor about him and crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to hunt him down for half a year. During that time they had fought 3 times. Jiang Shangzhen could not really kill her. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, her identity was special. She was the only daughter of the Drape sect's leader. Jiang Shangzhen did not want to be blocked by a bunch of brainless people on his way back home. Therefore it was rare for Jiang Shangzhen to suffer in the North Continent. Now this celestial master Guiqi was the leader of the Drape sect. She had stumbled and barely made it to the pure jade realm. Her future was not too bright. However, she had no choice. The Drape sect had always chosen the leader without much emphasis on cultivation. Usually the most stubborn and daring person would be the leader. Therefore, the main reason why Jiang Shangzhen followed Chen Pingon to the Skeleton Beach and did not want to stay was because of this celestial master Guiqi, whom he had given the nickname Short Tigress in his early years. However, he was a little surprised. This female cultivator was supposed to be fighting in the Ghost Valley. If the pure jade realm cultivator from the Ancestral Hall was here, Jiang Shangzhen would not panic at all. In terms of catching and killing, Jiang Shangzhen did not think that he was outstanding in the whole world. Even in the Tongye continent, which was the same as the North Continent, There were sayings that, a willow leaf can kill an earth immortal, and, it is better to have a feud with the Jade Gui sect than to be remembered by Zhang Xian. In fact, Zhang Xian never took it seriously. However, when it came to escaping, Zhang Xian was not boasting. He sincerely felt that he had some talent and ability. When he was in his Yunku Blessed Land, he set up a death trap for a certain ancestor of his sect and the rebels in the Blessed Land, but Zhang Xian still managed to escape. After he left the Yunku Blessed Land, the Jade Gui sect and the Blessed Land quickly ushered in 2 bloody purges. The old man Sun Yuan was at his side. As for the Blessed Land controlled by the Jiang family, it was even more tragic. All the cultivators in the Blessed Land who were already Earth Immortals and had the potential to become Earth Immortals were directly opened by Zhang Xian and his men. They killed their way through the Blessed Land. Even at the cost of the Jiang family's heavy losses, they still decisively wiped them all out. One had to know that Zhang Xian had a catchphrase that was widely circulated in the Tongyi continent. Love between a man and a woman must last for a long time. But the hatred of the previous night was like the meal the previous night. If it didn't taste good, even if he had to eat tea, he would eat a mouthful of it while it was still warm. Immortal Wuxia placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and stared at the distinguished guest, who had come from afar. He said with a smile, "Since you've walked right into my trap, don't blame me for closing the door and beating the dog." Zhang Xian blinked as if he couldn't recognize Immortal Wuxia. After a while, he suddenly realized something and said, "Are you Quan'er? How did you grow up to be so beautiful?" "Quan'er, if you ascend to the immortal realm one day and you don't make any big changes, you only need to change your appearance slightly. Wouldn't that make my dog eyes pop out?" The woman narrowed her eyes and put one hand on the saber while the other hand reached out. She said with a fake smile, "I'll allow you to say some last words." Zhang Xian looked at the female cultivator in a daze. Sure enough, Quan'er is different from those ordinary women who only have looks. To be honest, although Quan'er's beauty isn't the most outstanding in the world, it was so in the past and it's even more so now. As long as a man sees you, he will never forget you. The woman chuckled and said, These words sound familiar. Do you still remember Gao Lu from the Thunderpool sect? She was one of the most beautiful women in the central part of the North Continent. Until now, she still doesn't have a Daoist partner. She once mentioned you to me in private. Especially the words you used, she engraved them in her heart. Many years have passed, but she still can't forget. Zhang Xian, after so many years, your realm has improved a lot. But why didn't your eloquence improve at all? You've disappointed me. Zhang Xian looked calm and said with a smile, "It's indeed my fault. All these years I've only focused on cultivation and neglected my basic skills. Quan'er, you're still the most sincere to me. I'll work harder for you in the future." The goddess of Guanyin sneered and said, "How did such a person live until today?" The goddess of rain said, "Later, you can help Immortal Wuxia, I won't stop you." Zhang Xian looked around and said, "This is really the scene under the peony flower." The goddess of rain's expression suddenly became serious. She held her breath and stared at a certain spot. The goddess of Guanyin looked like she was facing a great enemy. She signaled Immortal Wuxia from the Drape sect to wait for a moment. In the mural city, a young woman from the Lion Peak stood under a goddess painting. She reached out and said calmly with her mind, "Still not coming out?" Almost at the same time, the goddess of Guanyin was also shocked. She looked at another place. A man who was traveling far away in the North Continent was looking up at her. He looked tired, but he had a telepathic connection. He smiled at the goddess of the painting and said, "I've been missing you day and night. I can't see you every night. Finally, I found you." And beside the swaying river temple, the deer-riding goddess and Zhang Xian's true body were walking side by side. Then a drifting clouds boat rapidly descended and a female sect leader walked out. After seeing her, the deer-riding goddess' state of mind seemed to have been brushed away. Although she still didn't understand the reason, she was incomparably certain that this young female sect leader with a grand aura before her eyes was the true master she should serve. Beside the swaying river, the beautiful young female sect leader looked at Zhang Xian and frowned. "Are you his protector?" This question was very abrupt. But Zhang Xian instantly understood. Some results were true and the process was crooked. Although he wasn't clear about it, it didn't matter. Zhang Xian laughed and said, No, I wouldn't dare. The deer-riding goddess said something that was full of murderous intent. Just now this person's words were vague. The general idea was still to persuade me to follow that young wanderer. He has ulterior motives and almost ruined my fate with Master. Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin and said bitterly, "It seems that the North Continent doesn't welcome me. It's time to run." The deer-riding goddess suddenly looked gloomy and said softly, "Master, it seems that my two sisters' fate has come. I didn't expect that they would have to go their separate ways in just one day." The young female sect leader didn't care about this. She, who had rushed here covered in dust, frowned and hesitated for the first time. It was only at this moment that Jiang Shangzhen started to feel surprised. This was because he had already guessed the identity of the female sect leader in front of him and wanted to kill her. Jiang Shangzhen was most familiar with the love between men and women on the mountain. Beating was a form of intimacy and scolding was love. Those who were willing to kill her were those who were deeply in love with her and couldn't extricate themselves from it. The young female sect leader ignored Jiang Shangzhen and said to the deer-riding goddess with a smile, "Let's go to the capital of White Bones in the Ghost Valley." The deer-riding goddess reminded her softly, "Master, you've just entered the pure jade state. Your state hasn't stabilized yet. It might be a little inappropriate." The young female sect leader shook her head and said, "It's okay. This is a small matter." He had something important to do. She set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 489. At the entrance of the Ghost Valley, there was a row of huge archways. The one at the front was an astonishing 5 rooms, 6 pillars and 11 floors. The walls were inlaid with precious yellow and green glazed bricks. Every dragon pillar was engraved with the demons subduing diagrams of the previous generations of the Linen sect's ancestors. The inscribed board read, "Magnificent and wondrous." Cultivators and pure martial artists usually had excellent eyesight. However, when Qin Pingon looked at the archway, he couldn't see the end of the road at all. Moreover, it didn't seem to be because of a trick. However, compared to the door that connected the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the mysteries of the archway didn't surprise Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon casually sat near the archway and flipped through the book for more than 2 hours. Because he read very carefully, he didn't want to miss any details. After reading less than half of the book, he planned to rest in the market in not far away and make plans tomorrow. He wasn't in a hurry to visit the border scenery of the Ghost Valley or enter the Ghost Valley through the row of archways to gain experience in the depths of the Ghost Valley. Qin Pingon put away the book and walked towards the prosperous market. This was rented by the Linen sect to a cultivator from a small sect in the Skeleton Beach to manage. Many of the businesses were like this. The cultivators of the Linen sect didn't personally participate in the management. After all, the Linen sect had less than 200 people and they had a large business. If they did everything by themselves, it would delay their cultivation. However, the Yuanying cultivator surnamed Su oversaw the cross-continent ferry and the Jindan cultivator surnamed Yang was responsible for patrolling the Mural City. These 2 matters were related to the face and inner workings of the Linen sect. The current Luapa Mountain already had the embryonic form of a mountain mansion. Zhou Xian and Shi Rou were like internal and external stewards respectively. One was in charge of general affairs on the mountain, and the other was in charge of business at the Riding Dragon Alley. It was only when he truly left Longquan County that Qin Pingon would look back and think about it again and again when he occasionally practiced his fist on the cross-continent ferry. Only then did he feel that this place was very interesting. Of the 2 people who seemed to be in charge, one was actually a martial artist at the remote travel realm, while the other was a female ghost dressed in the remains of an immortal. Who could have imagined this? Before Qin Pingon left Luapa Mountain, he had already informed Zhou Lian that he would not easily send a flying sword message back to Oxhorn Mountain. Furthermore, the 2 flying swords hidden in the small sword tomb could not cross continents. Therefore, this trip to the North Continent was a true solo trip without any worries. After all, the current Luopa Mountain was very stable. The one who should be afraid was someone else. Qin Pingon walked on the road. He adjusted his bamboo hat and smiled to himself. It was time for his bag shop to earn some money. The Skeleton Beach was a place where there was no need to talk about Confucian etiquette. The small bazaar did not have a name. It was commonly known as the Gate of Helplessness by the locals. After getting used to it, people would recognize it. Even though the sun was high up in the sky, the streets and alleys of the bazaar still appeared gloomy and cold. According to the book Rest Assured collection, this was because the gloomy aura in the Ghost Valley was leaking out. Therefore, people with weak bodies should not go near it. However, the gloomy aura that sounded very scary was clearly recorded in the book. It had already been refined by the mountain and rivers formation of the Drapo sect. It was relatively pure and uniform. To a certain extent, it was suitable for cultivators to absorb directly. Therefore, as long as chi refinement warriors flew in the air and looked around, they would realize that not only around the bazaar, but also along the entire border of the Ghost Valley, there were many chi refinement warriors building thatches and cultivating Dao. Elegant but not shabby thatches were scattered all over the place. These thatches were built by the Drapo sect cultivators who were good at feng shui. They specially hired people to build them at the spring, where the gloomy aura was strong. Moreover, every thatch had a praying mat secretly made by the Sanlang Temple. Cultivators could rent a thatch house for a short period of time. Those who were rich could also buy it all. The Rest Assured collection listed the detailed prices and clearly marked the prices. This was probably how the Drapo sect made money. He would have to learn from them when he went to Luopa Mountain in the future. After Qin Pingon entered the market, he wandered around and found that almost all the shops were selling white bones that were as translucent as jade. This was a type of acquired spirit treasure that was introduced in detail in the Rest Assured collection. It was quite rare. In the beginning, the Ghost Valley was a place where many ghosts that were born in the ruins of the ancient battlefield gathered. Half of them were driven here by the Drapo sect cultivators at great cost, lest they wreak havoc on the entire skeleton beach. Later on, some of these otherworldly items were like chi refinement warriors. Under various coincidences, they evolved into heroic spirits that were like the gods of mountains and rivers. Most of them became violent ghosts that ran amok. As time went by, powerful ghosts that specialized in feeding on ghosts appeared. The two sides fought and killed each other. The souls of the defeated were scattered and turned into the yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They had lost the chance to reincarnate. The piles of white bones of different grades were scattered everywhere. Usually they would be collected and stored by the victors as trophies. Inside the Ghost Valley. Ever since chi cultivators and pure martial artists entered the Ghost Mu Valley, these jade-white skeletons had become quite a good prize. Many of the merchants on the mountain came here to buy the white bones that were extremely pure after being refined by the yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They were excellent materials for refining many kinds of yin artifacts. Qin Pingon finally walked into the biggest shop in the market. There were many tourists and it was crowded. They were all looking at the treasure of the shop that was sealed in a glass cabinet. It was the skeleton of the ghost of a destroyed city lord in the Ghost Valley. It was 10 feet tall and in the glass cabinet, it was deliberately placed in a sitting position by the shop. Its hands were clenched into fists and placed on its knees. It was looking into the distance. Even if it was completely dead, it still had the arrogance of an overlord. This white skeleton was covered with natural silver lines that were intertwined and dense, and the brilliance was flowing. It was said that the owner of this skeleton was a heroic spirit that was equivalent to an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. He was arrogant and unruly. He led 8,000 ghosts under his command and declared himself king. He waged war everywhere and had many conflicts with the master of the Ghost Valley who was at the Jade Realm. However, there was no record of the fall of this heroic spirit in the Rest Assured collection. According to the young shop assistant who was spitting saliva in the shop, his shopkeeper had met a northern sword immortal who was hiding his strength. He deliberately presented himself as a sword cultivator of the cave realm. The shopkeeper was congenial with him and treated him with respect. In the end, after the sword immortal went to the Ghost Valley, he brought out this priceless white bone and directly gave it to the shop. He said that it was the money for the drinks that he had previously bought on credit. He did not leave his real name and left. In other places, Qin Pingon would definitely not believe such a ridiculous story. However, in the North Continent, Qin Pingon was skeptical. This white skeleton of a heroic spirit that looked like the golden branches and jade leaves of an earth immortal was worthy of being called a top-grade magic weapon. The shop assistant said that under normal circumstances, it was not for sale. However, if one was sincere they could negotiate. However, the shop assistant made it clear that if one did not have 40 to 50 grains of grain rain money in their pockets, they should not mention it, lest both parties waste their saliva. Even with such a sky-high price, Qin Pingon still found that there were a few groups of people in the shop who were eager to give it a try. Qin Pingon did not join in the fun. After leaving the shop, he found an inn. The room was not luxurious, but it was clean and refreshing. Similar to the tea stall at the swaying river, gold and silver were not accepted. A grain of snow cost money and could be stayed for 3 days without food and drinks. If it was a secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, even if it was the capital of Dali, which was full of rich merchants, if an inn the size of a snail shell charged more than 300 taels of silver a day, one would probably drown in saliva. Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and the sword Immortal behind him. He continued to read the Rest Assured collection, that made him feel more and more uneasy. The Skeleton Beach was one of the top 10 ancient battlefields in the North Continent. The Ghost Valley was even more special. It was a place with a vortex of time forming a small world like the underworld. Its territory was no smaller than the Skeleton Beach in the world of the living. Among them, there was a huge heroic spirit whose cultivation level was equivalent to that of the Jade Realm. It was the first to stand out, gathering tens of thousands of Yin soldiers and Yin generals, building the famous skeleton Jingguan city. It was like the capital of a dynasty. There were dozens of cities around it, big and small. Half of them were attached to the Jingguan city, while the other half were operated and created by some ghosts with high cultivation level. They were in confrontation with the Jingguan city from afar. They were unwilling to live under someone else's roof and became vassals. In the past 1,000 years, the ghosts in the Ghost Valley became fewer and fewer, but they also became stronger. In history, the otherworldly items in the Ghost Valley had tried to break through the boundary twice. They wanted to go out and plunder the Skeleton Beach. It would be best if they could go up the swaying Hebei and devour 2 countries along the way in one go. Then they would kidnap living people and bring them back to the Ghost Valley. They would use sinister secret techniques to create new otherworldly items and strengthen their army. Fortunately, they were stopped by the cultivators of the Linen Sect. However, the Linen Sect's vitality was greatly damaged, and their reputation fell from the peak to the bottom. From the time the Linen Sect gained a firm foothold in the North Continent to the time they expanded their territory, it could be said that everything went wrong. However, the North Continent had a deep foundation. It could be seen that the Linen Sect alone had 3 ancestors of the Jade Realm in the Skeleton Beach, and the Ghost Valley also had one. On the other hand, in the Eastern Aquarius continent, if one did not mention the group of experts who secretly infiltrated the continent, the number of cultivators who were born and raised in the Aquarius continent could be counted on one's fingers. However, regarding this matter, Cui Dongshan had already reminded them that the Aquarius continent's territory was less than 30% of the North Continent's. The number of Jade Realm cultivators in the Aquarius continent was very few, and they could not be compared to the other continents. However, as long as the cultivators in the Aquarius continent were in the upper 5 realms, they were not easy to deal with. For example, the Lu Laoqing of the Calligraphy Lake and the Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple were all eccentric existences who had a share of the continent's fate. If they were to fight with cultivators of the same realm in the North Continent or the Tongye continent, especially those who lived like princes, Lu Laoqing and Wei Jin had a high chance of winning. Once the Qi cultivators and martial artists chose to enter the valley to train, it was equivalent to signing a life and death contract with the Linen Sect. Whether they were rich or dead, it was all based on their ability and luck. If they earned a windfall, the Linen Sect would not be jealous or coveted, and would not accept a single cent more. If they died in the Ghost Valley, they would not be able to transcend, and they would not be able to blame anyone else. This was an unwritten rule. In history, there were immortal mansions that were distressed over the premature death of their proud disciples. After the incident, they would call their friends and come to the Skeleton Beach to argue with the Linen Sect. They wanted to denounce them and also wanted some compensation from the Linen Sect. The Linen Sect's cultivators never explained a word. When they came, they would set up a table at the entrance of the mountain, serve a cup of gloomy tea and then start fighting. Either the other party would fight to the ancestral hall, or they would beat the other party until they handed over all their treasures and immortal money. Then they would throw them into the Swaying River and swim back to their hometown in the north. Therefore the Swaying River had another name, the Dumpling River. It had been used to make dumplings several times. However, the Hemp Sect would not think that outsiders who came to cultivate here would die inside. The Rest Assured collection had clearly marked 3 routes to the north, recommending qi refinement warriors and martial artists to carefully weigh their own realms. In the beginning they would first search for wandering souls and wild ghosts. Then, at most, they would have to deal with a few cities that were not very powerful. In the end, if they were bold and skilled, they would go to a few cities in the hinterland to try their luck. The book clearly recorded the realms of all the earth immortal spirit ghost kings in the Ghost Valley, the spells they were good at, the magic weapons they had, and their trump cards. Moreover, the Linen Sect cultivators had built 2 small towns in the Ghost Valley. The sect master, Immortal Master Guiqi, personally guarded one of the towns, but ordinary people often did not see her. However, there were 2 groups of Linen Sect inner sect cultivators who specialized in hunting spirit ghost generals in the town. Outsiders could follow or invite them to tour the Ghost Valley. The Linen Sect cultivators would not take a single cent of the harvest. However, the book also stated that the Linen Sect cultivators would not serve as retainers for anyone. It was normal for them to leave someone in the lurch. However, if there were disciples of rich immortal families who felt that their families had too much money and came to the Ghost Valley for sightseeing, they could do so. As long as they followed the instructions of the Linen Sect cultivators, the Linen Sect could guarantee that they would be able to leave the Ghost Valley unscathed after seeing the scenery. As long as the sightseers followed the rules, the Linen Sect cultivators would not only compensate them with money but also with their lives if there were any unexpected losses during the sightseeing. In the night, Qin Pingon closed the thick Rest Assured collection, got up and went to the window. He leaned against it and drank. At the end of the book, other than remembering the cumbersome taboos, he also saw the heroism of the Linen Sect cultivators in the book. Thinking back to the past. At that time, there was a youth in straw sandals in Black Pearl Grotto Heaven who raised his head high and saw an unforgettable scene. Countless sword cultivators traveled across continents on their swords to fight against the demons at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Seeking benefits and fame? Just to sharpen their swords. No wonder she said that this cold and bitter land had so many heroes since ancient times. Only such soil could produce the most sword immortals in the world. If you are willing to give me a few jugs of wine, I am willing to return you a set of heroic spirit bones that are worth dozens of grain rain coins. Is it reasonable? No. Is it unreasonable? It is very reasonable. Qin Pingon turned to look at the sword immortal on the table and said softly, "Don't worry, I will not embarrass you here." Qin Pingon's gaze shifted slightly and looked at the bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "Because my name is Qin Pingon. Pingon, as in Pingon. I am a swordsman." After a moment of silence, Qin Pingon rubbed his chin and muttered, "Wouldn't it be more imposing to omit Pingon?" Mural City had encountered a strange event that had not happened in 100 years. The Linen Sect cultivators began to seal the 3 walls that still had good fortune. Not only did they not allow any tourists to approach, but even the shopkeepers had to temporarily move away and wait for the Linen Sect's notice. Naturally, there was a lot of resentment and curses. One unlucky person was stomping his feet and cursing when a Linen Sect cultivator happened to pass by. The latter did not say anything and threw him to the ground. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Then the poor guy's friend also did not say anything. He carried him and ran away. He did not apologize to the Linen Sect cultivators, nor did he say anything harsh. The North Continent was like this. If one had the guts to point at someone's nose and curse, it was one's business. But if one was beaten to the ground, it was one's own incompetence. One day when one's fist was stronger than the others, he could get back at them. The Golden Core cultivator with the surname Yang had a headache. His junior brother Pang Lanshi was even more helpless. It turned out that under one of the murals, a young man in ragged clothes was kneeling and kowtowing. He was bleeding profusely and begging the rain goddess on the murals to give him an opportunity. He had a blood feud that he had to avenge. As long as the rain goddess was willing to give him a blessing, he was willing to be her slave for the rest of his life. Even if she wanted him to die immediately after taking revenge, he was willing to do so. Before the young man kowtowed, he took out an ancient jade token from somewhere and gently placed it on the ground. The middle-aged Golden Core cultivator waved his hand and signaled an outer sect cultivator to not chase the young man away. Pang Lanshi wanted to say something, but the middle-aged cultivator pressed his shoulder. The middle-aged cultivator's attention was more focused on the slender woman. When she appeared, the Linen Sect's mountain and river formation on the murals did not move. However, the natural restriction of the Immortal Palace arcane realm began to ripple. As for the goddess of Guanyin, she was not flustered at all. An outsider had gained her approval and the linen sect did not stop them from leaving. The goddess of Guanyin returned the favor and took the initiative to climb the mountain with her master to the ancestral hall of the linen sect. Therefore, the painting of the goddess of Guanyin was the first to turn into a sketch. Then a 7-colored deer leaped from the painting of a deer-riding goddess, and its figure instantly disappeared. Soon after, it became the second painting of the day. The young cultivator was shocked. After all, this painting of the heavenly court's female official was the only painting that the linen sect was determined to get. Everyone in the linen sect hoped that their junior brother Panglanshi would be able to take over this Dao opportunity. Therefore, he almost could not hold back and tried to stop the 7-colored deer from leaving. However, the sect master Immortal Master Wuxia quickly walked out of the murals and asked him to leave and guard the last painting of the goddess. Then Immortal Master Wuxia returned to the Ghost Valley. She said that there was an important guest and she had to receive them personally. As for the visit of the goddess of Guanyin and her new master, she could only leave it to the martial uncle in the ancestral hall. The middle-aged cultivator was confused. Could it be a sect master who could make the sect master come out to receive a guest? The goddess of rain finally showed up. Her face was pale. After walking out of the painting, she looked at the woman with the cold eyes and the ancient jade tablet with the characters of floating clouds and flowing water on the ground. This goddess, who was most proficient in the art of deduction, seemed to be in a dilemma. The middle-aged cultivator saw through some clues. This was a huge problem that the other 7 goddesses of the Mural City had never encountered. If he did not pay attention to the gentle and weak woman's eyes, even a golden core cultivator like him would not pay attention to her if she was not standing under the mural. It was unimaginable that a goddess could have such a pitiful and helpless side. The goddess of rain was the one who had the most dealings with the hemp sect. It was said that she was the most resourceful goddess of the Immortal Palace's secret realm. She was especially good at playing chess. The ancestor once joked that if someone was lucky enough to gain the favor of the goddess of rain, they might not be too good at fighting and killing. However, an immortal mansion needed the help of this goddess the most. The woman glanced at the young man who was constantly kowtowing to the point where the bones on his forehead could be seen. Then she looked at the goddess of rain and said, "Go and help him get through this difficult situation. After 60 years, come and ask for forgiveness." The goddess of rain's mind was wavering, so much so that the entire mural city seemed to be filled with mist. The goddess only felt that after seeing this woman whose cultivation was not too high, she was like an official at the foot of the mountain who saw a heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments. The goddess of rain said with a trembling voice, "How do I find the master after this?" The woman said indifferently, "Lion Peak." The middle-aged cultivator of the hemp sect frowned. The Lion Peak did have a powerful nascent soul cultivator who could not be underestimated. However, he was a male cultivator who was not young anymore. However, even if this nascent soul cultivator was here personally, how could the goddess of rain be so afraid? The woman smiled at the middle-aged golden core cultivator and introduced herself, Lion Peak Li Lu. The middle-aged cultivator still had not heard of this name, but he still said, "Hemp sect Yang Lin." The young woman named Li Lu left the mural city just like that. It seemed that she did not even bother to look at the goddess of rain. The young man Panglanshi who was standing at the side blankly wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with emotion, "Senior brother Yang, this senior Li Lu is so scary." The middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, "It's okay to say this in front of me, but if your master heard it, he would scold you for not cultivating enough." The young man had a pure heart. He only thought that senior brother Yang had a calm temperament and would definitely be one of the pillars of the hemp sect in the future. However, he did not notice the complicated look in the eyes of this golden core cultivator. This was because Panglanshi did not know that he had lost the blessing of the painting of the deer-riding goddess. Inside the Ghost Valley, the group did not go through the entrance archway. Instead, one of them used his natal item to break open a gate, and then a drifting cloud boat rushed in. On the bow of the boat stood a young female sect master in a Daoist robe and a lotus crown on her head. Beside her was a goddess with a 7-colored deer, and Jiang Shangzhen who had changed his mind and wanted to tour the Ghost Valley. Although the drifting cloud boat given to him by Heavenly Lord Xianxia was an immortal supreme treasure, Its speed was still much slower in the thick fog of the Ghost Valley. The drifting cloud boat was like a comet that streaked across the sky of the Ghost Valley. It was extremely eye-catching. The boat rubbed against the miasma, emitting colorful lights. At the same time, the sound of the boat breaking through the air was like thunder. Many otherworldly items on the ground ran away in all directions, and many cities along the way were quickly put on alert. Xianxia put his palm on his forehead and looked into the distance. He said with a smile, "Sect Master He, we are almost at the White Bone capital. This drifting cloud boat is really a treasure. Do you want to sell it?" The young female sect master turned a deaf ear. The deer-riding goddess was the same as her master. She did not want to talk to this blabbermouth guy. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head and asked, "Sect Master He, if you insist on killing him, I will have to stop you since there is such a huge gap between your realms. Of course, before that, if the White Bone capital wants to bully the two of you, he will have to ask for my Luye's permission." The female sect master still did not speak. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Men and women in the world, it was easy to owe money but difficult to repay the debt of love. How did this Qin Pingon provoke her? He was so young but he was so capable. If Qin Pingon was here, Jiang Shangzhen would give him a thumbs up and praise him as a role model. 490. At dawn, Qin Pingon left the inn and told the waiter who was dozing off at the counter to check out. The young waiter did not mind and nodded. Although the young ranger with the bamboo hat had checked out 2 days in advance, the young waiter didn't have the money in his pocket. Therefore, the young waiter was a little dispirited and asked the inn's handywoman to clean the room. He would talk about it later. The young waiter turned his head and looked at the deserted street outside the inn. The figure of the young wanderer had already disappeared. When he thought of the news that came from the Mural City, he became a little unhappy. The opportunity to obtain the 3 portraits of the female officials of the celestial heavens had been snatched away by an outsider. To think that he would go there whenever he had nothing to do. He thought to himself that the 3 goddesses didn't have much celestial aura and were definitely after the man's appearance and family background. When the young shop assistant thought of this, he became more and more discouraged. Rats were born to dig holes in the ground. It was infuriating. Qin Pingon left the market and went to the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley. He paid 5 snow coins to the gatekeeper of the hemp sect and received a 9-fold seal jade token. If he could leave the Ghost Valley alive, he could ask for 2 snow coins back with the token. The toll was not expensive. It was only a dozen bowls of swaying river gloomy tea. Moreover, this amount of celestial money could be bought on credit with the hemp sect. Therefore, many desperate people in the northern countries of the Skeleton Beach would do 3 things when they entered the Skeleton Beach. They would spend a few coins at the Swaying River Temple, burn 3 incense sticks, pray to the river god, then go to the Mural City to try their luck with the portraits of the goddesses. Finally, they would go to the market to buy a rest-assured collection. After passing the archway, they could leave their lives to the heavens. After paying the money, they would receive the seal inscription, "Impressive heavenly might, kill thousands of ghosts." Most of the powerful Een spirits in the cities near the south of the Ghost Valley would not take the initiative to provoke the guy with the jade token. After all, the leader of the hemp sect, Wuxia Immortal, was stationed in the Ghost Valley all year round and often led the cultivators of the 2 towns to hunt for otherworldly items. However, the city lords would not deliberately restrain the evil ghosts under their command. In the early days, many southern city lords did not believe in evil and liked to wait for the opportunity to kill the person with the jade token. As a result, Wuxia Immortal Zhu Xian led a few direct disciples of the ancestral hall into the hinterland without caring about the cost. She risked her Dao foundation to behead the culprits in public. The reason why Wuxia Immortal Zhu Xian was so slow to reach the unpolished Jade Realm was closely related to her killing enemies. She stayed in the nascent Soul Realm for too long. In the most dangerous situation, Wuxia Immortal Zhu Xian was the only one who returned with serious injuries, and 3 heads of the city lords' Een spirits hung on her waist. After that, she was detained in the prison at the back of the mountain by the old leader and was not allowed to leave the mountain until she reached the upper 5 realms. When she was finally able to leave the mountain, the first thing she did was to return to the Ghost Dawn Valley. Had it not been for the founding ancestor's decree before his death, forbidding the successive sect masters from activating the immortal weapon bestowed by the great sects of the Central Plains and mobilizing the 100,000 nether soldiers to attack the Ghost Dawn Valley, given immortal Guichi's temper, He would have long led his army to the White Bone capital, even if it meant that his sect would suffer a great loss again. At this time, in addition to Qin Pingon, who was alone, there were 3 groups of people waiting there. Some were friends who were visiting the Ghost Valley with them, and some were retinues who followed them closely, waiting for the dawn. When entering the Ghost Valley to gain experience, as long as it was not a gamble with one's life, one would pay attention to the auspicious time. Some seniors of the clans and sects all warned the young juniors to be more careful in the Ghost Valley. Many of the warnings were actually old tunes that could be found in the Rest Assured collection. Qin Pingon hung the jade token on his waist and stood a little far away, warming his hands alone. When the dawn arrived, the old cultivator of the linen sect, standing in the middle of the first 2-colored glazed archway, made way and said a few auspicious words. "I wish you all a smooth journey and a safe journey." Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. He really had a good name. Qin Pingon walked at the back of the group. The archways were of different shapes and the contents of different plaques, which were eye-opening. For this trip to the Ghost Valley, Qin Pingon wore a green robe called Green Grass, which was given to him by the female flood dragon of the Xiang mansion, Wu Yi. He took out the walnut bracelet given to him by Lu Jimao of the Xianxia island from his Fengsuan item and hid it in his left sleeve with a stack of yellow paper talisman that he had drawn last night. Most of the talisman were the entry-level light-lifting talisman and barrier-breaking talisman from the true alchemy works. Of course, there were 3 Fengsuan talismans, one of which was drawn on a rare golden talisman paper. Last night, Qin Pingon had consumed a lot of energy and spirit. Could be used to escape or to fight. This golden Fengsuan talisman was the best combination with the deity drumming style. The group walked on this path for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. They passed by 12 archways. On the left and right sides of the archways, there were armored generals that were more than 20 feet tall. They were the 2 parties that built the ancient battlefield site of the Skeleton Beach. The 2 dynasties and the 16 vassal states were involved in the war. The 2 armies faced each other and fought for a full 10 years. In the end, both sides were blinded by bloodlust and no longer cared about the country. It was said that there were more than 10,000 Qi refinement warriors that came from the north to watch the war. Qin Pingon looked back and saw that the figure of the linen sect cultivator that was guarding the door was already blurred and could not be seen. The group stopped one after another. The sky was wide and the ground was wide, but the clouds were gloomy and gloomy. The Yin energy in this small world was so dense that the seawater instantly poured into the major acupoints in Qi residence. It made it difficult to breathe and made one feel even more dignified. In the chapter of the Rest Assured collection, there was a detailed description of the corresponding method. The 3 groups of Qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists had already followed the prescribed order and resisted the attack of the Yin energy. One of the young Qi refinement warriors, who was wearing a long mud gold robe, underestimated the aggressive Yin energy in the Ghost Valley and was caught off guard. In an instant his face turned red. A woman carrying a saber and a bow beside him quickly handed him a celadone bottle. The young man drank a mouthful of the Sanlang Temple sweet rain that was brewed in his mountain and his face turned rosy. The young man was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at the woman who looked like a retainer. The woman smiled and began to look around. She exchanged glances with a black-robed old man who was standing behind the young man. The old man signaled her not to worry. The Ghost Valley was not only a good place to gain experience but also a good opportunity for the enemy to send men of sacrifice to assassinate. The woman and the old man were both retainers. The woman, who was about 30 years old, was a pure martial artist who had just reached Realm 6. It was extremely rare. Although the North Continent had a huge pugilistic scene, there were not many female martial artists who were praised as master. To be able to reach Realm 6 at such a young age was even rarer. Usually, only immortal clans and imperial clans were able to nurture such outstanding children who were loyal and devoted. As for the black-robed old man, he was even more unfathomable. One could not even tell if he was a pure martial artist or a Qi refinement warrior. In the other group of Qi refinement warriors, a muscular man held an armor pill in his hand and wore a snow-white military do armor. It glowed and the surrounding Yin Qi could not get close to him. An old cultivator took off the chest on his back and the sound of porcelain clanking could be heard. Finally, the old man took out a jade pot spring bottle that had the shape of a woman's body. It was clearly a high-grade spirit tool. After the old cultivator held it in his hand, Strands of pure yin qi began to gather into the bottle from all directions. However, the yin qi of heaven and earth came and went quickly. After a short moment, only a small bead of water the size of a grain of rice was condensed at the mouth of the pot. It gently floated in the air and didn't fall into the pot. A middle-aged cultivator shook his sleeve and a small green banana leaf banner appeared in his hand. He gripped the rosewood handle of the banner with 2 fingers and with a shake, it turned into a banner the length of an arm. There was a long golden tassel attached to the wooden handle. The banana leaf banner hung on the middle-aged cultivator's wrist. The man silently recited the incantation. Yin qi immediately washed the banana leaf banner like a stream of water. It was like a person washing his face with water. This was the simplest tempering method. It was easy to say that it was nothing more than taking out the spirit weapon. However, in the land of a continent, how many treasured lands were there? Could the yin qi be rich and pure? Even if there were, it would have been taken over by the major sections. It would be tightly sealed and outsiders would not be allowed to touch it. It would not be like the sackcloth sect where outsiders could freely absorb it. 2 cultivators who were traveling in the Ghost Valley looked at each other and smiled. The purity of the yin qi in the Ghost Valley was indeed different. It was most suitable for qi refinement warriors who were proficient in the Ghost Dao. They had really entered a mountain of gold and silver. Next, they would have to see how much they could take away. As for the military sect cultivator who had an armor pill, he was a guard they hired together. Compared to the yin qi in the border area between the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley that had been filtered by the Sackcloth sect's mountain water formation, the Ghost Valley's innate yin qi was not only more abundant, but also stronger. The closer to the hinterland, the more valuable and dangerous it would be. They might have to fight with the yin qi along the way. If they succeeded, they would get a few sets of bones and make a profit. If not, everything would be over and their fate would be extremely miserable. Qi refinement warriors knew more about the pity of being an otherworldly item in the Ghost Valley than ordinary people. Qin Pingon glanced at them and stopped looking. Entering the Ghost Valley to absorb the yin qi was a big taboo. The Sackcloth sect had clearly warned in the Rest Assured collection that this would easily provoke the hatred of the local yin qi in the Ghost Valley. After all, who would be willing to have a thief in their home? However, everyone had their own fate. If one was capable and bold enough, the Sackcloth sect would not stop them. The last 2 people looked like a pair of young Daoist couples. They each carried a huge wooden box and seemed to have come to the Ghost Valley to pick up the leftovers. Other than the yin qi and bones, the most precious things in the Ghost Valley were many strange flowers and herbs, as well as spiritual birds and beasts that grew in this small world. The Rest Assured collection had many records. However, the Sackcloth sect had been open for thousands of years. Countless people came here to try their luck. The Sackcloth sect also had people who specialized in searching for all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, in the past 100 years, there were very few people who were lucky enough to find any treasures. Qin Pingon squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He held it in his palm and gently twisted it. It was indeed very cool, similar to the 1,000-year-old soil in the graveyard. Qin Pingon threw away the soil and picked up a stone that could be seen everywhere. He gently pinched it with 2 fingers and frowned. The stone was similar to mud and was quite soft. As expected of the Ghost Valley, such as strange water and soil. The Hemp sect had built 2 towns in the Ghost Valley. One town was called Orchid Deer and the other was called Green Cottage. The former was located in the southernmost part of the Ghost Valley, and the latter was located in the westernmost part of the Ghost Valley. It was half of the cultivation grounds of the female sect leader, Zhou Xian. This immortal Guqi stayed here all year round. In the past 300 years, the city lord of Jingguan City had visited Green Cottage town twice. He went there alone and fought with the earth immortal cultivators of the Hemp sect, led by Zhou Xian. The battle was earth-shattering. Immortal Guqi, whose natal item was a Dharma blade, had shaved off countless mountains nearby. The 2 northbound roads in the Ghost Valley were created because of this. It was the safest and shortest route to Lonmusk town. It was almost a straight line less than 80 miles away. Although the journey was short, there were a few places around Lonmusk town that one had to visit. There were scenic spots for people to visit. For example, there was an ancient underground palace that had been abandoned for a long time, a rugged mountain peak that was as white as snow, and a city that chose to attach itself to the Hemp sect. The city lord was a spirit of the state preceptor who was proficient in Daoist talismans. He would often barter with foreign cultivators. The road to Qinglu town was actually more than 800 miles long due to the winding mountains and rivers. As for riding the wind and flying swords or riding a magic weapon, it was stated in the Rest Assured collection that even if you were an earth immortal of the Jindan stage, you would still be courting death. As for the great cultivators of the nascent soul stage, unless they were ghost cultivators, there was no point in coming to the ghost valley that was filled with yin qi and evil qi. It would even weaken their cultivation. Moreover, the nascent soul stage cultivators were always unwilling to step into the mortal world and rarely left their own blessed land. Not to mention that it would waste time, it was also necessary. For example, the sackcloth sect's nascent soul stage cultivator was in charge of a cross-continent ferry. It was really a helpless move because there was no hope for him to break through the realm. It was no wonder that this old nascent soul stage cultivator was a little depressed. Therefore, the nascent soul stage cultivators and the ascendant stage cultivators were jokingly called the 1,000-year tortoise and the 10,000-year tortoise respectively. Qin Pingon chose to go directly to Qinglu town. Moreover, he might not take the official road that the sackcloth sect had painstakingly opened up. The young man, who was obviously a disciple of the Big Mountain, along with the ghost cultivator and the military rogue cultivator, chose to go to Lanlu town. As for whether they would take the risk and go to Qinglu town again, it was hard to guess. What made Qin Pingon somewhat surprised was that the pair of Daoist companions did not seem to have a high cultivation level, but they also took the dangerous road of Qinglu town. The pair of Daoist companions, who were very likely to be rogue cultivators, spoke softly and held hands as they headed north. They cheered each other on. Although there was some longing, there was a trace of determination in their expressions. They were really making money by tying their heads to their belts. Qin Pingon quickened his pace and took the lead to open up a large distance between them. It was better for him to walk in front than to follow behind them, so as to avoid being suspected by the other party. The other party also slowed down their pace intentionally or unintentionally. Moreover, they often stopped or played with mud or pulled out grass. They even dug up soil and stones to pick and choose. The distance between the two parties was getting bigger and bigger. When the pair of rogue cultivators raised their heads again, the young ranger's figure had already disappeared. The sky in the Ghost Valley was dark, just like the rainy weather which more or less blocked one's vision. Qin Pingon walked faster and faster. The narrow and winding path to Qinglu town avoided the large and small cities in the southern part of the Ghost Valley as much as possible. However, in the world of the living, walking in the Ghost Valley where the resentment of the dead was condensed, was like a firefly in the night sky. It was very eye-catching. Many malicious spirits that had completely lost their intelligence had an extremely keen sense of yang energy. If they were careless and moved slightly too much, they would attract wave after wave of malicious spirits. To the powerful yin spirits that oversaw a region, these malicious spirits with extraordinary combat strength were like chicken ribs. They were trying to recruit subordinates. Since they refused to be controlled and did not listen to orders, they might end up killing each other and damaging their own forces. Therefore, if they were allowed to wander in the wilderness, they would also be used as practice targets to train their troops. In the dense forest by the side of the road where a group of crows quietly perched, Qin Pingon stopped and turned his head to look. In the depths of the forest there were shadows, white clothes swaying, suddenly appearing and then disappearing. Qin Pingon simply left the path and walked into the dense forest. The crows flapped their wings and flew, the withered branches trembled, like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, when Qin Pingon stepped into the forest, except for some rotten armors and rusty weapons that peeked out from the mud, there was nothing unusual. Qin Pingon tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped onto a tall branch of a withered tree. After looking around, he still didn't find anything strange. However, when Qin Pingon suddenly shifted his gaze and looked over, he finally saw half of a pale face behind a tree. Her lips were scarlet and she looked like a woman. In this lifeless forest, she was the only one looking at Qin Pingon. Her eyes moved very stiffly as if she was sizing up Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon adjusted his bamboo hat, intending to ignore the sneaky otherworldly creature. When he was about to jump down from the tall branch, he found that the branch under his feet had snapped without any warning. Qin Pingon took a step back and looked down. Blood slowly oozed out from the broken branch and dripped into the soil under the tree. Then the rusty armors buried deep in the soil seemed to be put on by someone. The weapons were also pulled out from the ground. In the end, more than 10 armored soldiers stood up and surrounded the tall withered tree that Qin Pingon was standing on. Qin Pingon jumped down and stood on the shoulder of an armored soldier. He didn't expect that the armor would turn into ashes and scatter on the ground. Qin Pingon casually waved his sleeve and a strong wind blew over. All the armored soldiers were turned into ashes one after another. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked behind him. The woman in white, who only showed half of her face, was hiding behind a tree. She was covering her mouth and giggling, but she didn't make a sound. Qin Pingon was confused. He smiled and asked, "Is there any malicious spirit around here?" The woman's movements were stiff. She slowly raised an arm and pointed at herself. Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "I mean the kind that can't be killed with one punch." The woman in white was stunned. Her face suddenly became ferocious. Under her pale skin there seemed to be earthworms crawling. She used one hand like a knife to cut tofu, chopping down a big tree that was as thick as the mouth of a well. Then she slammed her palm heavily toward Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon thrust his hand forward. His strong wind formed a wall in front of him. After the broken tree hit it, it turned into powder. For a moment the broken pieces covered the sky. 2 snow-white sleeves wrapped around Qin Pingon's feet. Then a woman's head popped out of the mud. No wonder she had to show half of her face to others. It turned out that although half of her face was deathly pale, she still had the appearance of a woman. The remaining half of her face was only covered by a thin layer of skin and bones. At first glance she looked like an ugly woman with only half a face. Half of her face was like a pitiful woman on the verge of tears. She said in a trembling voice, "General, if you hate me for betraying you, you can just kill me. Don't cut my face with a knife. I can't take the pain." Qin Pingon allowed her sleeves to wrap around his feet. He lowered his head and looked. "You're one of the 4 trusted ghost generals of the nearby Greasy City's city lord, right? Why are you so close to the road?" "I have the jade token of the draped hemp sect. You shouldn't have come here to look for food. Aren't you afraid that the draped hemp sect's cultivators will cause trouble for you?" The female ghost in white didn't listen. She stretched out 2 fingers and tore off half of her face. The white bones inside were still covered with cuts made by sharp weapons. It was obvious that she had suffered an unusual pain before she died. She cried silently and pointed at the exposed white bones on half of her face. "General, it hurts, it hurts." Qin Pingon squatted down and looked at her with his hands in his sleeves. "All right, your mental manipulation is useless against me. I heard that Greasy Skin City has always been on good terms with the hemp sect. However, you have a group of archenemies. The leader is an earth immortal nether spirit who is good at close combat. He has few soldiers and horses under his command, only a dozen or so malicious ghosts. However, he often roams around and commits crimes. For example, the elite scouts over there come and go. That gold core nether spirit loves to eat people alive, especially chi cultivators. If you fall into their hands, you will suffer a fate worse than death. You are like pigs and dogs. Today you can cut off a leg, tomorrow you can cut off a piece of meat. They don't dare to offend the ghosts in the big cities, so they pick on the weak ones. They target Greasy City and secretly kidnap 1 or 2 female otherworldly items every now and then. Your situation is even worse." The female ghost in white turned a deaf ear to his words and muttered, "It really hurts, it really hurts. I know I'm wrong. General, please be gentler." At this moment, Qin Pingon was surrounded by white fog, as if he was wrapped in an invisible cocoon. Qin Pingon's shoulders moved slightly. His gang chi shook and the white fog shattered. The female ghost knew that she was in trouble. Just as she was about to dig into the ground to escape, Qin Pingon quickly punched her forehead. The yin chi around her body froze. Then Qin Pingon reached out and grabbed her neck, pulling her out of the ground. He shook his wrist and threw her heavily to the ground. The female ghost in white curled up like a snow-white mountain snake that had been beaten to a pulp. She collapsed on the ground. Qin Pingon sighed. "If you continue to dawdle like this, I'll really hit you hard." The female ghost in white chuckled and floated up. She turned into an otherworldly item that was 30 feet tall. Her snow-white clothes also grew bigger. There were a few concise sentences in the Rest Assured collection to introduce this otherworldly item of Greasy City. The female ghost called herself Half-Face Makeup. When she was alive, she was the concubine of a meritorious general. After she died, she turned into a vengeful spirit. Because she owned a robe of unknown origin, she was good at transforming into beautiful women. She used the fog to deceive cultivators' minds, allowing them to be slaughtered. She broke their bones and sucked their marrow. She was extremely difficult to kill. Once she was hit by an earth immortal sword cultivator who was traveling in the Ghost Valley, but she still survived. The gigantic white-clothed ghost's sleeves fluttered like ripples on a river. She reached out a hand that was as big as a praying mat and wiped her face. She and Qin Pingon stared at each other, and her remaining eye glowed with 7 different colors. Then, in a flash, she created a face out of thin air. Qin Pingon squinted his eyes. "You're courting death." The female ghost began to circle Qin Pingon. Her lips did not move, but her voice lingered around Qin Pingon. It was extremely seductive and bewitching. "You're willing to kill me? Can you kill me? Why don't you make love to me? You'll only have to consume some yang qi and spiritual qi. You can get what you want. I won't lose anything from you. Why not?" If it was in the past, no matter if it was when he traveled around the Aquarius continent or Tongyi continent, or when he accidentally entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Qin Pingon would carefully hide his trump card, and use his strength and methods according to the strength of his opponent. Could be said that he was cautious and advanced step by step. If it was in the past, when he met this white-clothed otherworldly creature, he would definitely fight with his fist first. Then he would use some talisman methods. Then he would use the flying sword 15 in the blade strengthening gourd. Finally, he would unsheath the sword saint on his back. But today, Qin Pingon directly unsheathed the sword and chopped off the head of the otherworldly creature with the sword saint in his hand. After the head was separated, the head that returned to its original appearance stagnated in the air for a moment. Then it fell straight to the ground. Suddenly, the half-opened female face on the head burst out a loud cry. Just as it was about to move, it was nailed to the ground by Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon casually grabbed the snow-white robe in the palm of his hand. It shrunk to the size of a silk handkerchief. It was as light as a feather and was full of spiritual qi. It was slightly cold to the touch, but it did not have any yin qi. It was a good robe. It might not be inferior to the grass robe he was wearing. This female ghost did not have any combat power. As Qin Pingon said, it was not difficult to beat her half to death with one punch. However, her real body was not here. No matter how hard he beat her, he could not hurt her. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, in this place full of yin qi, the female ghost without a real body might be able to use her secret skills to kill Qin Pingon countless times. She would not stop until the yin qi in the skin, which was similar to the traveling yin spirit, was exhausted and broke off from the real body. The flying sword 15 was the same. After all, they could not be like the natal flying sword of the legendary land sword Immortal, which could penetrate time and water and ignore thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. As long as they followed the slightest trace, they could kill the enemy without leaving a trace. Only the sword saint on his back was different. The inexplicable appearance and inexplicable disappearance of the female ghost from Greasy City not only dissipated her physical body in the blink of an eye, but she must have also injured some part of her original true body. The sword Immortal returned to his scabbard on his own and remained silent. Qin Pingon had just put the exquisite robe into his sleeve when he saw a stooped old woman not far away. She seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact she had shrunk the ground into an inch. She stood 10 steps away from Qin Pingon. The old woman's face was gloomy. "It was just a harmless test. Why do you have to kill me? Do you really think that the Greasy City is a soft persimmon? The city lord is already here. Just wait for your death." Qin Pingon looked up. There was a huge carriage floating in the air. It was surrounded by a large number of female officials. Some were holding a treasure cover to block the sun, some were holding a jade tablet to open the way, and some were holding a huge feather fan to block the wind and dust. It made the carriage look like an emperor on a tour. It seemed that the city lord of the Greasy City had come in person. In the Ghost Valley, whether it was the heroic spirit who ceded the land to become the king or the powerful Yin spirit who occupied the mountains and rivers, they were all more lawless than the island lords of the Book Lake. This group of female ghosts of the Greasy City was just not powerful enough. The bad things that they could do were not that big. Compared to other cities, their reputation was slightly better. Qin Pingon held his bamboo hat and retracted his gaze. He looked at the old woman with a gloomy expression. I'm not scared. First set a small target such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.